Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec. Those provinces will go a long way toward deciding tonight's results. And of course, this is an election night like none other. Usually we're used to seeing packed crowds at all of the party headquarters, but those gatherings and celebrations will be much smaller this time round. Strict pandemic restrictions will be in place throughout the night as the main leaders give their victory or concession speeches. Welcome to our City News election coverage. I'm Cynthia Mulligan, and I'll be guiding you through the next 5 hours as we watch the political landscape of our country shift, perhaps in some surprising ways. And the City News team will be there as it happens. We have reporters stationed across the country tonight, including at each of the major party headquarters, to bring you as close as possible to your next Prime Minister. We are also on the ground at polling stations across the country, including in some of the key ridings in Alberta, BC, and Ontario. Many of those races are simply too close to call right now, and those votes will go a long way toward deciding which party emerges victorious tonight. And that is why Melanie Ng will be at the big board all night, tracking the results as they roll in from coast to coast and honing in on the communities that matter the most to you. Plus, social media is buzzing right now. Faiza Amin will be keeping us up to date on the hot topics and trends dominating your conversations. She will also answer your pressing questions about the big unknown tonight, special ballots. And Tara Overholt is in Calgary with a group of health experts who will be weighing in on some of the unprecedented issues we are dealing with right now, including vaccination mandates, anti-vax protests, and the reopening of the border and businesses. And right here in our Toronto studios, I am joined by two guests. We are all socially distanced, of course. We have Ontario NDP MPP Sol Mamakwa, and we have the leader of the Ontario Green Party, Mike Schreiner from Ontario. We will also have several analysts joining us virtually throughout the evening. Now, let's get right to it, though, and we will kick off our live coverage with Darcy Ropchan in Edmonton, where voters are running out of time to cast their ballots. Good evening, Darcy.
Thank you. We are here live in Edmonton Centre, one of the ridings to watch here in Alberta. Now, as you can see behind me, folks are slowly starting to trickle in here with just under half an hour to go until voting closes here in Alberta. The voting numbers ebbing and flowing throughout the afternoon as folks get off work. And as mentioned, Edmonton Centre, a riding to watch. It's currently held by the Conservatives' James Cumming. It's also being battled for by the Liberals' Randy Boissonnault. Boissonnault held this seat from 2015 to 2019, and Canadian pollster 338 has this riding as a toss-up between the Conservatives and the Liberals here in Edmonton Centre.
Yep. So we're live outside a polling station in Vaughan, Ontario, and some are describing the scene here as a little chaotic. I'm going to do my best to show you and describe to you just how many people are waiting in line here. So the line starts all the way down here. It wraps along around the sports center, along this wall, all the way to the back of the parking lot. It goes around this industrial plaza. It sort of snakes through another parking lot and then doubles down a sidewalk, and police here are estimating it spans about 3 city blocks. And keep in mind that polling stations in Ontario are set to close in about 25 minutes from now. So Matt and Chris, you've been patiently waiting to cast your ballot. So just, when did you get here and how long has it taken you to get to this point?
Well, we got here around, 10 to 8?
Yeah.
It was around 10 to 8, and we actually lined up on the 400 on the off-ramp over there. There's a grassy part, and we were shocked we had to even line up that far in general. We didn't think we'd ever get the chance to walk on the highway, but hey, it is what it is, right? We got to vote.
So people are lining up on the grassy part on the highway?
Yeah. So it's right off the off-ramp to make the right turn to come on City View here. You're just on the side of the grass. I mean, when we were crossing the street, there was a car coming. But yeah, that's where the lineup starts, and then it comes all the way up the street, and then it slaloms again and around the buildings.
So what do you make of the situation here?
I mean, hey, it's good people are coming out to vote. It's good we have a choice to vote, don't get me wrong, but you know what, it's a little chaotic. I wish there was maybe different locations or more or something to prevent all this stuff from happening. It's kind of crazy, in my opinion.
Okay, you two seem like you're taking it in stride, though. What is the mood as people slowly make their way to the front?
I mean, yeah, the people in front of us and behind us are pretty cool. We've been joking. I mean, it's hard to get too upset. I mean, obviously there's special circumstances. You can't really fault people, but you just got to make the best of it, and that's it.
All right, sounds good. Okay, guys, go get your spot in line.
All
We
right,
have
thank
someone
you.
holding it for you. Okay, so to get to this point, I'm hearing it's about an hour, 20 minutes, but the lineup is even longer now. And so, some are saying the wait is at least 2 hours long. Again, the polls close here in about 25 minutes from now. Elections Canada says that if you are in line already, you will get your chance to vote. Eventually, the line will be cut off at 9:30 p.m. here in Ontario. Another situation unfolding, though, is sort of chaos in the parking lot. People are circling. There's nowhere to park. People are actually turning away when they realize there is no parking spots on the main street there. Cars are parking along the curb lane, and police are now on scene here to direct traffic. So, we're estimating 1,500 people at least, maybe even more, are in line. And once again, polls are set to close here in about 25 minutes or so. So we'll bring you updates throughout the show. It's clear to see that, these doors will be open much longer than 9:30.
And we have a lot to discuss tonight with our political panel, including those long lineups and the impact they might have on getting out the vote. Joining Saul, Mike, and I virtually this hour, we have former Alberta NDP MLA and government whip Estevan Cortez Vargas. Hello, thank you for joining us.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Now, I know you were a politician in Alberta. You're currently in Saskatchewan. What are some of the things that you feel have been overlooked in this election campaign? And let's face it, this is an election campaign nobody other than Liberal leader Justin Trudeau seemed to want. Would you agree, gentlemen?
Yeah, I mean, it's unclear why this election was even called. I don't even know what the ballot question is at this point. And if anything that did create a ballot question in this election, it was the unfortunate rise of the fourth wave in Alberta, which seems to maybe have affected voters and shifted votes. I mean, we'll see obviously as they come in more than anything else. But Prime Minister Trudeau never defined once what the ballot question was and why he called this election.
He dodged why he called the election, but most people, voters, do you agree, are cynical and feel that it was just a power grab and an attempt to get a majority when he thought he could get one?
Yeah, certainly, especially when he talked about that he would never call an election during a pandemic. And I mean, there's a lot of things happening, especially in the Indigenous communities. We have the search that will be happening of our children that have been missing from residential schools. So that takes a back burner, and we need to be able to address. There's a housing crisis in our communities. There's a suicide crisis in our communities as well, and we need to be able to deal with these issues. And right now, the timing of it was just awful.
And do you think those issues were ever properly discussed during this election campaign?
I don't think so. It was really very minimal, but I did get a chance to visit with the NDP leader, Jagmeet Singh, to Niskandagat. We heard the very stories on how, having 26 years of boil water advisory, how it impacts children, how it impacts people. We got to hear it, and it was it's awful. And I think there wasn't enough. We need to be able to talk about the real fundamental changes we need to see in Canada with Indigenous people when we talk about, again, the residential school piece, but also the fundamental things that we need to see, treaties, land claims, and also nation-to-nation discussions and those type of things.
And I look forward to discussing them further throughout this evening. Thank you.
Thanks.
Estevan, you are a former politician in Alberta. You're currently in Saskatchewan. Do you think that anger over COVID fatigue has overshadowed all these critical issues?
I don't even know if it's an overshadowing or just generally informing how people are addressing this, right? I mean, I think part of seeing the prairie provinces as a flyover area is part of the mistake and the miscalculation because they don't need the prairie provinces for the majority, but they should be taking count of the narratives building up in the prairie provinces. This is where the PPC is gaining steam. That right-wing rhetoric is existing here, and it is COVID fatigue on one side, but it's also a very active and mobilized group of anti-vaxxers that are happening, and the kind of the volatility that we're seeing there, that is existing. And so it's a frustration with government and leadership in Alberta. It's very much a frustration about Jason Kenney. In Saskatchewan, it is a frustration of just the general fact that we just seem to compete with Alberta for who's going to be the last to bring in any protocols.
Now, this is a $600+ million election that many panelists and analysts are saying isn't really going to change the landscape all that much. And I would suggest that perhaps PPC's Maxime Bernier might be the only leader that actually benefits from this election because he's now on the map more and he has seen a dramatic increase in support, 1.6% in the last election, and some pollsters have him at 8% in this election. Does that concern the three of you at all?
You know, I'd say the People's Party have ridden the wave, being the party that stood out and said, "Hey, we're against lockdowns, we're against vaccination, and we're quote for freedom." Though I want to say, what about the freedom of people to be safe from the vaccine? What about the freedom to be safe from the pandemic? I mean, I look at things like vaccine certificates and I think, you know what? You can drive if you have a driver's license. You have the freedom to do that if you get a license. I'd say the same thing. We have the freedom to enjoy certain things in our life, provided we take the steps to make sure we protect people in our community. I think one of the things that disturbs me with the rise of the People's Party, and I'm not saying everyone involved in the People's Party is like this, I don't want to overgeneralize, but you see in some of the rhetoric a lot of racism, misogyny, and just kind of hate and anger. And that concerns me to have that gain more traction in Canada at a time when we have seen increasing Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and other forms of hate and discrimination. And to have any oxygen thrown on that, I think is troubling.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to wrap on this note, but Estevan, I'll give you the last word very quickly if you don't mind. Do you think the PPC is here to stay, or is this a temporary party based on anger, or is this now a party that will be firmly entrenched in Canadian politics long term?
I was an MLA for Strathcona Sherwood Park, and what I would say is that right-wing rhetoric of a kind of feeling completely disenfranchised by Ottawa, by federal, is shared when I came here to Saskatchewan, especially by farmers. And so is it here to stay? It is if the parties can't find a way to connect with the people in rural areas.
All right, thank you very much. And we will be back and continuing this conversation. And of course, now I'm going to send it to Zhali Li, who tonight, well, he's been watching this election very closely as well and watching the Liberal camp. You're at the Liberal headquarters in Montreal, Zhali.
Yes, I am. And it's like the calm before the storm right now. There was a flurry of activity here at the Fairmont Queen Elizabeth in Montreal since the 6 o'clock hour. We saw some Liberal heavyweights walk the room. We had Pablo Rodriguez and Melanie Joly shaking hands, meeting some of the party faithful, geeing them up as the results start to come in. But they've gone back to their own ridings to watch the results come in. There is a bit of a cautious optimism in the air, though. As you mentioned, we're seeing some of those early Eastern Canada results come in, putting some Liberal seats elected, some leading. And though we do have some projections showing that the Liberals may lose 2 seats in that area, everyone seems to be holding their breath, though. They're waiting for further confirmation. They want to know exactly what's going to happen, and they're waiting for the man of the hour. Justin Trudeau, the Liberal Party leader, is in the hotel now, though he is watching the results come in with his family members. He's likely waiting to get a bit more information about the results before a clearer signal about what exactly is going to come out of tonight before he makes himself known. And, you know, he's probably going to need to figure out exactly what the results are before he figures out what he's going to say when he gets up to that podium. Because certainly all the people in this room, all these Liberal Party supporters and staff, they were hoping to hear a speech about a majority victory, a speech that doesn't seem likely to happen tonight.
Well, there was some good news to celebrate here at Conservative Party headquarters. We're live in Oshawa, just east of Toronto, but nobody's really around to cheer just yet. We're expecting some supporters to come a little later on, but so far we are seeing the Conservatives making some gains in Atlantic Canada. Is that going to hold up as we move throughout the country? Polls are going to start closing real soon, and those numbers are going to come in fast and furious. There was some excitement here, though, within the last hour or so. We saw Conservative Party leader Aaron O'Toole make his way into this venue, his family with him as well. A short time later, they made their way upstairs, a private room for the family, wife Rebecca, daughter Molly, son Jack. They were all watching some of the show. Maybe they're watching it right now here on City. We'll see later on. We might be able to check in with them. And we were able to also talk with a Conservative strategist, Jason Leader. We were asking him about the PPC, the potential of that party chipping away at Conservative support. Now, I want you to listen to his answer, and maybe we're hearing him kind of try to manage some expectations. Have a listen.
A lot of members of our party, a lot of Canadians looked at him and said he ran a terrific campaign, and I think they're going to look at him, regardless of the result tonight, and say he ran a terrific campaign. A lot of people saw Prime Minister in waiting. I think people are going to be excited to vote for him again. So I think he's going to be in a really good position to continue to lead the party for sure.
So some signs there. Potential to lead the party in the future, maybe vote for him again in the future. Will O'Toole remain a PM in waiting after the results come in tonight? If we finally get them all, it might take a few days. It's going to be a long evening here tonight, though. We're going to have your minute-to-minute coverage. Melissa Duggan, City News.
Here in Vancouver at the NDP headquarters, it's still calm and quiet, not the flurry of activity or excitement they're seeing in other locations. Here we're still seeing a lot of reporters in the room filing their stories as we wait for more information to come in. I spoke earlier to the campaign manager, Jennifer Howard, and she says, they're really happy with the campaign they've run, and they've left it all out on the campaign trail, and now they just have to wait to see what this translates into at the polls, what voters have had to say, and to find out a bit more about how the NDP are feeling about what they're seeing so far tonight, we're going to talk to the National NDP Director, Anne McGrath, just after the bottom of the hour.
I'm Adrian Gobriel. We are here in downtown Toronto. This is Green Party headquarters. Now, we're waiting for Annemie Paul. She's supposed to be here in maybe about 30 minutes. She might be speaking at some point over the next hour. She's got lots of volunteers, some supporters in the dining room. A jovial atmosphere here tonight. People enjoying some drinks, some food. Though this is serious business for Annemie Paul. She must win this riding here in Toronto Centre. Her political future, many believe, is dependent on it. Now, she lost a by-election here in Toronto Centre about a year ago against Marcy Ian. Ian got about 43% of the vote. Paul got 33% of the vote. Now, I spoke with her recently one-on-one. I said, why, Toronto Centre? This is a riding which has been a Liberal stronghold since 1993. She says this is her community, this is her backyard, and she believes it's important for the Greens to get a foothold in Ontario. Now, will she be able to do it? It's a tall task, though she's positive. She is confident. Now, as I mentioned, her political future also on the line here. Before the election, Green Party brass were trying to get her ousted. There's been party infighting. She had a perplexing campaign which saw her travel no further east than PEI, no further west in Canada than Kitchener, Ontario. So we'll have to see how that pans out. The Greens hoping to stay relevant on the national stage. Right now, coming into this election, only had 2 seats. They're hoping to build on that, though, polls say, to take the polls for what they will be, but seeing the Green Party's, popular vote numbers drop, maybe cut even in half. So we're going to have to wait and see. As I mentioned, though, a very interesting night here for environmentalists across the country, for the Green Party of Canada as they try and stay relevant. Again, we're hoping to hear from Annemie Paul in sometime over an hour, but a little bit ahead on our election special. I'll be speaking with some insiders here. We'll be having some one-on-one chats with party insiders, and we'll be back in a little bit.
I'm at the Bloc Québécois headquarters in downtown Montreal, looking quite empty. In 2019, these seats were full, but amid public health restrictions and an ongoing pandemic, the gathering tonight is limited, but the stage is set for leader of the Bloc Québécois, Yves-François Blanchet, to deliver his remarks later this evening. The Bloc billing itself as the only party to promote Quebec's interests at the federal level, and they're looking to make some gains tonight. Blanchet said he previously was hoping to win at least 40 of Quebec's 78 seats. In 2019, under Blanchet, they won 32 seats compared to the 10 they won in 2015. Now in Quebec, there are several battleground ridings, and after the boost from the English language debate, the Bloc Québécois are hoping for a major upset tonight. In Montreal, Alicia Rubertucci, City News.
Okay, here we are at the big board, and I want to break down some of the ridings that have already been coming in early results in Atlantic Canada. Some upsets, some not so much of a surprise. So let's bring in first up Seamus O'Regan in the riding of St. John South and Mount Pearl. Of course, Seamus being previous Minister of Natural Resources as well as of Indigenous and Veteran Affairs by a landslide here. Let's bring in another Liberal winner, an incumbent as well in Beausejour in New Brunswick. Incumbent Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. We've got Dominic LeBlanc also taking this one. Bring you another win for the Liberals in Charlottetown PEI, and this is Sean Casey, of course, a veteran politician, been an MP since 2011. Now let's break down some interesting ridings that we've been seeing here, Conservative wins, and this one first up coming in from the riding of Tobique-Mactinaquac, and this one is incumbent Richard Bragdon. You'll see here a major win for the Conservatives here. And this is where it gets interesting. One of the ridings that we were watching very closely, West Nova, Nova Scotia. In this one, we've got the incumbent Chris D'Outremont winning this one. But what's interesting was that in 2015, this was by far Liberal territory. In fact, they won 63%. Back in 2019, a very slight, narrow win, 3%. And so this one was one where we weren't sure which way it was going to go. And finally for you, this is a big upset that we are watching right now in the riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. And you can see Rick Perkins, I should say, taking this one for the Conservatives, defeating Bernadette Jordan, incumbent Liberal, and of course, she was Fisheries Minister. So a lot we are watching here in Atlantic Canada. Of course, we are watching coast to coast for you as these results slowly pour in.
Canada's Liberal Party looking to make a dent in the blue armor that sweeps over Alberta. One place where they think they could do this, Calgary Skyview, with City Councillor George Chahal as their candidate. He's taking on incumbent Jake Sahota. Tonight so far, the mood has been tense, with supporters slowly rolling into Chahal's headquarters here. But the mood matches the reality of the situation itself. Projections have these two candidates neck and neck. We'll bring you the full results throughout the night. Reporting from Calgary Skyview, Stephanie Lasuk, City News.
I'm outside Michelle Rempel-Garner's campaign headquarters, where she'll be speaking later tonight. Now, she is a very familiar face here in Calgary. In the 2019 election, she won the Calgary Nose Hill riding, which she is running for re-election this year. And in 2015, she won Calgary Centre North. And many eyes are on the Calgary Nose Hill vote this year because Michelle Rempel-Garner is the Conservative health critic. And there's a speculation that if the Conservatives do win this year, Erin O'Toole will make her the Minister of Health. That role is especially important for Albertans. Just last Friday, the province reported over 2,000 new cases of COVID-19, and healthcare workers are discussing a critical care triage. Now, to keep in mind with COVID-19 guidelines here in the province, I'm standing outside. Media and crowds will be outside all night to make sure that we are safe. In Calgary, Christy Kilburn, City News.
The dominating political topic over the past 2 years has been the pandemic, of course, but it hasn't only been politicians driving the conversation. The spotlight has often been on healthcare and public health experts. So joining me tonight, experts from mental health, infectious diseases, and public health and law policy. We have Dr. Quam McKenzie, Dr. Lenora Saxinger, and Professor Lorian Hardcastle. So first, I'd just like to open up the floor and quickly get your thoughts on, the biggest obstacles that the government has faced or faces when it comes to the pandemic, and even the fact that we are having an election during a pandemic. So Dr. McKenzie, maybe we'll go to you first.
Well, thank you very much. And thanks for having me here. It's very exciting to be here with all three of you. Well, I think from a health perspective, it's difficult to justify an election because it seems like an unnecessary distraction from the business of protecting health during wave 4. But we do have to start thinking about recovery now, and there is so much to do. COVID has exacerbated inequities, and we have to start building a new and more equitable Canada, including affordable housing, childcare, better healthcare, healthy jobs, making progress on reconciliation and on anti-Black racism. So I can understand why they were tempted to go for a mandate for the rebuild. I guess we'll see democracy in action, and whether they've made their case and whether their gamble will pay off. But I'm very worried that people have other things on their minds, and actually calling election now may be problematic.
You're an infectious disease expert.
I actually would agree that calling it now, I mean, you know, I'm an Albertan infectious diseases physician. I work in a hospital. It's an immensely distracting time. And when it was initially called, it was actually coming to the end of a relatively optimistic almost time that quickly started turning sour towards the middle to end of August and over the beginning part of September. So I think people are frustrated. I think that people are angry. And I think one big thing that keeps on coming up is that we've seen such a range of provincial responses in healthcare and in public health policy over the course of the pandemic. And I would say that I haven't heard any of the parties really talk about how we might start addressing some of the issues that we have in Canada when we try to address a massive problem like the pandemic. And so that's another area where I think there's been a lot of weaknesses. And I'm really not quite sure how everything's going to unfold, honestly.
Very interesting. All right, Professor Hardcastle, your thoughts on this pandemic and the election right now?
Well, I think that I'm not surprised that the government called the election, given that they had widespread vaccination. We finally got over those procurement issues. And I think people now are looking to whoever the new leader is to address some of the issues that were exposed by the pandemic. I think chief among those is probably long-term care. And what role will the federal government play in making those improvements?
All right. Well, thank you very much. We're going to be back later in the hour throughout the evening as well, talking mental health, vaccinating children, and anti-vaccination protests, all as a part of live election night coverage.
I'm Mark McAllister at Archibald's Pub in Richmond Hill, Ontario, and we're talking a little bit about economic recovery and small businesses and everything that they had gone through throughout the course of the pandemic. Of course, Richmond Hill is a key riding. We'll get to that throughout the entire evening, but small business and getting out of this pandemic, key. Wendy is the owner of Archibald's Pub. She's going to tell us a little bit about what she's had to go through. How difficult has it been for you?
It was very, very difficult as a small business owner during COVID. We had been closed and reopened for so many times. And every time we close, we have to deal our staff and the inventory. And when we reopen, we have to rehire and then we have to set up. It was really hard for owner as a small business owner then.
So obviously throughout this campaign, you've been watching closely. Have you heard the things that you want to hear as a result?
Yes, so I want to see be able to have some programs to help small business in next couple years to help us to make the business survive and then growing as well.
And obviously each of the party leaders, the key party leaders, have made a variety of promises when it comes to small business. Wage subsidy programs continuing. Obviously they want job recovery as well. Each of the main parties have actually promised 1 million jobs in this country if in fact they are elected. I'm going to dive into some of those details as we progress right here from Richmond Hill in Ontario.
Bill 21 and 96 were front and center during this election campaign for Quebecers. Bill 96 is the proposed reform to Quebec's French language law, and Bill 21 is the province's secularism law, banning some public sector employees like teachers from wearing religious symbols while on the job. Asma Danouche is a university student at Polytechnique. Asma, what do you think is the impact of these laws, and do you think they'll be driving Quebecers to the ballot box?
I most definitely think that yes, it does. It will drive Quebecers to the voting boxes. It's their subjects, their that affect people's lives, people's future, people's place in society. It gets them by their values, their heritage. So it's definitely something that people will think about and it will drive them to go vote, hopefully.
We'll see how Quebec voters have responded tonight in Montreal. Sam Sauer, Rainville, City News.
Okay, millions of votes expected to be coming in today, but before Election Day Monday, 6.8 votes were already made, the majority of them through advance polling, about 5.8 million, excuse me, and some of them were also special ballots. So by the way, Election Canada was expecting between 4 and 5 million Canadians to actually request special ballots. However, this is the final number here, about 1.2 million, over 1.2 million. So not as much as they thought, but higher than in previous years. And so far, over 951,000 of these kits have been returned. This is a number that's been changing throughout the night, by the way. So here's what's expected to happen today. So once the polls are closed, election staff are going to start counting the votes that were made at the polling stations as well as at the advance polls. So you're probably wondering, when do the special ballot votes get counted? Here's more from an Elections Canada spokesperson.
Local electors, we mean people that are in their own riding during the election. Those ballots are going to be counted. We're going to start counting them the next day. Actually, it's a two-step because there's verification that needs to be done in order to ensure that the elector, for example, did not vote twice.
Okay, this was a snap election, so just called 37 days ago. So Canadians have had to do their research. And right now we've got the top 5 Google questions on elections this past week. Who to vote for in Canada, where to vote, how to register to vote in Canada, how to vote in Canada 2021, and when is the election in Canada. So obviously today's the day. So all throughout the night and evening, we'll be asking you to interact with us on our social media page. One of the questions we've asked so far is, how are you spending your election night? So this is a Twitter user here who says, watching with my dog who hasn't decided yet on her candidate. Chips and red wine for me and peanut crunch for Layla. Layla, of course, the cute pup, is extremely into it. So make sure you tweet us your videos and photos. We'll feature them here on City News. And we're also keeping a close watch on these polling stations. We'll have more for you a bit later on in the show.
All right, Faiza, and indeed, it is going to be a very long night. My guests here have agreed to stay with us till 2 a.m. However, I hate to say it, we may not even have a full answer on where this election will exactly land by then. With the mail-in ballots, they're not even being started to be counted until tomorrow, and that could take several days. Earlier, a short time ago, I was speaking with veteran pollster John Wright, and this is what he has to say about when we could get an answer on this election.
We actually don't start, counting the vote until quite late, almost tomorrow, for some of the ones that have arrived from overseas. We're going to have advanced polling. We had about 18% more than we had last year. We've got mail-in ballots. We might even have, I don't know what to predict, but if we have long lineups tonight in Toronto and in other places, we may have election officials say, okay, everybody who's in line at 9:30 still gets to vote, which means we could be into 10:30 or more. If that stretches out across the country, you and I don't know about you, but it could be 5 o'clock in the morning before we find out even a semblance of where things are going. I don't think a lot of other people are going to be up when we're actually watching what's going on.
Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you to stay till 5 a.m. However, it could be a long night, and we know from Shauna Hunt, who's been reporting in the field from polling stations, that there are up to 2-hour lineups, and Elections Canada has told people that they will be able to vote if they're in line, even when the polls close at 9:30. So it could be a very long night. Estevan, I'm going to bring you into this conversation. You're in Saskatchewan. Are you hearing long lineups at polling stations as well?
Actually, I was just asking around, and for most of the people around here have been able to go through the lineups quite quickly. So that's not what I'm hearing just from the local ridings that I'm checking in with. But,
And I'm going to ask each of you, $600 million plus election, and it looks like we're going to see a minority. So very little could change, except there's a lot riding for each of the leaders here. Which leader do you think is least likely to survive after this election? Mike, I'll start with you. And I'm including your own leader
Yeah,
with the Green
absolutely.
Party here.
Yeah, so well, you know what? It's interesting you say that because, going into this election, there was a lot of disagreements happening within the federal Green Party. But I think Annamie Paul's performance during the leaders debate, especially the English leaders debate, was outstanding. Most people said that she won the debate. And so we'll see how the results and how that shakes out.
What happens if she doesn't win her own seat? She's in a very liberal, traditionally liberal safe seat. Was that a wise decision choosing that riding to run in?
You know what? It's hard to say. I received 20% of the vote in the 2014 election and then won in the 2018 election. She received 32% of the vote just in a by-election less than a year ago. So she's well poised to potentially win that seat.
Can
so I wouldn't count her
if
out.
she doesn't win?
It'll be up to GPC members
And
to
we
make
already,
that choice.
well, we'll get into the,
Yeah.
the issues within the party in our next discussion. Saul, what do you think? Jagmeet Singh, I mean, he did okay, not great in the last election. I'm not sure he's going to win a whole lot more votes this time around, but he's come across as one of the most liked leaders in this campaign.
I think Jagmeet has brought the humanity and the process of elections, the federal elections, and when you see people suffering, like in the North example, he came to see the people, and I think it's so important that the leadership, federal leaders show up to these communities, and I think it's really important that we see that, and I think to become a prime minister, obviously it takes time. And I think it's really, if it becomes a minority government, again, that's, that will provide some pull for others to come forward and bring solutions to the minority government. And I think that's the, I think it's so important. That's what democracy is about. And I think when we talk about democracy, it's about power to the people, right? So, right. And I think, yeah.
I guess the question is does the party give the leader time? We saw it with the Conservatives the last time with Andrew Scheer. He was given the exit very quickly. We don't know what will happen with Aaron O'Toole if he does not win a minority government. Esteban, how do you feel, you're with the NDP as well, how do you feel that Jagmeet Singh has been perceived across the country?
Well, I think one of the things that he should be most proud of is that he's really engaged young voters. And I think one of the challenges is that we're still doing this within a pandemic. Jagmeet has one of those characteristics and comes off as authentic in such a way that he could build momentum in an election that could be more in person. And so I'd be interested to see how that would go.
All right, Esteban, thank you so very much. I am now going to send it over to Jalili, and you are with the Liberal Party, Jalili, and what is your sense about how Justin Trudeau will survive if he doesn't win a majority, which is really what this election was called for? Is he badly wounded, tarnished? Will the party keep him on? There's mixed opinions on that.
That's a great question. And I mean, let me put it this way. If there is a question in the air tonight here at the Liberal Election Night HQ in Montreal, I guess the question is, are we supposed to be happy right now? Because, I mean, Liberals ahead or leading in a bunch of Eastern ridings, including some important ones, but there have been some key casualties. Of course, Fisheries Minister Bernadette Jordan, she's lost her seat. And losing a minister who handled the portfolio directly related to her riding, that is a big loss. So the question again, are we supposed to be happy with what happened? We called an election, but we're losing some key members here. Liberals unlikely to get a majority, probably going to be with a reduced minority. It's just past 9:30 now, so 262 ridings in the Eastern time zone. They've just closed their polls. I mean, barring the people still in line, of course. So we're going to start getting some results there, and there could be some cabinet casualties there as well. We've got Jean-Yves Duclos at Treasury. He only won his riding in 2019 by a few hundred votes. That would be a terrible loss if he were to not be returned to government. François-Philippe Champagne, he used to be foreign minister, an experienced hand, a valuable MP to keep around for the Liberal Party. His margin of victory in 2019, around 3,000 votes. So again, the question is, if you get returned to power, but with a reduced minority and you lose so many valuable members, potentially, are we supposed to be happy with this?
Just talking to a Conservative Party aide saying they are liking the momentum that they're seeing so far. In Atlantic Canada, Conservatives making some projected gains there, but we are about to see some numbers come in real soon. Will that momentum keep up? What we could see in the next few minutes really could determine what we could see at the end of the night, maybe in the next couple of days when we finally get the final results in, if it does take that long. We also asked when could we expect some supporters in here to that very aid. They're saying pretty soon we're going to see people come in. And that will really tell us how they're feeling tonight, what the mood is. Because right now, all I can tell you is how the media is feeling, how staffers are feeling, how security is feeling. That's all we're really seeing around here on the floor. A long night ahead of us, but again, looking so good so far, according to this aide telling us they're liking this momentum. Now, we kicked all of this off with Aaron O'Toole telling us weeks ago, a line he's repeated over and over again, that now is not the time for an election. We're wondering if Justin Trudeau will be feeling that way as soon as we get those numbers in the next few hours.
As votes are being counted now across the country and polls are set to close, somewhere here near the NDP headquarters at the Vancouver Convention Centre, Jagmeet Singh, the leader, is sitting and watching the results come in. Now, I have a mask on now, which I haven't because of COVID, and I have with me to hear how they're feeling about the results coming in so far, National NDP Director Anne McGrath. So, Anne, I mean, it's early days, early hours, early minutes. What do you think so far?
Well, we're obviously really hopeful and optimistic that we're going to grow the size of our caucus after this campaign. It'll be, if we do, it'll be the first time in a decade that we'll increase the size of the caucus. We came into this campaign with the leader that is the most popular. He's liked, he's trusted, he's authentic, and with a caucus and a leader that also was able to actually achieve things for Canadians during this pandemic. We were able to push the Liberals to really come forward with things like CERB, wage subsidy, all sorts of other programs. So I think that our record of accomplishment, our leader, and our really united caucus has put us in a really good position to increase the number of seats that we have. And we have a great slate of candidates across the country, diverse, strong, committed community activists.
I mean, there's been a lot of buzz about your leader, Jagmeet Singh, and he really does have that, I call it the charm offensive. What do you think the odds are of increasing those seats from 24, and how many do you think you can grow it by?
Well, I can't say how many because that's, it's all in the hands of the voters today. But I do know that there are some close races out there. I also know that we put a lot of emphasis on getting out the vote early as possible. So we put a lot of emphasis on mail-in ballots and on advance voting. So I think in the places where there are close races, that will really pay off for us.
And at the end of the day, or the end of whenever the votes are counted, what will make this election a success or a failure?
I think it's already been a success in the sense that our leader has done so well. Our campaign has been so assertive. We've only gone to seats that we don't hold. We've only gone to battleground seats. So we've been to 51 seats across the country. None of them are seats that we already hold. So that kind of aggressive, positive, forward-looking campaign. And I think we achieved quite a bit in the last Parliament. And if we have more seats, we will be able to achieve even more for Canadians. And I think the issues we've been talking about have really resonated. And most of all, as you said, we have a leader that is so well liked and so trusted, and that people really connect to, and they feel like he gets them.
Well, thank you so much. That's National NDP Director Anne McGrath, and we'll find out how it all plays out tonight. And at the end of the night, we'll, on the stage behind us, hear from NDP leader Jagmeet Singh.
I'm in Toronto Centre. This is party headquarters for the Green Party of Canada. Embattled party leader Annamie Paul is in attendance. I'm told that she's upstairs right now. She might even be coming down before the votes in her riding here in Toronto Centre come in. She might be coming to address her supporters, to thank her supporters. Now, the Green Party trying to win their first ever seat in Ontario with Ms. Paul in Toronto Centre. They're hopeful as well in Kitchener. And we're also joined by Phil DeLuna. You are running in St. Paul's. You're the youngest ever national director of the National Research Council of Canada. When you look at this, has been a really tough campaign for the Greens. Polling, take it for what it is. Numbers are cut in half. You've got the People's Party of Canada polling ahead of the Greens right now. When you hear that, what goes through your mind?
Well, first, when I think about polling, we have to remember this is aggregate numbers across the entire country. And unfortunately, the Greens, there are some seats in ridings where there are no Green options. So when we think about the Green Party, we have to be very specific about the ridings where they're being competitive. The Green Party has always been a grassroots party, and it's always been one built on the strength of local candidates. So when I hear national polling numbers, quite frankly, I'm not too worried. Instead, I look at who are the champions for the Greens across the country.
When it comes to this campaign, it was a challenging one when you look at your leadership. It was well documented that Ms. Paul didn't travel very far. She only went as west, I believe, as Kitchener, Ontario. Can the Green Party of Canada, remain relevant when the party leader isn't really canvassing coast to coast?
Yeah, well, actually, to your point there, Annemie did go to Victoria. So she's been to PEI, to Kitchener, and to Victoria. And I will say this, all the other leaders are running for re-election in their ridings. Annemie is running to win this seat, a very competitive seat, for the first time. And so we have to remember that she has to win the hearts and minds of the people that she's going to represent. And that's always been the Green philosophy. An MP's number one job is to serve the people that they represent. And I don't think it makes a lot of sense for Annemie, for example, to be going around the country and not focusing on her constituents.
When it comes to this riding, it has been well documented here in Toronto Centre that Annemie really needs to win this one.
Yeah.
There has been party infighting. There's members of your party who have wanted her out as leader. If she doesn't win, do you believe she should stay on as leader of the Green Party of Canada?
If she doesn't win, I believe she should, quite frankly. I mean, I think it's been a very difficult year for her. Quite frankly, I feel that Annemie was held to a higher standard than many other leaders, and she wasn't given the appropriate support to run a full campaign. And let's be frank, we're in an election that no one wanted in the middle of a global pandemic, surrounded by wildfires and a humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. This is difficult times for any party to run a snap election, much less a grassroots party that is, to your point, has been looked at with turmoil, internal infighting. So I think we need to give her the shot to run a campaign and be a leader in a time that is fair for everyone.
Right behind you, we're hearing the call right now, 5 minutes. Annemie Paul is going to be taking the stage to address her supporters. So I'm going to cut us off right now because we might be coming right back. Hopefully you'll stick around. I'm sure you're going to be here this evening. We're going to talk more.
Absolutely.
We've got more questions. While it might be, no one's surprised that the Green Party is not going to form a government, there is no shortage of storylines here tonight. Phil, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
We'll talk again soon.
Thank you very much.
Well, no large lineups here at the polling station in Edmonton Centre. Polling closed just about 15 minutes ago here in Alberta. We saw a couple voters make it in just under the wire, and one voter turned away for being 2 minutes too late. But most voters we spoke to this afternoon said it was a relatively painless process voting in a pandemic election. Most people telling us they were in and out about 5 minutes. We saw election station workers slowly starting to take down signs. And of course, Edmonton Centre is a riding to watch in this year's federal election. Pollster 338 has it as a toss-up between the incumbent Conservative James Cumming and the Liberals' Randy Boissonnault. The Liberals' Randy Boissonnault lost this seat in 2019. He'll obviously be looking to make a comeback tonight here in Edmonton Centre.
Okay, so polls are officially closed here in Ontario, but take a look at this lineup. We're live in Vaughan, Ontario, and there's a sports complex being used as a main polling station for this riding and beyond, and people came out in droves. So the line has officially been cut off. It was cut off at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and we can tell you it's still long. It's still snaking around plazas and parking lots, and so anyone who still remains in line is allowed to cast their ballots. I did speak to someone not long ago who said it took 2.5 hours to get inside the doors. So this is Anna, and you just made the cutoff to get in line by about 10 minutes.
Yes, and the person came out and tried to stop people from voting.
from just before me, and I said, I'm sorry, it's only 9:20, I told him, and I said, and I'm entitled to vote. I said, you can't, take away my right to vote. And he says, okay, so we'll stop it right behind you. And I said, no, there's a whole lineup of people right behind us. It's not fair that you do that. We're allowed to vote up until 9:30. Everyone in line at 9:30 is allowed to vote. So he said, okay. And then he walked off, and that was that.
Were you stunned when you showed up here and saw the lineup?
Absolutely. This is my third time coming here today to vote. The first time I came, it was just down to the first side of the factory. The second time I came, it was all the way around. And the third time, it was all the way around and then down the sidewalk. There was absolutely no parking. Police, directing traffic. It's crazy. I've never seen this in all of my years of voting. I've absolutely never seen anything like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we're just going to walk along with people who are trying to cast their ballots. I do have to point out that just before the line was, shut off, people were actually lining up along the grassy side of the highway off-ramp. That's how long this lineup went. And, police weren't around. People just kept lining up along the side of the highway. People were saying this is ridiculous. It shouldn't be this way. Now, part of the problem is there were fewer voting stations because of the pandemic. And, the government or Elections Canada was really looking for those big venues. And this is the one here in Vaughan, catering to a very large population, and people here came out in droves. So I'm just going to swing you around once again. We're walking along with the lineup. Polls are closed, but I don't know if it's hundreds. At one point, we're looking at 1,500 people in line. So we'll see how long it takes. Everyone in this lineup will be able to cast their ballots. But it could be, another hour, maybe two, remains to be seen. We'll check back in.
Well, there was some big news out of Pfizer today. The company saying that its vaccine is safe and effective for children aged 5 to 11. While there are still a few steps that need to happen before we get shots into arms of children, it's likely that this could be happening this fall in Canada. So this is going to change the game for many, but it's probably going to also be causing some issues as well that the federal government and our provincial leaders are going to have to deal with. So Dr. Saxinger, what does this mean for the virus and our schools?
Well, clearly schools have been a focus of a lot of concern and attention during the entire pandemic, and there has been a lot of dissension as to whether or not schools are safe or not, how to make schools safe, whether transmission in children actually drives transmission in the greater community. And to be honest, the weight of the evidence does suggest that children are less likely to get severely ill, are slightly less likely to spread it to others, and that in general, schools can be made to be reasonably safe as long as community transmission is okay. Now, if we can vaccinate school-aged children, right now we can vaccinate 12 plus, but if we can vaccinate the larger group of school-aged children, this would make school exponentially safer for everybody. I think it would decrease a lot of stress amongst a lot of parents, but a lot of people still have reservations about the COVID-19 vaccines. I think that's due to both misinformation and active disinformation. And I do suspect that although a lot of kids who have received their entire vaccine series to date, there's very good uptake of vaccination amongst Canadian children, there might be more hesitancy around these products. And we'll have to make sure that we're sensitive to that and that we're working with people to understand the recommendation and the safety.
I think that's a great word, sensitive. We have to make sure that we're sensitive when this eventually rolls out, likely in the fall. Dr. McKenzie, what problems could we see when it comes to vaccine hesitancy for kids, maybe from their parents, or mandates?
So I agree with Dr. Saxon there. The truth is, one of the most used cliches is from Wayne Gretzky about knowing where the puck is going, skate where the puck is going. And the problem with COVID-19 is we don't know exactly where the puck is going because COVID keeps changing. So we have to be careful. Now, we know that 5 to 11-year-olds are unlikely to die from COVID, but we know they are likely to get it. And we know they're going to end up in intensive care. They can pass on the infection, and they could be the group in which the next variant develops. So, I agree that there are the risks are much greater from COVID-19 from the vaccine, and Delta is so infectious. And I've just seen a presentation from the Ontario Science Table, which says that if we don't vaccinate 5 to 11-year-olds, it seems likely that the paediatric intensive care will be overwhelmed in Ontario. So from a community perspective, a population public health perspective, vaccination makes sense. But people make emotional as well as fact-based decisions, and all of the publicity about side effects is causing people to err.
All right, thank you very much. Lauren, we'll get your last quick thoughts on this. Mandating vaccines for kids, it can cause a lot of problems, right?
I think that the legalities are going to be complicated, whether or not provincial governments choose to extend vaccine passports or provinces that mandate vaccines for schools. I think it will be interesting to see if they extend that to COVID. But whatever they do, I think that the governments need to get the messaging correct around this and not have it be political messaging, have it be evidence-based, factual messaging.
Absolutely. Thanks for that take. Thanks so much. More with the panel next hour as coverage of the federal election continues here on City News.
Here in the riding of Richmond Hill, Ontario, just outside of Toronto. This is going to be one of the key ridings that everyone is going to be watching throughout the night. Why? The last couple of elections, it has only been won by a couple of hundred votes. This will be one of the ridings that perhaps isn't decided until the days to come. The two candidates, Conservative and Liberal. The MP is, of course, Majid Johari. Right now, we're in the spot where Kostas Metagakis will be gathering later tonight. When we talk about the number of votes that it was decided by over the last couple of elections, it's because at this point, and we've been talking all night long, we've been talking about the mail-in ballot. We have found out that the mail-in ballot count in this riding is approximately 3,000. So when we're talking about hundreds over the last couple of elections, we know that this isn't likely to be decided tonight. Now, this is one of those ridings on the outskirts of Toronto, the 905 region, so to speak. And this is the area in Toronto that could potentially swing Conservatives. And as a result of that, of course, we know that they're looking for every single riding that they possibly can if they want to try and capture this election. We do know that Erin O'Toole has passed through this riding as well as Justin Trudeau, so you know this is important and everyone's going to be watching it closely.
Okay, over 1.2 million Canadians opted for special ballots, and right now happening in Ottawa, some of those ballots, the counting is underway. So we'll take you to the Elections Canada Distribution Centre. The count of special ballots from national, international, Canadian forces and electors who are incarcerated. So that's happening right now. But I want to talk a little bit about polling stations because there were some concerns initially. There weren't as many polling stations as initially we had in previous elections. So we did go to our social media to ask people how their experiences are with voting at polling stations. So I want to put up this board here. If we can get this board behind us here, the poll that we asked about polling stations, we'll have it up momentarily. How long did you wait in line at the polling stations? This is our non-scientific poll here on Twitter. 885 votes in, the majority of them, 82% under 30 minutes. So not bad here. A lot of people voted early to avoid the lineups. Some people said they were in and out in 5 minutes, under 15 minutes to get me and 4 people. So a lot of people did not wait too long. Those are the responses we're getting. But let's go to another poll we put up also compared to previous elections where the lines at your polling stations longer than at previous elections. Over 37% said yes, over 62% said no. So we keep watching that. Over to you, Cynthia.
Thanks, Faiza. And we're saying goodbye for now to those watching on City TV in Alberta. But our coverage continues online. Just go to citynews.ca or any of our social media channels to keep watching. We'll be back here all night long from the party headquarters as we watch all the key races develop. A snap election.
Canadians deserve to choose what the next 17 months, what the next 17 years and beyond will look like.
in the middle of a global pandemic.
I think it's a good time to call it.
There's other priorities, not the least of which is this global pandemic.
A campaign marked by anger.
That's not the solution.
And differing views on how to move forward as a country.
No, I'm not going to back down.
There is a cost to voting for Liberals.
We are running on Canada's recovery plan.
It's election night in Canada, and every riding matters. Every vote matters. And City News is everywhere. Good evening. The polls are just closing now in British Columbia. That is the final region in the country for that to happen. And we are already seeing results pour in from the other provinces. Counting is well underway, including the millions of ballots that were cast through advance polls. Now, we knew this was going to be a close election, and here is where we stand right now. As you look at some of these numbers, you can see the Liberals are holding fairly strong in Atlantic Canada, which is not unusual. But we're also seeing a bit of momentum from the Conservatives out east as well. Results from other parts of the country, including Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, and Alberta, are still very preliminary at this point, with many polls not even reporting yet. Our City News coverage rolls on into our second hour. Welcome to those who are just joining us from City TV Vancouver. I'm Cynthia Mulligan. And if you're just tuning in, we have this election covered from coast to coast. From BC to Montreal, which stops in Oshawa and Toronto in between, we have reporters at all of the major party headquarters tonight, and we will be checking in with them in just a few minutes. We are also on the ground tonight in some of the most crucial ridings, many of which are simply too close to call at this hour. And Melanie Ng is at the big board tracking riding by riding results. She will join us in just a few minutes with a look at some of the make it or break it races, along with which parties are gaining ground and which ones are falling behind. And of course, social media is playing a big role on this election night. Faiza Amin is tracking some of the key conversations and topics that have the whole country buzzing. And this is the first time vaccine mandates and border closures are big issues on election night. We will be heading to Calgary throughout the evening to check in with Tara Overholt, who's hosting a panel focused on some of the unprecedented health issues we are facing as a country. And right here in our Toronto studios, I am joined by two guests throughout the evening. We are socially distanced, of course. We have Ontario NDP MPP Salma Makwa, and we have the leader of the Ontario Green Party, Mike Schreiner, who are here for the long haul till 2 a.m. with us. And we will also have several analysts joining us virtually throughout the evening as we discuss several of the key issues as they arrive, including why are we having this election in the first place? But as I said just a few moments ago, the polls are just closing across British Columbia. So let's head straight there to Keir Junos, who is tracking the developments in Vancouver for us this evening. Good evening, Keir.
Hi, I'm here in front of the Sunset Community Centre, and this is in the riding of Vancouver South. This riding, of course, held by the Defence Minister, Liberal Defence Minister Harjit Sajjan. It's been a pretty relaxed the last couple of hours here. I've been here since 4:30 p.m. Pacific. And the lines haven't been incredibly long. Maybe right after work, people have kind of wrapped around that side of the building. But the waits weren't really all that bad. They probably waited 20 minutes at the most. It was really in these last moments that people really, in the last minute, that were running in to get their last votes in, right? Now, there are 42 ridings in BC that are up for grabs. One of those includes Burnaby South, which is held by NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, and also the Saanich Gulf Islands riding, which is held by the former Green Party leader Elizabeth May. And stand by here on City News for more coverage of our federal election.
All right, so we continue following the massive lineup at the polling station here in Vaughan, Ontario. So we're here at the sports complex. As you can see, all these people are still waiting to cast their ballot, even though polls here in Ontario closed about half an hour ago or so. So, you know, very long lineups all day long. In fact, they spanned about 3 city blocks, according to police. At one point, people were actually standing on the grassy area on the side of the highway ramp. That's just how far it went. No police in sight. People were saying it was dangerous and it shouldn't have come to this. So we're just going to wait into the crowd here. You've been waiting for how long?
For about an hour.
For about an hour.
Yeah.
And when you showed up, I mean, what do you make of the situation?
Well, we were amazed that we were on the ramp of the 400. That's where it started when we got here. And up at this point, it's about another hour or so.
And what goes through your head when, you know, you're used to showing up maybe 20 minutes of your day, casting a ballot and getting out?
It's crazy. They're using King Vaughan for this whole, King Vaughan is the whole area. And where they could have used, like, community centers, arenas all around, the city and stuff. And it's sad.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
Sounds good. Now, we have seen people show up here, circle the parking lot, can't find a spot to park, and they just said, forget it, I'm out of here. I also spoke to a lot of people who came by 2-3 times today hoping the lineups would get better. They only got worse, and so they walked away and didn't get the chance to cast their ballot. So again, I'm just gonna show you the line is kind of more contained to the parking lot. No more people. People can no longer add to the line. Everyone who was already in line as of 9:30 p.m. Eastern, well, they're allowed to cast their ballot. But as you can see, we're hearing it could take another hour or so, at least from the halfway point here.
A 1-kilometer line and a 2-hour wait here at the Bentway polling station in the riding of Spadina, Fort York. Voters I've been speaking with calling the process frustrating and disorganized. Of Toronto's 25 ridings, 11 of them, including here in Spadina, Fort York, saw a more than 50% reduction in the number of polling stations in comparison to the 2019 federal election. The riding, home to some 115,000 residents, is a Liberal stronghold, and until 2 days ago, Kevin Wong was the Liberal candidate before the party cut ties with him over a dropped sexual assault charge in 2019. And while his name remains on the ballot, the Liberals say he will not sit in their caucus if elected. At the Bentway, Michelle Mackey, City News.
Thank you, Michelle, and lots to discuss this evening with our political panel. Joining Saul, Mike, and I virtually this hour is former Alberta NDP MLA and Government Whip Esteban Cortez Vargas and former BC Liberal Attorney General Suzanne Anton. Thank you all for joining us. Suzanne, you're new to our panel at this hour. Welcome, and I'm going to start right with you, and let's discuss vaccine passports. Where do you stand on them? Do you think the federal Liberals have handled them well? Have the provinces handled them well? What is your take on passports?
So I look at this from a legal perspective, and if a passport, if a public health measure is based on health, then I think it's fine. If it's based on trying to coerce people into doing something, then it's not fine. And I think that the both provincial and federal, and Mr. Trudeau and people who are talking about the passports, I think they have to tread carefully on this one because they risk going too far. It's a very divisive issue, and I think it's one of the reasons why there was so much anger in this campaign, which I must say I found very disconcerting. We don't usually have that kind of anger in election campaigns. I think it also reflected in the relative success or increase in success that the People's Party, the PPC, is having. So it has caused a lot of division. Now, people who like the passports think they're just fine, but people who don't like them really hate them. And it's that kind of division which is not healthy in our society. And I hope that whoever forms government after this can just tamp that down and come into, something that makes sense to people.
It's interesting you say that there's a line, but I guess where does the line begin and end? Because the two seem to almost go hand in hand.
Well, it begins and ends where it's based on health. And also it begins and ends on jurisdiction. Sometimes the federal politicians are talking a lot about things that are actually in the provincial jurisdiction. and what is in the hands of the provincial authorities, not the federal authorities. So to give an example, airlines, clearly federal, but people going into restaurants, clearly provincial. So I think, the politicians, the decision makers have to stay in their own lane on this one. Otherwise, well, they just don't have the authority to go into areas that are not their jurisdiction.
And yet polls suggest the majority of people actually want passports. They feel safer walking into a restaurant, for example, knowing that everybody else has to be vaccinated. Mike, I'm going to let you weigh in, and then you, Saul, and then we'll get to you, Esteban, and feel free to jump in and discuss openly.
Well, I agree that we need to tread carefully with vaccine certificates or passports, but I also agree that we need them. We need to be utilizing all tools in the toolbox to mitigate the spread of the fourth wave. We want to avoid a fourth wave lockdown. We want to avoid any closures of schools. We're already starting to see some, unfortunately, in Ontario. We've obviously seen what's happening in Alberta. And vaccine passports can be an important tool to help mitigate the spread, avoid lockdowns. Yes, we need to make sure that, we protect people's rights and make sure people have access to essential services like groceries and healthcare and things like that without having to be vaccinated. But when it comes to, non-essential things in our life, let's have a tool in place to help mitigate the spread of COVID-19.
And it is hard because we are seeing such a rise in anger and people feel alienated, and perhaps they did prior, but this is certainly bringing it to the surface. Esteban, what is your sense in Alberta and Saskatchewan about passports?
I think it's definitely, I don't know what the word is that we're trying to describe it as, an exemption record or something like that. And part of what's being discussed right now is how easy it is to actually print it off and then put whatever name you want it. And so I think what it does is it creates a lack of trust as to why we're doing this. We are doing this because our healthcare system is at a maximum right now. We need to have concrete steps in how we start re-engaging with society. We've been in a lockdown for a long time. That has impacted especially marginalized communities in lots more ways, in rural communities, access to healthcare. And so yes, absolutely, the conversation about rights should always be there, but let's not confuse what rights versus just seeing something as a privilege. And when someone is medically needing to know that they're going to be safe in a space, and there's no way to verify that they will be, we're in a big problem. And so it isn't the first time that we've had vaccination records. This is something that is common in our society. And I think that there is a way to differentiate the political conversations that we're having to what we need as a community.
Okay, thank you so much. Saul, I'm afraid I have to wrap up, but I'll let you have the last word. I know Premier Doug Ford in Ontario was very reluctant to do the passports. He's grudgingly adopted them. What is your sense of people in Ontario and in particular as well in Indigenous communities?
I think when we talk about individual rights versus the collective, and I think sometimes the safety and the wellness of the collective is always paramount as well. And I think this is the case when we talk about passports. It's so important that we utilize that as, especially where I come from. I come from, I represent a lot of flying communities where healthcare access, health services are very minimal and, and non-existent sometimes. And it's so important that we keep the people safe.
Thank you very much. And we will resume this conversation. Suzanne, thank you so much for joining us as well. We'll get back to you on the next conversation. Now, this all started with Trudeau calling a snap election that most people did not want, more than 30 days and $600 million later. Tonight, we will find out if it was all worth it for the Liberals or will it backfire. Let's check in now with Jali Lee at the Liberal headquarters in Montreal. Jali.
Thanks, Cynthia. I'm standing here with, oh my God, Elliott Hughes. I almost forgot his name. What an embarrassing moment with Summa Strategies. Elliott here also actually previously worked for Minister Harjit Sajjan and Minister Bill Morneau. So he's got a good background in politics, keen eye. Elliott, we're seeing some of these early results come in. It looks like the Liberal Party is probably going to be returned, but with a reduced minority government. If you're a Liberal Party supporter, how are you feeling right now?
We feel good. This is going to be a long evening. Still very early on. We've got lots of Ontario and Quebec numbers to come. And we feel as though in the last couple of days, Justin Trudeau made a very strong case to Canadians on a number of issues, whether that be vaccines, healthcare, childcare, fight against COVID. So we'll see where the results come in over the next couple of hours, but certainly, it's tight, but that's where the get out the vote strategies and work matters on the ground.
Now, a lot of what we've been talking about tonight is the fact that, Justin Trudeau himself, he called this election and he's had to try and articulate exactly why he feels he needs a new mandate. Do you think he's done a good job at communicating that to Canadians?
I do, absolutely. This is a hugely important election, lots of important issues. In 2019, COVID wasn't around, obviously. The last couple of years we've gone through momentous change, and while we've made great progress, we still got a little bit more work to do. But it's important that Canadians get to weigh in on what the next steps are for the government. So Justin Trudeau asked Canadians and is asking Canadians for his vote and support on the issues and the ideas that he has for Canada, and we'll see tonight where Canadians land on that.
We've got this old adage in Canada where, we don't vote people in, we vote people out. Do you think it's a matter of there's just nobody else has made a compelling case? Do you think there may be a bit of that going on, or?
Look, everyone, all the party leaders, I think, have fought for what they believe in and stand for what they believe in. But I think Justin Trudeau has took his case to Canadians on everything from vaccines, childcare, issues about that touch and resonate with families. And I think he's made a very strong case, and I think we're seeing that support across the board right now, and hopefully that continues tonight.
I want to talk about one more thing. Justin Trudeau, he's had this new line in the last few weeks, "I'm the champion of the vaccinated." Mr. Trudeau says, do you think that's been effective at, convincing people to vote for him?
I think it is, because it's true. What you see is folks protesting and outside of hospitals, and I think Mr. Trudeau, rightly so, said, look, he's with science, he's with people getting vaccinated, and he's been pushing that message, and it's been resonating with Canadians. So, absolutely.
Excellent. Thanks so much for your time, Elliot. I'm going to throw it right back to you, Cynthia.
Jolly, thank you. And now we're going to check in with Melissa Duggan at Aaron O'Toole's headquarters. Melissa, we just heard from a Liberal strategist that he thought Justin Trudeau's done a very good job in answering why we had to have this question. I suspect most of the people at your location would disagree.
Yes, that's right. Here, what they're saying, that this wasn't the time for the election, that we're in the middle of a pandemic, we should not be heading out to the polls. We've been seeing those long lines outside of polling stations. Is that the move right now that we should be making? Conservatives here is saying no, but they're also saying that their candidate, Aaron O'Toole, is the one to pick to rebuild our country. We're seeing more and more supporters pour in to this venue here in Oshawa, just east of Toronto. We're seeing, actually, we have a bar behind me over here. I've got a great view of it. 2 stories, glass walls. We're seeing more people go in there. We'll keep an eye on those antics. We also had a chance to talk to some supporters as they were coming in. Here's some of what they had to say.
Aaron O'Toole, taking it all the way.
What did you like about his campaign?
What didn't I like about his campaign? It was very well run, well organized. He was out there.
I want to point out the cowbell there as well, really bringing in the hockey feel. We are in the Tribute Community Center, which is the home to the Oshawa Generals, the hockey team. So we're bringing that kind of feel out into the crowd as well. We expect some people behind us soon, and we're going to really gauge how they're feeling about how the night is going. And it's going to be a long one for us. Sending it back to you, Cynthia.
Lisa, thank you. Next, we are going to Lisa Yuzda at NDP headquarters with Jagmeet Singh. Now, Lisa, right now, the NDP look like they're showing with 17 seats. At dissolution, they had 24. So it looks like they're going to at least match, potentially, maybe add a couple of seats, although we're not sure yet. What is the mood there at the NDP headquarters?
Unlike some of the other headquarters, it's very quiet here. Because of COVID rules, it is just reporters in here. But I have spoken to some senior folks in the NDP campaign tonight, and they say that they're optimistic that they will at least hit that 24 that you talked about, but they're really hoping to push through. Some saying 30 would be a great night. And overall, regardless of what the seat count is, as long as it's around 24, they think that it's been a successful campaign, that they're happy with what they've left on the campaign trail. They're happy with how their leader pushed the federal Liberals to act within the pandemic, to push for supports for people. And we're going to hear more from one of the NDP candidates tonight who is hoping to return as the MP for Vancouver East, Jenny Kwan. And her odds are looking really good to go back. And we're going to talk to her and see if she thinks there will be more NDP MPs joining her back in Ottawa. Now back to you, Cynthia.
Thank you. Next, we're going to bring Adrienne Gobriel into this conversation. Adrienne's with the Greens in Toronto. And you know, Adrienne, she took a big gamble, Annamie Paul, running against in a Liberal stronghold, in which she lost in the by-election.
Yeah, that's right, Cynthia. You know, it's an embattled. She's an embattled leader right now. She had members of her own party try and oust her before the election, though. Annamie Paul is keeping it positive here tonight in Toronto Centre at her campaign headquarters. The supporters here, they're feeling good. You can't quite see them because they're behind a little bit of a glass door here, but they're dancing in the background. There's a DJ in the other room. Annamie Paul is in the house. She declined to speak to media or get on the stage just yet, though she did speak with her supporters and her volunteers just moments ago. Here's what she had to say.
I'm going to be heading back up, but eat, drink, be merry, enjoy your hard work, enjoy all that you've done to get to this point. I think it's going to be a long night. I think I'm personally very concerned to hear that there's still polling stations that are open and that are going to be open for hours because of what has happened. We know that our riding had the least polling stations, so it could be a while. So I hope that is an open bar, and I hope that there's more food. Enjoy yourselves, okay?
As you just heard there, Miss Paul saying that it's going to be a long night. There are concerns. You've seen the lineups on our special that, they're using less venues for people to go cast their ballots. The lineups are still long in many ridings, including here in Toronto Centre. Now, we also heard Miss Paul tell her supporters that she hopes it's an open bar. I can confirm that it is not an open bar. It's about $10 a beer here tonight, though. Many supporters still enjoying themselves. We're going to be back. We're hoping to hear from Annamie Paul shortly. We'll also have some VIPs, some Green Party insiders, and candidates who will be speaking with us tonight. We'll hear from them in a little bit.
I'm at the Bloc Québécois headquarters in downtown Montreal, looking quite empty. In 2019, these seats were full, but amid public health restrictions and an ongoing pandemic, the gathering tonight is limited, but the stage is set for leader of the Bloc Québécois, Yves-François Blanchet, to deliver his remarks later this evening. The Bloc billing itself as the only party to promote Quebec's interests at the federal level, and they're looking to make some gains tonight. Blanchet said he previously was hoping to win at least 40 of Quebec's 78 seats. In 2019, under Blanchet, they won 32 seats compared to the 10 they won in 2015. Now in Quebec, there are several battleground ridings, and after the boost from the English language debate, the Bloc Québécois are hoping for a major upset tonight. In Montreal, Alicia Rubertucci, City News.
All right, we are back at the big board. Interesting. In the last 15 minutes, we were looking at numbers of polls reporting. Not a whole lot. And then all of a sudden, they are coming in fast and furious. So we're going to bring you some incumbent wins. And we're going to begin in Ontario with Parry Sound Muskoka. We are seeing the incumbent of Scott Aitchison taking this one for the Conservatives. We're going to jump on through to Quebec, where there are two other big wins. The first one happening in Mégantic-l'Érable. And you're seeing an incumbent again, Luc Berthold, taking this one. Massive landslide for the Conservatives here. Again, staying with Quebec, let's bring you over to Gaspésie-les-Îles-de-la-Madeleine. And you're going to see here the incumbent Liberal, Diane Bottillier, taking this one as well. Not as big of a margin that we're seeing in this one. I wanted to bring you back to, if you were just joining us now, what happened earlier. Selkirk Interlake Eastman, Conservative elected in this one. And there's a significant difference between herself, James, I should say, as well as the NDP. But a rehash for what was happening in Atlantic Canada. And this is a major upset, and this one coming in the riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. If you're just joining us now, Rick Perkins of the Conservatives unseating the incumbent of Bernadette Jordan, who is the fisheries minister, and this one will be considered a major upset, definitely in Atlantic Canada. So again, the polls are starting to report. They are now closed, but we're going to bring you the results as soon as they do come in, especially those very tight races and ridings.
I'm outside Michelle Rempel-Garner's campaign headquarters, where she'll be speaking later tonight. Now, she is a very familiar face here in Calgary. In the 2019 election, she won the Calgary Nose Hill riding, which she is running for re-election this year. And in 2015, she won Calgary Centre North. And many eyes are on the Calgary Nose Hill vote this year because Michelle Rempel-Garner is the Conservative health critic. And there's a speculation that if the Conservatives do win this year, Erin O'Toole will make her the Minister of Health. That role is especially important for Albertans. Just last Friday, the province reported over 2,000 new cases of COVID-19, and healthcare workers are discussing a critical care triage. Now, to keep in mind with COVID-19 guidelines here in the province, I'm standing outside. Media and crowds will be outside all night to make sure that we are safe. In Calgary, Christy Kilburn, City News.
Canada's Liberal Party looking to make a dent in the blue armor that sweeps over Alberta. One place where they think they could do this, Calgary Skyview, with City Councillor George Tahal as their candidate. He's taking on incumbent Jake Sahota. Tonight so far, the mood has been tense, with supporters slowly rolling into Tahal's headquarters here. But the mood matches the reality of the situation itself. Projections have these two candidates neck and neck. We'll bring you the full results throughout the night. Reporting from Calgary Skyview, Stephanie Lasuk, City News.
Well, over the last 2 years, the pandemic has dominated politics, and healthcare professionals have had public platforms like never before. Over to Tara Overholt in Calgary with a panel of public health experts offering up their unique perspectives on this election. Tara.
Thanks so much, Cynthia. From isolation to misinformation to unemployment, during COVID, the mental health of Canadians has been affected negatively for going on 19 months now. And let's be honest, we aren't going to all snap back once this pandemic is over. So during this election, we've heard of talk of 10 sick days from the Liberals and the NDP. The Liberals and Conservatives also pledged to increase provincial transfers for mental health. Most plans have been a bit light on details. So let's go to our experts and what they think we need to be seeing. So Dr. McKenzie, where does the money need to flow and who really needs to be prioritized when it comes to mental health?
We had a mental health crisis before the pandemic, and the pandemic has made it worse. As you said, COVID itself causes mental health problems. Physical distances and lockdowns increase their depression and anxiety, and the economic impacts have increased stress. The way forward, however, is to protect people's mental health as well as increasing funding for mental health services. And so that means we need to look at what makes people stress. We need to look at housing. We need to look at evictions. We need to make sure people have good jobs and sick days. And we need to focus on hard-hit groups like racialized groups, Indigenous groups, LGBT groups. And this is not something that can be done by the feds alone. And that's why some people have called for a mental health social contract with the feds, the provinces and the cities, the third sector and industry all involved in building a new 10-year plan to rebuild our mental health.
10-year plan to rebuild our mental health. All right, Professor Hardcastle, let's think about the difficulty that may lay ahead for the federal government, whoever comes into power, because really it is the province that ends up delivering these kinds of programs. So what do we need to see here?
Well, I think that we'll need to see the feds work with the provinces to implement any sort of funding arrangement. And I think some of the premiers are happy to work with the feds, depending who they are, and others have been resistant in the past to conditional transfers. And so that may be a barrier to the uptake of whatever program whoever comes into power wants to implement.
Dr. McKenzie, I'm just going to go back to, we're talking about how mental health, the economy, but it's also about racialized communities, and we've been talking about, universal health care, basic income and things like that. Is that something that's going to be pressed upon to have shelter and food and all those things that really do help with mental health?
Yes, most definitely. The social factors that keep you well, 85% of your risk of illness is linked to social factors. And so if you can improve things like housing and look at evictions, if you can look at things like the basic income, you can improve health. In fact, during this pandemic, there is evidence that the CERB protected the mental health of people who are unemployed. And so though we always think about increasing funding to provinces to build mental health services, we also have to think about social policy and economic policy and what the feds can do to make people's lives easier, because decreasing people's stress can decrease their risk of mental health problems.
And I know that in the next panel chat, we're going to talk a little bit about economic recovery, because what we're learning with mental health and CERB is that there's also quite a range, or the gap between the haves and the have-nots is really growing in Canada. So that's one of our next topic when we return, as coverage of the federal election continues here on City News. And we have breaking news, and this is much sooner than expected. The Liberal win is being declared at this hour, at this very minute, a Liberal win in this election. I'm going to send it straight to Zhao Li at Justin Trudeau's Liberal Party headquarters. Zhao Li, what is the mood there right now? Are people even understanding this yet? Has it sunk in?
Oh, it's sunk in. There's been a sort of slow ripple as the news made its way across the room. You can see behind me now, some Liberal supporters have started to make their way out onto the floor because, I mean, the news is out. Everyone knows. Though there is a question of precisely how big the win will be and what Justin Trudeau will do with a renewed minority mandate. Of course, during this entire campaign, he said again and again he wants a majority because he's got big plans for the future, build back better, that kind of thing. And he said that he's running on all sorts of things that he didn't run on in 2019, and he's going to need a majority to do it. Well, it's unlikely he'll get that majority, though he will be returned to power. So the question now remains, what's going to happen? Is he going to strike a deal with the NDP and return to a vote supply arrangement similar to what we had before the election, which then begs the question, of course, why did we do this at all? The NDP, of course, said that they'd be willing to supply the votes, and there's $600 million plus well spent, I suppose. But yes, it's a Liberal win, and there is a buzz in the air. As you can see, there is quite a bit of excitement happening here at the Liberal Election Night HQ in Montreal.
Thank you, Zhao Li. Now, excitement given a COVID and pandemic. I mean, it's not like we would normally see during an election. Let's check in now with Melissa Duggan and Erin O'Toole's headquarters, and I imagine it's a rather muted mood at the moment right now, Melissa. And of course, the point is, if it's still, we don't know, Liberal minority, majority, if it is a minority, the Liberals need a dance partner.
You know, just moments ago, I was talking to a Conservative strategist. I said, listen, if the political landscape doesn't change too much to what we had before the election, where's the Conservative Party at in 2 months from now? Where's the Conservative Party leader in 2 months from now? And he said, listen, sometimes it takes a few kicks at the can to become prime minister. And maybe this is just the first kick at the can. We'll see where things go from here. So it looks like they're already starting to retool, figure out where they're going to reposition themselves going forward. And they're really going to have to look to the future here. They're going to have to look back at the campaign, realize what kind of mistakes were made. You know, maybe saying that line over and over again that an election isn't what we need right now. Maybe a different strategy was what they needed. I was also asking this Conservative strategist, you know, O'Toole wanted to go big tent, include as many people as possible in there. Was that the right strategy, to go moderate, maybe, you know, not including people who would normally, traditionally vote Conservative? Did he ignore them? What kind of a strategy are we going to see next time around? Are we going to have another one of these elections in another 18 months from now? Time's going to tell. Back to you, Cynthia.
How many knives are out? Thank you very much, Melissa. Now let's check in with Lisa Yuzda at NDP headquarters. What is the mood there, Lisa? Because, you know, Jagmeet Singh, he could be the kingmaker.
Well, it's quiet here right now, but it has been throughout the night. All of the campaign leadership, including leader Jagmeet Singh, are holed up in a room watching this. So, you know, it seems like a pretty good night right now. Elections Canada showing that the NDP are leading in 23 ridings. 24 is what they wanted to match from last time. They're hoping to go as far as 30. So with more counts to come in, it's looking like they could exceed the bare minimum they were looking for at 24. And so I think that bare minimum, as far as I've heard so far from the campaign management, that will make it a success.
Okay, thank you very much. Adrian Gabriel, We're going to give the final word on the leaders roundup to you tonight. Anime Paul, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see how she survives this next election. And I am looking at one seat with the Greens. You know, they left the dissolution with 2.
Yeah, survival is the name of the game for Anime Paul. Cynthia, you know, there's still a party atmosphere here at the Greens headquarters. They're still hopeful. They're going to try and take the first ever federal seat here in Ontario. Now, I'm joined again by Phil DeLuna, who's, you know, you're running in St. Paul. You're, as you know, up against, you know, a star Liberal candidate. And, you know, how difficult is it to make inroads, you know, for candidates like yourself, for Anime, who's in, you know, running in Toronto Centre, where the Liberals have had a hold since 1993?
Yeah, no, it's extremely difficult. And I always liken this situation to kind of if you're a startup against a big incumbent corporation, right? And me personally, I love being an underdog. So it's really difficult when you think about the amount of money, the infrastructure, all of the name recognition, as well as just the people within the community that they can pull on regularly. The Greens have to build that from scratch, and that's why it's always about the ground game for the Greens.
When it comes to, you know, attracting candidates, it's been well documented that, you know, the Greens couldn't get a full complement of candidates across the country. Someone like yourself, you're a PhD, you're a scientist, you're the youngest ever director of the National Research Council of Canada. How do we bring in smart people? You can hear some applause in the background. We may have an enemy signing. You know, how do we continue to bring in young minds and bring intelligent people into politics?
Yeah, well, I think it really begins by showing them that they belong there. You know, I think for me, one of the things I was really passionate about is lowering the barriers of entry, especially for non-traditional candidates. Being Filipino-Canadian, a first-generation immigrant, a scientist, right? I think we need to have more science in politics, and that works by showing people that there's a space for these people and to reach them where they are. So I'm running because Anime asked me to. She recruited me to run. And that's what it takes. It takes these parties that are established to look outside their normal pool of candidates and try to find new candidates, more diverse candidates with a broad range of experience and expertise. That's how you reach them.
Before we let you go, your thoughts on potentially the Liberals winning the most seats tonight. Do you believe the Greens have a preference for which party they would like to work with in Ottawa?
You know, I think the Greens have always been a party that wants to collaborate with any other party. So I don't think there's a strong preference one way or the other. I mean, let's be frank here. The Conservative climate plan and the Liberal climate plan are very different. And from a climate change perspective, my personal preference would be a Liberal minority. But as far as the party goes, I mean, I think we have to wait to see how all the cards fall. And then once we know that, we'll know how we can work in the next parliament together.
You mentioned, I got to ask you then about your climate plan, because, you know, there's even former members of the Green Party that endorsed the Liberals' Green Plan. Do you believe that the Green Party's, you know, broke away from the pack enough, that it was strong enough? Because many people are saying that the Liberals is a really solid plan.
Yeah, well, you know, I'll give credit where credit is due. The Liberals' plan is a good one. However, it simply doesn't go far enough or fast enough. And I think one of the, Andrew Weaver, who was the former leader of the BC Green Party who endorsed the Liberal plan, and I have so much respect for Andrew as a climate scientist as well. The fact is, it's a plan that is pragmatic and it gives steps. But over the past 6 years, Canada is the only G7 country to continue to increase emissions year on year. The Green Plan is ambitious, it sets the highest target, and it's daring and it's difficult. So I think what people are judging these plans, a plan is a plan, but what we need to look for and what I'm still waiting for is action. How come our emissions continue to rise? And that's why I was personally inspired to run, because I want to push the government to follow through with their plans and lower the emissions, because my generation, the younger generation, will be the ones who are disproportionately impacted by climate change as time goes on.
Hope remains here. Thank you very much for joining us. We're going to check back in. We're still waiting for Anime to take the stage. We've been told that she's waiting right now for more votes to come in her riding here in Toronto Centre. Again, you know, a key riding for the Green Party, a key riding for her political future. Many believing that if she doesn't win tonight, this could be the end of her very short political career. She could be gone before we even get to know her. We're going to have to wait and see. I'm going to send it right back now to Cynthia Mullikinson.
All right, Adrian, thank you. She's not the only leader who may be looking for a new job after this election. We don't know how it's going to shake out quite yet. Again, we have declared a Liberal win. We do not know yet, though, if it is a majority or minority government. If it is a minority, Justin Trudeau will still need another party to prop him up. Over to Mark McAllister now. In one of the key GTA ridings that the Conservatives are hoping to get, where do things stand, Mark?
Well, Richmond Hill is one of those ridings that we were going to be watching closely and still are, because the Conservative Party wants to get the most seats that they possibly can in order to impact what's going to be happening with this government that will be taking its place. Joining me right now is Lois Brown, former MP under the Harper government as part of Newmarket Aurora. Thank you for joining us. We're here at the headquarters for Kostas Menegakis, the Conservative candidate in this area. How do you feel, first and foremost, about the idea of another Liberal minority government, or at least a Liberal win at this point?
Well, let me say, first of all, Mark, that I'm here to support my former colleague and very good friend, Kostas Menegakis, an outstanding member of Parliament when we sat in the House together. And I haven't seen the numbers yet for Richmond Hill, but sincerely hope, as you said, that these are the ridings around Toronto that are the ones that are going to make the difference in the ability for the Conservatives to make a breakthrough. So we're still crossing our fingers here for Costa. I'm watching for the numbers, but haven't seen them yet. And I think that another Liberal minority tells us that this truly was a vanity election for Justin Trudeau, that we have spent $600 million on an election in the fourth wave of the pandemic that was unnecessary. There is still 2 years left in the mandate. And in a minority government, the responsibility of the ones that have the most seats is to do some negotiation with the other side, which is really what good politics is all about.
So let's talk about that a little bit. You served 2 terms, including a minority government under Stephen Harper. So how did you go about doing that, and how is it that you can serve in a minority government and make any kind of difference?
Well, first of all, it is up to the House leaders to go to their colleagues in the House of the same responsibility, and to make sure that there is some trade-offs. Sometimes there's trade-offs on private members' bills that come forward. Sometimes there's trade-offs on motions that people want to get into the House. And so it is up to the House leader to have those discussions with the other House leaders. There's a lot that can be done. But I still say this was an unnecessary election. Mr. Trudeau had the opportunity to work with his colleagues in the House of Commons. We have spent $600 million on top of all of the money that we've spent for the pandemic. $600 million that Canadians are going to have to pay for.
That said, there is going to be a look at how Aaron O'Toole ran his campaign and how he was unable to actually capture a government at this point. How do you assess how the Conservative Party did in this campaign?
Well, I think that Aaron O'Toole has made himself known across the country. He did a good job doing that. He's reached out to people in every part of the country, and I think that Canadians are getting to know him.
Excellent. Once again, we are at the headquarters for Kostas Menegakis, the Conservative candidate here in Richmond Hill. They're still hoping that they can indeed pick up a seat from Ajad Johari, who is the current Liberal MP at this point, but who never knows. And again, this could end up being decided overnight as well. We know that there are quite a few mail-in ballots. This riding in particular has only been decided by a couple hundred votes over the last couple of elections.
Gun violence continues to be an important ballot box issue for the federal election. Young voters say gun violence needs to be a priority for whichever party forms the next government. Asma Danouj is a university student at Polytechnique, where over 30 years ago, 14 women were killed at the school. Asma, thank you for joining me. Can you tell me, why do you think it's so important to tackle gun violence right now?
I think it's this important because it's our responsibility as citizens to stand for global safety, for the safety of our fellow classmates, for our fellow neighbors. So it is definitely something that we should put in front of our values.
We'll see how Quebec voters have responded tonight in Montreal. Sam Sarah Rainville, City News.
Okay, we're talking special ballots this hour. As I told you before, over 1.2 million Canadians requested these ballots. But if you want to learn more about where these Canadians are located, Elections Canada has that list for you. So top 10 ridings where special ballot voting kits have been issued to electors. Something interesting here, in the top 10, the ridings are in either British Columbia or Ontario. In fact, BC represents 7 of the top 10 here. I asked an Elections Canada spokesperson why that's the case. Take a listen.
I'm sure that, all the fires that are currently ongoing or were ongoing had something to do with that, because a lot of people were evacuees, so they didn't know if they were going to be in their own riding during the election. So I'm sure that this is part of the answer here.
Okay, you saw the key there. Justin Trudeau will remain Prime Minister, but we asked the question in our non-scientific Twitter poll. We asked, are you planning to stay up until the election is declared? There's still so much to go through, so stay tuned. Over 28% said yes. Over 71% said no. So we've been asking these scientific polls online about some of these questions. Tonight, we have one about snacks that's doing pretty well right now. Another question we've been asking viewers is, where are you guys watching, with who, and what are you doing? So I want to show you one of the responses here. Matthew, watching online from CityNews Toronto in Oshawa, Ontario. That's me, Matthew. So Matthew, looking at me, looking at you. Thanks so much for tuning in. And of course, you can continue participating in our non-scientific CityNews Twitter polls and submit your videos and photos on our social media pages.
All right, well, we are going to have our panel at play here again. Let's discuss pipelines. And this is one of the issues that really wasn't discussed a lot in this election. COVID, anger overshadowed many of the key issues. I'm actually going to start with Suzanne. I'd love your opinion on pipelines. You and I discussed this off camera a short time ago, and you are really in favor of them. Can you explain why?
Yes, well, I'm strongly in favor of Canada's energy industry, and we really see it on the ground in British Columbia because we have several major projects underway. We've got the liquefied natural gas project terminating at Kitimat. We've got the Trans Mountain pipeline, which is an oil pipeline. We've got Site C Hydro, so we've got big energy projects at BC. When we talk about affordability and when we talk about building the economy, I hope that it seems like it's going to be the Liberals again. I hope that they start to love Canada's energy industry because it's extremely valuable to our economy. 25% of our exports are from the energy industry. If we start saying we don't like the tar sands anymore, we don't like the oil sands, we're exporting those jobs. Instead of paving roads and building schools in Canada, we're paving roads and building villas in Russia or Saudi Arabia. We're just going to be exporting those jobs. Canada's energy, nobody does energy better than Canada does. And if we want to think of good family supporting jobs and a great industry for our country, I do think we can embrace our energy industry.
Okay, Suzanne, unfortunately, because of COVID, you can't be in studio and you can't see Mike Schreiner's face, who is head of the Green Party, the Liberal Green Party leader here in Ontario. Mike, I'm going to let you rebut this, and it is a fascinating debate and one that sadly we did not have enough of in this election campaign.
Yeah, we absolutely didn't have enough talk about the climate emergency that we're facing. And yes, let's embrace Canada's energy sector, the renewable energy sector. That's where global capital investment is going. Even the International Energy Association, which historically has been pro-oil and gas, a relatively conservative mainstream organization, is saying we cannot invest in any new fossil fuel infrastructure in the world if we have any hope of avoiding a climate catastrophe. So why would Canada invest in expanding pipeline capacity when we simply can't afford to do that? We need to be honest with Canadians about what it's going to take to address the climate emergency and what it's going to take to make sure we're a renewable energy superpower. We have the capacity to do it. Let's do it, but we need the political will to make it happen.
So let me ask you this. After a summer where we saw forest fires and so many issues relating to the climate crisis, why aren't the Greens resonating more? Why aren't we see right now 3 projected seats. Why aren't we seeing way more? Why is that message not resonating with Canadians?
Yeah, well, I think all too often we have mainstream media and commentators saying, hey, we can somehow invest more in fossil fuel infrastructure and address climate at the same time. And physics
Yeah, you're blaming the
simply is
media.
saying, no.
It's your
So-
party. What's going on here?
Well, I mean, partly there was some internal divisions within the Green Party that I think, made it a rough go in the early days of this campaign. I will say, though, the party looks to be like it's going to expand the number of seats. Yeah, it may only be from 2 to 3. But I think the Green Party is a party that as climate becomes a bigger and bigger issue, will continue to grow and we'll continue to see our seats grow. I mean, we're seeing that in Ontario. We're setting record fundraising numbers almost every month, and I think it's because of the leadership that the Ontario Greens have been showing within the legislature on issues like climate and housing affordability.
Saul, Estevan, I'm so sorry. We've run out of time. I'm going to send it over to Melanie Ng, and she's been watching all the big numbers on the board. We see them rising. We've declared a Liberal victory. We don't know if it's minority, majority. Mel, let's take a look at the ridings. What are you seeing firsthand?
You got it, Cynthia. Remember when I checked in with you about 20 minutes ago and we said it was slow? Now all of a sudden we know what's happening because these results are coming in fast and furious. No surprise here. We're going to bring you right to Quebec, where Yves-François Blanchet taking this one incumbent and an absolute landslide here in his riding. We're going to take you to some other incumbents as well. Michelle Rempel-Garner with Calgary Nose Hill taking this one as well. A significant win here for the incumbent as well. And now we're going to take you through the GTA, some ridings that we were watching fairly closely, including Scarborough Rouge Park incumbent Gary Ananda-Sangari winning this one big time for the Liberals. Again, with the Liberals, this is big. The former Minister of Transportation, Omar Al-Gabra, with Mississauga Centre taking this one. You can see a massive one as we move it through here. There we go. Thank you very much. Here are his numbers of 4,700 compared to with 61 of 233 reporting, but already a big win for Omar Al-Gabra. Finally, I just want to show you one last one in Brampton East, and that is the incumbent Menender Sidhu taking this for the Liberals as the incumbent as well. So we're continuing to tally here, Cynthia, and it's happening fast. And taking over from me here at the big board will be Erica Natividad, and she'll bring you more results coming up in just a bit.
The riding of Waterloo outside of the campaign office for Liberal incumbent Bardish Chagger, who won the seat for the Liberals back in 2015 with 49.7% of the vote, then beating out Conservative incumbent Peter Braid in a Liberal sweep of Waterloo region. Now that momentum did carry forward into 2019 federal election, with Bardish again winning with 49% of the vote, or almost 49% of the vote. Now whether we'll see that momentum carry forward into 2021, time will tell, but it may not be as much of a slam dunk with Bardish's involvement in the Trudeau government's We Charity scandal, a recent memory for voters, with her being the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth. The Conservatives' Megan Shannon and NDP's Jonathan Castles will be pushing to flip the riding for their parties. The Conservatives need to win at least 2 or 3 seats if they want a shot at forming a minority or majority government. Over 20,000 voters here in the riding of Waterloo participated in advanced polling. That's the highest number in the region and marks a 51% increase over what we saw in 2019. Though with 85,000 voters in this riding, we'll have to wait, watch the numbers, and see how it goes.
It's really anyone's race here in Kitchener-South Hesper, as the incumbent is not running for re-election. The incumbent Marwan Tabara came in as a Liberal MP, and he's been sitting as an independent since June 2020. That's when news broke of his arrest. I'm currently inside Tyler Calver's office. Now, he is the Conservative candidate running for Kitchener-South Hesper this election. But, you know, at this point, it's hard to tell. The vote could easily go to his Liberal counterpart, who's running for the Kitchener-South Hesper election, and that is Valerie Bradford. I am keeping an eye on the race, on the tallies as they come in. Stay tuned for updates.
Well, the pandemic and healthcare in general have been central issues for voters this election. Let's head over to Calgary, where Tara Overholt is speaking with medical experts to get their take on where we are and what's next, Tara.
Thanks, Cynthia. Well, the federal government instituted CERB, which many say helped people get through this pandemic as unemployment rose and people had to stay home. There's also been some backlash, some saying this policy led to a lack of workers opting to go back to work because they could stay home and collect. Let's get to Dr. McKenzie. What have you seen emerge as some economic issues from COVID?
Well, I think that Canada actually is in the middle of the G7 countries when it comes to economic recovery and employment. And most sectors are now back to or have actually surpassed pre-pandemic employment levels. But unfortunately, the gap between rich and poor has increased during the pandemic. Long-term unemployment, is up 22%, and low-paid people are the most likely not to have gone back to their jobs, especially racialized and indigenous populations. And so their employment remains low. So I think when we're looking at the recovery, we have to look at focusing on those populations, because those were the populations, low-paid, racialized, indigenous, that were hardest hit by COVID. They're the people who are the essential workers. And I think we have to look at that and think about that when we're thinking about our recovery. And some of the nonsense that we're hearing about people not going back to work because they're being paid the CERB or other benefits, I think we have to dispel that and really have to look at why people won't go back to low-paid jobs without sick days, with poor worker protections. I think that if we give people proper jobs, they're going to take them.
And I think that's one thing you're talking about, those proper protections, which was really key when we go in opening businesses, closing businesses. People want to feel protected when they do actually go back to work. So is that something that you see people really pushing for when they do head back to work?
I think it's reasonable to think about a new normal and to say, well, the old normal where we had not proper protections at work, where people weren't paid properly, is what made us vulnerable in part to COVID-19 in the first place. So I think when we're looking at the recovery, we have to learn the lessons from COVID and start thinking about properly protecting people, making sure that they have the basics like sick days and a wage that they can actually live on.
All right, well, small businesses have been hit hard, and so too have many women, as many of the hard-hit sectors were service industries. So, Dr. Hardcastle, a national daycare program has been a big promise from the Liberals. So what kind of policies do you think are going to be really effective moving forward for the economy?
Well, I think that the pandemic has hit women hard in two ways. Of course, it's hit them in terms of losing jobs, which some have called the she-cession, the service industry jobs. But then it's also hit them hard in terms of some of those frontline jobs. I'm thinking mainly of long-term care as the quintessential example. It's hit them hard in terms of infection rates and safety and poor working conditions. And so I think that, of course, we need to address those working conditions, particularly in long-term care, where we have many women, many of whom are racialized women. In terms of the daycare issue, I think that's going to be crucial to getting women back to work. I'm concerned about a daycare program that would be something like a tax rebate as opposed to one that's focused on creating daycare spaces, because that's one of the problems that we have, is that when you make it more affordable, you need to create those spaces as well for those kids to go to.
And many say that when you do create those spaces and affordable health daycare, rather, that you actually are going to see an economic return on that. So is this something that you feel is really, really important?
I do. I think it is important. I think that when you're investing in something like daycare or in those kinds of programs, not only are they beneficial to the participants, but they're beneficial to the economy. And there's really a good business case for more affordable daycare in Canada.
What do you say to those businesses like restaurants? I keep thinking about that they've been opening and closing. What would small businesses like that like to see?
Well, I think that as we've learned from the past waves of the pandemic, I think one of the things that's helpful for small businesses is certainty. And one of the things I think has been difficult is the flip-flopping on rules, or there's rules and then they're changed mere days later. And I think to the extent that we can learn from past waves and past restrictions and what works and what doesn't work, we can have more carefully tailored public health restrictions and give businesses more notice of those changes so that they can react better.
All right, wonderful. Thanks so much to my experts. We're going to have more with them coming up throughout the night as City News election coverage continues.
Thank you very much. Now it is time to say goodbye to those of you watching on City TV Vancouver, but grab your phone or tablet because our coverage is continuing online. Just go to citynews.ca or any of our social media channels. We will bring you the live speeches from all the main party leaders over the next few hours. Well, it happened a lot quicker than most of us expected. City News is projecting a Liberal victory tonight, even though votes are still being counted across the country. You are looking at a live shot of Liberal headquarters in Montreal, where we are expecting to hear from Leader Justin Trudeau later this evening. And that is, of course, crushing news for the Conservatives. Some pollsters gave Erin O'Toole an outside shot at pulling off an upset tonight. Many others said this election was simply too close to call, and it could be a while before a winner was declared. Well, that definitely was not the case. We are expecting to hear from O'Toole a little later this evening. He will be speaking from Oshawa, Ontario. Good evening, I'm Cynthia Mulligan in our City News studios in Toronto. It is time to welcome in those watching in on City TV in Toronto and Montreal. So, we know the Liberals will be holding on to power, but what remains to be seen is whether the party will be able to win a majority or if we'll end up right back where we started with a minority government. Here's where we stand right now. The magic number for a majority is 170. You can see the Liberals are falling short of that at the moment. For reference, the Liberals won 157 seats 2 years ago during the last federal election. In just a few minutes, we'll be taking a closer look at some of the crucial ridings that are just simply too close to call right now. But the big story of the night, of course, is the Liberals hanging on to power. Let's head straight to Xiaoli Li, who is live at Trudeau headquarters. Yes, a victory for Justin Trudeau, but is he walking out of this election a stronger leader or one that is wounded, Xiaoli Li?
It's very difficult to say. I was talking to a McGill political analyst, Daniel Ballon, near the start of the election, and I asked him this exact question. If he wins, but he gets a minority, how is he going to feel? And he said, Mr. Ballon said, you know, if I was Justin Trudeau, I'd be worried about perhaps getting stabbed in the back over this. But perhaps it's a bit too early to speculate about that kind of thing right now. The Liberals have won another government, though not the majority they were asking for. It would be a true embarrassment to the party if they were to come back with fewer seats than when they dissolved Parliament, but it still remains to be seen. As you said, many ridings are still too close to call. I was looking at some results for Thunder Bay Rainy River earlier, and that is still a three-way heat, with about 29% for the Liberals, the Conservatives, and the NDP. So there are probably quite a few ridings like that out there where we still don't know exactly who is going to be MP when all the dust settles. The vibe here is a bit weird. There's COVID-19 restrictions in place, so as you can see behind me, you're not seeing the usual throng of passionate Liberal supporters. Instead, when the news came in that the Liberals were likely to win and form government, it was more like a bit of a muted ripple. You saw some people make their way out onto the floor, walk around for a bit, then just leave. But everyone's still sort of anticipating for when the man of the hour, Justin Trudeau himself, is expected to take the stage. We're hearing that he should be ready to give his remarks at around 12:30, and we'll see exactly what he has to say about this result. Back to you, Cynthia.
Thank you. Now we're going to check in with Melissa Duggan, who is at Erin O'Toole's campaign headquarters in Oshawa. And I guess the big question now, other than the disappointment, Melissa, is will he be able to survive? His predecessor, Andrew Scheer, was booted out quite quickly after even though if you look, we have projection of 122 Conservative seats versus 119 from the last election, it's still a big blow.
It is. And, we just heard cheers here in Oshawa for the very first time tonight. And that was because Aaron O'Toole is projected to win his seat, a seat that he's had since 2012. So a victory there, but maybe not on the big scale. Now, there are only just a handful of people here. I'm listening to Xiao Li just moments ago saying, atmosphere is kind of meh. Same thing here, about 50 people that we're seeing. Normally, if we heard about the good news projected for the Liberals, maybe we just feel like the air was being sucked out of the room, but there wasn't really a lot of air to suck out of here. I was talking to a Conservative strategist just moments ago, asking him a little bit about the future, where things could go from here. Here's what he told me. Now, if nothing really changes in the political landscape after tonight, where's the Conservative Party going to be in 2 months from now?
Well, I mean, we've got a leader who's battle tested, who's been through an election campaign. The truth is, other than weird situations, Mr. Trudeau in 2015, for example, most times you need a couple of cracks at it. So Mr. Harper, for example, needed a couple of cracks at it. And we'll have a leader who has, frankly, been through the battle test and battle hardened stuff that is required. These are really hard to run. And so, we'll be a step ahead of where we were before.
And he's been in campaign mode for a lot of the past,
a couple of years, basically. A couple of years, yeah, 100%. It's and I think everybody probably needs a rest, and it's probably time for a rest.
Great, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you.
So will it be time for someone else maybe to get into campaign mode? We'll be finding that out in the weeks, months to come. I also asked that strategist too, what does a victory look like for you tonight? He said holding Trudeau to a minority government, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen here tonight, Cynthia.
And Melissa, it's very interesting because Aaron O'Toole really took the party in a different direction, more to the middle rather than a hard right. And we know the knives are already out amongst those in the party who are further to the right, who didn't like where he was taking that party. So it's going to be very interesting to watch over the coming days and months.
Exactly. We're hearing that word moderate when we talk about Aaron O'Toole. Is that a bad word in this circumstance? Obviously, if Canadian voters aren't being, pulled into his direction, then something has got to change here. What are we going to see in the next little while? Are we going to see things maybe, go more right next time to appeal to those voters and giving them another alternative instead of maybe looking elsewhere?
All right, Melissa, thanks very much. Now we're going to send it to Lisa Yuzda at NDP headquarters. And Lisa, it looks like the NDP, it's still early in the night, and the projections that the NDP will pick up 5 seats so far.
It's looking like they're doing well. They had 24 going into this election, and I've heard from campaign organizers tonight that anything beyond that is great news. Someone who is it's looking like some good news tonight, I have with me returning, it looks like MP Jenny Kwan with Vancouver East, and so far it's looking, she was projected to win, and it's looking like she's going to win. So does it feel like congratulations is in order yet?
Well, I never take the electorate for granted, and yes, the number's still coming in and it's looking good. It feels really good, and it's a reflection of what people were saying to me on the ground as I was campaigning, door knocking, phoning. Overwhelmingly people were saying, we like what you're doing. We like it that you're in Ottawa fighting for us, bringing a strong East Van voice to Ottawa. So the numbers are reflecting that, so I'm optimistic, but I'm not going to call it just yet until, we have the numbers really all in.
And, knowing that there's still a lot of polls to be counted, there are a lot of numbers to come in, but it's looking like the party has gained at least 5 seats, and that's looking pretty solid, so it could be more. Does that make this a massive win, a massive success?
Well, for us coming into the campaign, what we were striving to do is to increase our numbers, absolutely. We wanted to bring a strong New Democrat voice to the House of Commons. We know that when we elect New Democrats, they will be there fighting for you, as our leader Jagmeet Singh has been doing all throughout the entire campaign, and just really identifying with people and bringing their voice forward and amplifying their concerns and their needs. The truth is, if we weren't in an election election right now, we'll be in the House of Commons right now fighting for people. We would be pushing the government to bring in universal childcare as an example. We're heading into the fall. Families need to make sure that these programs are in place. And so New Democrats, the more we elect, the better it is, the stronger voice it is, and the fight for the people.
You know, Cynthia said earlier that, it's potential that your party could be the kingmaker. It's looking like that may or may not happen. So how do things change when you go back to Ottawa? If you have a few more seats, does that make a big difference, or is it going to be more of the same?
Well, regardless, however many seats, we're going to do our work, and we're going to keep on doing what we did before the election, and that is to fight for the people, to get better services and support for the people. We want to consistently hold the government to account and to say to the government that we can do better, we need to do better. And as we've said all throughout the entire campaign, better is possible. We believe in it fundamentally. And so in the House of Commons, however many New Democrats we elect, we're going to be fighting for the people.
So if you end up with 29, that's good. What would make you over the moon?
Well, it would make me over the moon. The more we get, the better. 29 is great, 30, 31, etc. The more we get, the better it is. And why do I say that? Because then it gives us that stronger voice in the House of Commons when we try to push issues forward, right? Whether it's the climate emergency, whether it's childcare, a national housing program, the overdose crisis, all of these issues. A strong voice means better supports for the people.
Thank you so much. That's Jenny Kwan, MP, it looks like, again, going back from Vancouver East. And in about a couple of hours, an hour and a half, we will hear Leader Jagmeet Singh here on the stage behind me. Back to you, Cynthia.
Lisa, thank you. Now we are going to check in with Adrian Gabriel at the Green Party headquarters in Toronto. Adrian, I see so far we have projections for 2 Green seats. And of course, Annamie Paul, what's happening with her? Is she even close in this riding?
Yeah, well, she was close in the recent by-election. She had 33% of the vote, roughly. Marcy Ian, a Liberal, who won in the recent by-election just less than a year ago, got about 43% of the vote. So Annamie Paul hoping to close that gap and turn this riding here in Toronto centre green. It's been a Liberal stronghold since 1993. Now we're here at the Green Party headquarters. Annamie Paul is in attendance. Supporters are enjoying themselves. They're behind a glass door here. I've got Sean Yeo joining us now, and he knows exactly what Annamie Paul is up against here in this riding in Toronto Centre, because you were her campaign manager in the recent by-election.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, some might scratch their head and go, man, why is the leader of the Green Party once again trying to win a seat in a Liberal stronghold?
Yeah, well, winning here is so important to Annamie because of her connection to this community. And a huge part of the Green Party of Canada and all the Green parties across all the provinces here is doing politics different. Certainly, we've heard lots of commentary on her choice to run here again. I was really proud of that decision, and we really showed that we can grow something really strong here. We came within 9 points, about 2,000 votes of beating the Liberals in the past by-election.
And you know how it feels to win in Ontario, because you were Mike Schreiner's campaign manager for the recent provincial Greens. What would it mean for a federal win here in Ontario for this party?
It would be an absolute game changer. I certainly don't want to diminish the amazing work that's happened winning in BC, and we've seen New Brunswick federal wins, and the provincial PIs have just been doing an amazing job. But we know to form a government in Canada, you're going to have to win in Ontario and Quebec, and that's a really important milestone for any political party.
And it's looking good tonight in Kitchener. You see those numbers rolling in for Mr. Morris. What goes through your mind?
How hard they've worked and how much they've earned that support. I'm not saying there weren't some extraordinary circumstances, but when the first past the post system, sometimes we need extraordinary circumstances to be able to get over that line. But I grew up in that riding. My mom's still there. I'm there every day, so I've been helping out with that campaign as well, and it's been really exciting to see them get this far, and I'm just so excited for them.
You know Annamie personally.
I sure do.
Did you see the attack coming from within the Green Party coming?
No, I was part of her leadership race team as well, and we pivoted from that immediately into the by-election. In a million years, I wouldn't have seen this coming. But leadership transitions are challenging in every organization. Political parties certainly aren't immune to that. I wish it had been something different, but the resilience, the tenacity, the integrity, the honor that Annamie has shown every step of the way is something I'm really proud of.
What do you say to voters? I've heard from some tonight who said, I voted Green at the last provincial election, though I didn't vote Green in the federal election because the party feels like they're in disarray because of this infighting. What would you say to them as a party insider, as a leader within the party?
I would say that it's our job as a political party to earn the trust of every voter, and if we weren't able to do that this time, then we're going to have to focus and find a way to do that next time. It's understandable. I still think that there's great opportunities here, but I certainly respect that the most important poll is the ballot box on election day.
If she doesn't win tonight, many have believed that Annamie Paul's political career could be over, at least as the leader of the Green Party. Do you believe that should be the case if she doesn't win tonight in Toronto Centre?
I think that whatever's next for Annamie is something that she's going to have to decide. This has been a very challenging time. Not only is this an election that we didn't need to have during a pandemic, but of course, as you mentioned, we've had some real challenges inside the party. What I know is that Annamie is one of the finest leaders I've ever had the privilege of working with, and whatever her decision is, I'm ready for what's next.
We look forward to hearing from her a little later on tonight. Sean Yeo, thank you for spending some time with us, sharing your insight. We appreciate it. I'm going to send it back now to Cynthia Mulligan.
Thank you. And we have breaking news. City News is declaring election 2021 a Liberal minority. Right now, with the seat projections, Justin Trudeau's party has 155. That's exactly how many Liberal seats the government had at dissolution. So again, City News is declaring it a Liberal minority, a 600 million plus election for basically the same result. We have lots to discuss on that note with our political panel. Now joining Saul and Mike and I virtually this hour is Will Stewart, a senior VP at Hill & Knowlton Strategies, and Andre Domise, columnist at Maclean's. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Will, let's get right at it with you. What happened? Did Aaron O'Toole peak too soon? Certainly. Oh, I believe he froze. Andre, we're going to start with you while we figure out our technical issues with Will Stewart. Andre, what is your take on this so far? We know Maxime Bernier, who was expected to steal a lot of votes from the Conservative Party, and perhaps that is why we're seeing the results that we are witnessing right now, but he's lost his own seat. What is your take on this in the PPC?
I guess the first place for me to start, after you having just announced that a Liberal minority is what we're looking for right now. Why did we just spend $610 million on an election to get the exact same result? My mind is blown by that. But on the matter of Maxime Bernier, I was actually surprised that he wasn't more competitive for his own seat. And I think perhaps Conservative voters took the message that a vote for the PPC is a vote for the Liberal Party. They may have taken that to heart. The unfortunate thing is that the PPC has close to quadrupled its popularity since the previous election. And a lot of people were saying that the best thing that we can do is ignore the People's Party of Canada. Their views, which can at the very least be described as unfriendly to immigrants and perhaps to the right extreme of Canadian politics, unfortunately resonates with a lot of people. What has also happened is that I think some very basic principles of freedom, some very basic principles of civil liberties were abandoned both by the Liberal Party and by the NDP, leaving anything regarding vaccine hesitancy to freedom of movements in the age of vaccine passports, to vaccine mandates, to pharmaceutical companies engaging in some incredibly scurrilous behavior, including trying to protect their patents by stopping countries in the global south from being able to infringe on those patents to make their own vaccines. All of these were just abandoned by progressive parties, leaving that entire range of debate and conversation to the right fringe. So unfortunately, this has led to outbreaks of violence and civil disobedience on the part of PPC supporters. And I think it's going to require a pretty lengthy conversation on exactly how much we're willing to tolerate, both from government encroachment on civil liberties and how deferential that any state should be to pharmaceutical companies, especially as these companies immensely profit in the age of our pandemic.
Do you think, and I'm going to open this discussion up, Andre, to my two panelists who are here in the newsroom with me, do you think, gentlemen, that the PPC has a future? Even though Maxime Bernier lost his seat, does he have a future? Are they no longer what could be called a fringe? I mean, I hate to say it to you, Mike, but they're getting more support than the Green Party is.
Yeah, well, they are getting more support, but the Greens are getting more seats.
True, very
And
true.
so, you know, I think it's pretty exciting from the Green Party perspective. It looks like we're going to have a breakthrough in Ontario. I think voters are going to decide if the PPC is here to stay and whether they're going to continue to support the party. And their current supporters will ultimately make that decision.
What are your thoughts on that, Saul? Do you think the PPC are here to stay?
You know, it's so important that we talk about how parties function within this democracy in Canada, and it's so important that you know, I don't think they were here to stay. I think just because I say that because you know, they're not. They don't align with the priorities of Indigenous people. And when we spend, like say, right now we just spent over $600 million. And how many water sewer systems could have that been in First Nations? I have 14 long-term boil water advisories in my riding. I have, you know, like Niskanaga has the longest boil water advisory in Canada, over 26 years. We're closing in on 27. And why can't we fix those? And I think and we need to be able to move forward on these issues. And when we talk about other parties, and I think, you know, I see this going back and forth of, I don't know what to call it, this colonial ping pong of governments, conservative and you know, liberals, on the rights of Indigenous people, right?
Justin Trudeau promised to end all the boil water advisories by 2021. That has not happened. Do you have any faith that he will do it going forward?
No. I say no because, like, I mean, he's never come to Niskanaga. He will attend when there's a celebration, but not when they're down, when people really need him. Like, I mean, it's a different, it's a different Canada for us when we live on reserve. And I think we need to be able to start working on, you know, the real, again, the real changes, that the fundamental changes that we need to be able to see, treaty rights, land claims, you know, the real reconciliation, not just talk. And I think that's what we need. And I think, we need to be able to deliver on those promises, not break them.
Thank you. Thank you. We have fixed our technical issues with Will Stewart, who is with Hill and Knowlton. Will, you're a conservative through and through. How do you explain this evening?
Yeah, definitely not the outcome the Conservative Party wanted tonight. But of course, we cast our minds back to maybe about a month and a half or 2 months ago. No one, including the Liberal Party of Canada, gave the Conservatives much of a shot. And here we are leading in the popular support. Here we are increasing our seat count potentially tonight, and watching the Liberals have a smaller seat count, although minimal reduction for them as well. But what we see is not the majority that Justin Trudeau went to the Canadian public for. That was his desire to have an election. That's the reason for the election. That was the ballot question in this election, and the Liberals came up short. So not necessarily a great night for the Conservatives, but also not necessarily a great night for the Liberals either.
You're putting a bit of a shiny spin on it. I know Conservatives are smart, of course. you are a strategist, of course. But let's face it, does Erin O'Toole have a future in this party? We saw what happened to Andrew Scheer after the last election. I think that Erin O'Toole did surprise people initially, and he in a positive way, and he was doing quite well. But did he peak too soon, and what went wrong?
Look, I don't know anybody, any strategist ever who has said, let's actually dampen our support during an election campaign. So I don't think you could control when the momentum hits. You can certainly control and work harder when the momentum goes down. But yeah, he got off to a great start. And I think that's what actually surprised a lot of people. And that's what's why we're seeing the results we are tonight for Erin O'Toole, not what the Liberal Party thought that they were going to get when they called this election. He came forward with a lot of brand new ideas, some new thinking, some innovative solutions, particularly on startups and intellectual property, to really encourage innovation here in Canada as well. He ran a campaign of ideas. And unfortunately, the Liberals ran a campaign of look what we've already done, despite saying you need to elect us to get out of this pandemic. So I think their message fell a little flat during this campaign. Ultimately, they're still the victors, and congratulations to them. The Conservatives have a lot of work to do to try to figure out how to beat this guy, and that job starts tomorrow, I suspect, for the party and the candidates.
But are the knives being sharpened as well?
I'm sure they are, but I mean, as you referenced it, Aaron O'Toole has seen what happened to Mr. Scheer and saw how fast it came. If anything, this Conservative campaign has been the most prepared, the most ready for the attacks that typically come from the Liberals, the same attacks we've heard for 20 to 25 years from the Liberal Party. For the most part, they were good at refuting them this time around. I think the Conservative Party took some hits on the ridiculous gun control accusations. But there you have it. They were good campaigners, those Liberals, and they were victorious tonight.
Andre Domise, I'm going to bring you back into this conversation. Maybe you're not quite as in much shock after the declaration of a Liberal minority government. Do you think that anybody has come out ahead at all in this election? I mean, we've seen the Liberal leader sort of use some wedge issues. He's alienated people who do not want to get vaccinated. We've seen Maxime Bernier increase his support, to your point, what, 6, 7, 8%. Where are we now on the political landscape in this country?
I don't think anybody came out of this looking better than before the election. I think that Justin Trudeau went into the campaign season possibly expecting a majority, or at the very least confident in his own position, and ended up in a dogfight. I think that Aaron O'Toole completely failed to resonate with voters. This approach that post-Harper Conservatives are taking to try and, I don't know, like cultivate an everyman approach. We saw Andrew Scheer try to do this, and Aaron O'Toole tried to do the same thing with this. I don't know, the handyman cover photo that
Yes.
failed to
that he got ridiculed for, yes.
Yeah, pick up widespread mockery for it. I think that Enemy Paul has not only not resonated with Canadian voters, but hasn't even resonated with Green voters, and the internal strife that boiled up inside of the Green Party, including having an assistant that, due to their own Zionist views, was pledging to get elected members of Parliament scuttled from the party. I think that just about every party throughout the course of this election has come off looking worse than before. And I think it begins to beg the question, what is it that we're doing exactly? You know, as far as the requirements to get through this pandemic, which is a large increase in social welfare to increase the housing stock or make available more housing stock, to get rid of large corporations that are buying up that housing stock and still driving up prices, whereas parties across the board were essentially trying to blame it on outside buyers, possibly non-residents, where it comes to getting access to prescription drug benefits. We asked for an all-hands-on-deck approach last year, where it came to the start of the pandemic, and we believe that we're all going to pull together as a country and get through this. And the exact same structural deficiencies and the exact same systemic racism and systemic discrimination that exists throughout all tiers of Canadian institutions, whether it comes to medical institutions, where it comes to the social welfare system. For example, like disabled people have fared the absolute worst throughout this pandemic.
Absolutely.
Racialized people have fared the absolute worst throughout the pandemic.
Yes.
None of these issues were addressed. None of them were fixed during the course of the pandemic. We were essentially just trying to hunker down until things could return to normal. And I think what's going to be required for any political party that hopes to gain foothold among voters is to understand there is no normal that we're going back to. This is the new normal. So how do you adjust for these new structural realities?
Hold that thought. We're going to end here, but we will pick up this conversation in a few minutes from now. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, we've seen unprecedented lineups at a few spots across the country, and Shauna Hunt is tracking that story in Richmond Hill tonight. Shauna, it's been quite a night.
Oh, Cynthia, yes, of course. The scene here, though, very different from, just 20 minutes ago. In fact, we're here in Vaughan, and the final voters were shuffled finally in through those doors. And right now, the final ballots are going into boxes, as we've been reporting all night from the city of Vaughan. Massive lineups all the way down The sidewalks around the parking lot, people were lining up basically along the street. At one point, there were lineups on the grassy side of the highway off-ramp. So really unprecedented numbers. The problem is this was really the only polling station for the city of Vaughan and beyond, and people came out in droves. At one point, police were estimating that the line was spanning about, 3 city blocks. Police had to come. They had to direct traffic. There were traffic jams in the parking lot. Some people waiting up to 2.5 hours. Now, standing by with me is a good Samaritan. So you live in the neighborhood. You saw the chaos. First of all, describe it to me.
So I was driving and I saw the Teston and the exit, and the people are already lined up and they're stuck. So then I took some water bottles and started coming and offering the water bottles. Yes, Election Canada have failed drastically on this issue, but I was very happy because if you see the millions of people, they have no freedom of expression, they cannot vote, the state persecution, the law does not allow them. But here in Canada, that is the democracy is winning, people are voting and expressing their rights. At 11:04, I saw the last voter went in. Just imagine, and those voters are standing for 3 hours. So that's my 2 cents. And then I saw some other people came and they start offering the water bottles. Yep. And then there was a diabetic patient. We tried to offer get something from the Tim Hortons. That's from my side.
All right, good stuff. So people coming together, a lot of frustration within this crowd, but overall people took it in stride. They were just happy that, they have this right to come and vote. But I can tell you, people were calling it ridiculous and unbelievable, and many saying that they will be filing a formal complaint with Elections Canada first thing in the morning. In Vaughan, Shauna Hunt, City News.
A 1 kilometer line and a 2-hour wait here at the Bentway polling station in the riding of Spadina-Fort York. Voters I've been speaking with calling the process frustrating and disorganized. Of Toronto's 25 ridings, 11 of them, including here in Spadina-Fort York, saw a more than 50% reduction in the number of polling stations in comparison to the 2019 federal election. The riding, home to some 115,000 residents, is a Liberal stronghold, and until 2 days ago, Kevin Wong was the Liberal candidate before the party cut ties with him over a dropped sexual assault charge in 2019. And while his name remains on the ballot, the Liberals say he will not sit in their caucus if elected. At the Bentway, Michelle Mackey, City News.
All right, we're at the big board now, and we're going to check in on each of the federal party leaders' respective ridings, starting with Beauce Maxime Bernier's riding. He has lost his bid for a seat here, lost it in 2019 under the newly formed People's Party of Canada. He's lost it once again to Conservative incumbent Richard Lehoux. Staying in Quebec, we're moving along to Yves-François Blanchet. He also, if it's coming up soon, has won in his riding, Yves-François Blanchet. And we're going to move on. There we go. So Yves-François Blanchet by quite a wide margin here, 17,000 votes there. You can see he has won that. We're going to move along to Papineau, which is Liberal leader Justin Trudeau's riding. And again, a wide margin here. Justin Trudeau has won that riding, 75 out of 212 polls reporting. Moving along to Ontario. In Durham, Aaron O'Toole has also won in his riding. He's been declared. He's held that seat since 2012, and he has it once again. Now we're going to move on now to Toronto Centre. Liberal incumbent Marcy Ian has been declared in this riding. Annamie Paul, the federal Green Party leader, this was her riding. It was going to be a hard-fought battle, but unfortunately she has lost it to Liberal incumbent Marcy Ian. It is a Liberal stronghold, so this sort of was expected. Jagmeet Singh in Burnaby South, currently in the lead here, 35 out of 191 polls reporting here. He is in the lead. The numbers are still coming in, but that's how it's looking right now. Liberals in second as it stands. Coming up, we're going to check in on the cabinet minister's riding, so stick with us. We'll be back at the big board soon.
It really still is anyone's race out here in Kitchener South Hespeler, as the incumbent is not running for re-election. But it does look like at this point, just checking the polls right now, it looks like Liberal candidate Valerie Bradford is currently leading the tally. Now,
Conservative candidate Tyler Calvert is picking up pace, so this could really go either way at this point. I am currently in Valerie Bradford's party here at this restaurant. There are some supporters here as well, as you can see behind me, and there's some in that area as well. At this point, we're just waiting for the votes to tally. You know, all eyes are glued onto the screen, and we just got to stay tuned for updates.
Bill 21 and 96 were front and center during this election campaign for Quebecers. Bill 96 is the proposed reform to Quebec's French language law, and Bill 21 is the province's secularism law, banning some public sector employees like teachers from wearing religious symbols while on the job. Asma Danouche is a university student at Polytechnique. Asma, what do you think is the impact of these laws, and do you think they'll be driving Quebecers to the ballot box?
I most definitely think that yes, it does. It will drive Quebecers to the voting boxes. It's they're subjects that affect people's lives, people's future, people's place in society. It gets them by their values, their heritage. So it's definitely something that people will think about, and it will drive them to go vote, hopefully.
We'll see how Quebec voters have responded tonight in Montreal. I'm Sarah Rainville, City News.
Here in Richmond Hill, much of the discussion in terms of what people wanted to talk about and hear about in this election is economic recovery and what happened with small businesses throughout the pandemic. In fact, some have said that this election was going to be a referendum on how the Liberal government handled the pandemic. And so we wanted to speak with Wendy, who's the owner of Archibald's Pub here in Richmond Hill, about everything that you had to deal with throughout when you had to shut the business down. What was that like for you?
Oh yeah, so during that time we had to receive the subsidy from government, so which was really helpful, rent subsidy and the wage subsidy. Without that we cannot survive.
So as a result of that, are you happy that the Liberal government will be back in place, or at least a minority government? And what are you looking for from them now?
For sure, we are really happy about the past, and then just looking for extend the subsidy in couple more months will be possible. And then it depends on the COVID situation. Really want to see the situation getting better, and then the business will go back to normal, so which was even better.
Have you noticed the number of customers starting to flow back in here? Well, obviously, you've got some people here in the bar behind me, but have things changed in any way?
Yes, for sure. Things have been changed, and then it's getting better. I can tell the customer be more willing coming out, come to restaurants, and they feel more comfortable as well, which I think make things different right now compared to the last year. We had the reopens, we can tell more people are really happy to stay out.
So obviously you've still got ways to go in terms of recovering some of the money that has lost. How long do you think it would take, even if you get some of that assistance?
Oh wow! In terms of times, I would say probably need another 6 months or even next summertime. So yeah, so like what I say, it depends on the situation COVID. So if the situation getting better, we'll be able to recover much better then.
So we have heard again earlier in the campaign that Justin Trudeau had in fact promised to extend some of those assistance, and as a result, hopefully some of these businesses will be able to start to recover that much more, but it remains to be seen. As we've mentioned, a minority government can only get so much done, and things are much the same as they have been up until this point.
Okay, Justin Trudeau, we know now that he will remain as Prime Minister, but interesting note, the Liberals weren't among the top search parties on Google. Let's take a look at search interest in political parties this week. Leading the way, the NDP with 34%, followed by the People's Party, Conservative Party with 22%, Liberal Party with 11%, and then the Bloc Québécois with 8%. Interesting to note that as of now, the PPCs don't have any seats. However, they have the second most searched party on Google. Quite the contrast when it comes to leadership and what Canadians are wanting to know, because at that top of the list is Justin Trudeau. 50% of the searches here, followed by Erin O'Toole,
Jagmeet Singh with 16%, Maxime Bernier with 9%, Yves-François Blanchette with 3%. So some interesting trends happening here on Google. But we also want to take a look at our non-scientific polls that we've been putting all night on CityNews here. We asked you, was the election called quicker than you expected? 84%, over 84% of people said yes, 15% said no. Another question we asked also, how many local candidates did you see campaigning during this election? One candidate came in at 65%, while about 11% of people said 4 or more. We did not put in a zero option, which is a response we got in our mentions quite a bit here. Where's the zero option? We're sorry, but we got you in there. So zero quite some time. And let's go take a look at one more non-scientific poll here on CityNews. It's a fun one. Okay, what is your election night snack of choice? It's too close to call right now, but 32% said chips, 18% a candy chocolate blend, something healthy. Almost 15% of you said that. Snackless and stressed, 35%. Another option we did not give, but we got quite a few responses here. Let's just say a certain type of beverage, and somebody did send a photo here with a clear picture. Okay, we got that, and we got red wine, and we got ice cream. We got that all in, so you can continue voting in our non-scientific polls all night long.
Faiza, thank you. Well, let's head back to our pandemic panel of healthcare experts with Tara Overholt. Tara, you've been talking about a topic that's led to numerous protests across the country and a lot of division.
Well, Cynthia, the vaccine has become a divisive issue during the pandemic. Our healthcare workers and the science community have been under assault. We've seen protests outside of hospitals right across the country. So let's bring in Dr. Lenore Saxinger as a physician yourself. What has it been like working in this climate, and what are you seeing? All right, we're just having some technical difficulties there. I think you might either be on mute or we don't have your audio at this moment, so we'll come back.
That?
Oh, there you are.
Okay, should I do a do-over on that?
Absolutely.
I was saying that I really think that healthcare workers were profoundly demoralized by that. I mean, we were looking at case numbers rising. We're seeing weeks and weeks of intense pressure in the healthcare system and work, and a real slog, starting from being very tired already. And so it was incredibly demoralizing. And I think that I also saw a lot more comment from, usually fairly quiet public members who are also very, very appalled by this. So this really struck a nerve in a lot of people as to how inappropriate it seems. I think that one thing that it really illustrated was how deep the divisions are within our society, and how there's this fairly small, very vocal group that is really taking a lot of air and a lot of attention. And it is really distressing. And I really question how any political leaders are going to start charting a way out of this, because it's an inherently political problem.
Professor Hardcastle, what are the legalities about cracking down on these kinds of protests? Some leaders have been talking about possibly making some changes there.
Well, I think that carefully tailored legislation that would prohibit, for example, protesting in front of a hospital is likely to withstand a constitutional challenge to freedom of speech. And I also prefer that kind of legislation to the very broad legislation that we saw come out of some jurisdictions in response to Indigenous people protesting. That legislation, which was so broad and prohibits protesting on any critical infrastructure, I'm concerned that that legislation would be used to block protests by workers or protests around social movements like Black Lives Matter. And so I think while we may want to crack down on this kind of protest because we disagree with it, I think we need to be careful of normalizing cracking down on the kinds of protests that probably we do agree with.
Where do you see this heading, Dr. McKenzie, when it comes to protesters and really the division between the unvaccinated and the vaccinated? I think we've got about 40 seconds for you.
Well, we've come a long way in 18 months. A year ago, when thousands of people were dying from COVID with no clear end in sight, who'd have thought we'd have been here today talking about people who want to fight for their right not to take a vaccine, to get infected and potentially to infect other people. Now, I think most people agree that everyone has the right to their own view, but violence, protesting outside hospitals, hassling healthcare workers, and producing a poor environment for patients and families to recover, I think most people would say it's not reasonable or proportionate, and that carefully tailored legislation is going to be important.
All right, well, thank you to our experts. Coming up, we're going to have more with them throughout the night as City News election coverage continues.
All right, let's head back to Xiaoli Li, who is live at Trudeau headquarters. And Xiaoli, I know that they have been declared as the winners of this election, but I'm sure the Liberals need to do a lot of internal inspection, because they called this election that nobody else wanted. It's cost $600 million plus. Nothing has really changed on the political landscape. They have a lot to answer for here.
Yeah, absolutely, Cynthia. And it's worth remembering that you look at the numbers right now, they're projected to win somewhere between 156, 158 seats. It's worth remembering in 2019, they won 157. So there is a bit of a, what's changed exactly. I was talking to a political analyst, Greg McEachran, earlier. He says that we can perhaps expect some changes in the Liberal Party because some policy people are going to be burned out after a year of pandemic work, and perhaps, just perhaps, we may see a Liberal Party that's a bit more open to collaboration in a second consecutive minority government. Greg, what does this result tell you about what Canadians wanted this election?
I think in part it is an endorsement of the Liberal government's handling of the pandemic. I'm sure that's the biggest thing on everyone's mind right now. I think there's also some messages there for the opposition parties about having a clear plan, and when you don't, what happens. But I think obviously it's a good night for Liberals.
Is this a clear mandate for collaboration, giving the Liberals a minority government, another minority?
I think a national emergency, an international emergency like a pandemic is always reason for collaboration. I think part of the challenge was having the Conservatives pick a new leader during this. But I think, and I'm hopeful as a Canadian that everyone gets the message that we saw a bit of the dark side of politics in Canada this election. There's lots of reasons for the parties to work together.
Now, Justin Trudeau, can he live up to his promise that he can make Parliament work? Of course, he had a supply of votes from the NDP for certain programs prior to his dissolution of Parliament. Do you think he can live up to his words?
I think he can, in the fact that he is one member of Parliament, but it really goes to every member of Parliament. I've seen two successive speakers say that they are going to try to improve decorum in the House of Commons without that great success. And I think it really goes to each of the individual 338 MPs about what they feel, how they should act, what they should get done when Parliament is sitting.
Do you think this will give Justin Trudeau something to think about his role as PM going forward?
I think it absolutely does. I would not be surprised that in the coming days, the new Liberal government will be, staffing up. The people that have been working in this government are probably exhausted, and rightfully so. I think it might be time for the Liberal government to take a look at whether or not it's time to bring in some experts from other walks of life in terms of the big job that we have in Canada to build back after the pandemic, and we have to get through the rest of the pandemic. Looking at what's happening in provinces like Alberta and Saskatchewan, there's still a lot of work to do.
Now, nothing is going to set the tone more than the winning leader's speech on election night, and we're expecting Justin Trudeau to take the stage just behind me in about 45 minutes. We'll hear what he has to say before expecting more of a spirit of collaboration, perhaps a bit of contrition from the Liberal Party leader then. Right back to you, Cynthia.
All right, Xiaoli, before you go, I have to question, are we going to see a somewhat chastened Justin Trudeau when he takes the stage? They misjudged the mood of Canadian voters. They called an election anticipating that they would get a majority. And then when they started the election, they were literally flat-footed. Their first 10 days were really bad, and they didn't even seem to know what the ballot question is or to be able to explain why they even called this election in the first place. They really have to question what went so horribly wrong.
I would have to say, if he did appear chastened tonight, it would be a bit of a surprise. It's not something that he's used to doing.
True.
It would be a certain welcome change, But this doesn't seem like the kind of place where he would necessarily make that comment.
All right, it's certainly a different night than the sunny ways a few years back. Thank you, Jalili. We are going to turn to Melissa Duggan now in Oshawa Conservative headquarters, and we're still waiting to hear, Melissa, when Leader Erin O'Toole will speak. You have a guest with you, though. Who is joining you?
That's right. We are waiting for Erin O'Toole to speak. While we wait, we've got a great guest with us, someone who's very close with Erin. His father, John O'Toole, no stranger to the world of politics either. A longtime MPP here in Ontario, nearly 20 years. And you must have given a lot of advice, I'm guessing, to Erin over the last little while.
Well, I hope it was good advice. And my wife and I are very proud of Erin and all four of his brothers and sisters. And they're all committed to their community. And Erin is a very special guy. When he went to Royal Military College, he was 17, and he took on a love for Canada that was really quite inspiring for the rest of us. And I would say that my advice has always been do your best, leave it on the field, and I think he has. What can you say? He's done his best. He had a great team around him. His family's all here, some from Italy, some from some from Hong Kong just recently. And we're very proud of them. So I really don't know that I gave him any advice except do your best. And it's better to have tried to climb Mount Everest than not to have tried at all. And so I'd encourage him to continue. People never had a chance to really get to know Erin because he's a consensus builder. Growing amongst 5 children with modest means, he was a leader even then, and he still is today, and he's number one in my book.
And you were just talking to Erin. I wonder what that chat was like.
Well, he's still very focused. There's a lot of votes yet left out there. And the final numbers, I think the Liberals, you can't deal with Justin Trudeau. He always makes it up and puts you on defense, whether it's on all the issues, the gun thing, the vaccine thing, all the health issues. You can't trust him, and that's what I've learned watching this campaign. Even in the debates, when challenged, somehow he gets a free pass. Nobody drills down on him, and I'm disappointed in the outcome, I'll tell you that, and the people of Durham should be as well.
And the O'Toole campaign, still campaigning right now, it sounds like, with you. You were out on the road, too.
Oh, for sure. I was working in Peterborough, Kawartha, where we took out the member Monsef. She's gone now, which is a good thing. She's the one that's saying the Taliban, my brother. Whether that was code language for something else, I don't know.
Well, she also defended that, saying that is a cultural reference.
Yeah, well, but what I'm saying is she didn't need to use that. Why did they use it? To make up for the failure in Afghanistan of Mr. Trudeau? We got Canadians and North Americans that are trapped in that country because of the failure of Canada to act. And I blame that squarely on Trudeau changing the topic.
We're going to see your son up on the stage behind us pretty soon tonight. What do you think the message is going to be from him?
Well, I can't speak for my son. I'll be certainly listening. I just want him to know that his family, his brothers and sisters are proud of him, and his brothers and sister-in-laws are proud of him, and all of our 12 grandchildren. Peggy and I think the world of him, and he should be the Prime Minister of Canada, but that's not tonight, maybe in the future.
He is in your books.
Yes, exactly.
Well, thanks so much for chatting with us.
Pleasure to meet you.
We'll throw things over back to you, Cynthia.
All right, Melissa, thank you. We are now going to throw to Lisa Yuzda at the NDP headquarters. And again, the NDP projections are 28 seats. Far cry from the 45 I know that their lofty goal was.
It is. I talked to a few organizers throughout the night tonight who have said anything more than 24 is great. But yes, of course, they wanted more. And so I'm talking now, I have with me Melanie Richer, who's the communications director, who's been there through this whole path. So we're talking about, looks like 28 seats, maybe 29 seats. Mm-hmm. That's good. Is it good enough? Is it going to make a difference when you get back into the House?
Like you said, we were looking at anything more than 24 tonight as a win. We were able to share a message and share how we'll keep fighting for people in Ottawa. So this just gives us more people to add pressure to keep that fight up. Of course, advance voting isn't in yet and mail-in voting isn't in yet, and we typically tend to do better in those. So still some tight races out there, and we're hoping a few more come our way.
What do you think resonated to get these few extra seats, and what was lacking to not get you, an additional 10?
Right, I think this election wasn't really something that people were expecting. So I think it took a little bit of time for people to start paying attention. Everywhere we went across the country, there was a lot of love for Jagmeet, a lot of enthusiasm for Jagmeet. I think if this was a little bit of a longer campaign, when people were tuned in a little bit more, we may have seen better results. But we're pretty proud with how the campaign went, and we're excited to see how it ends tonight.
You know, Jagmeet has been one of the ones who said we didn't need this election. This is not an election we should have been called. But at the end of the day, you're coming out ahead. So is it a wash in the end? Is it a good thing now?
Totally a good thing. I mean, we again, nobody wanted this election except for the Prime Minister. I don't think it paid off for the Prime Minister. We're going to see him have the same amount of seats. More NDP MPs or more MPs to keep him accountable and to push for better help for people. We're going to see how this all plays out at the end of it all. But I think the Canadian people said very strongly they liked the minority government. They liked seeing how that worked, and I think we're going to see that again.
Thank you so much. That's Melanie Richer, who's the communications director for the NDP. And we will hear from leader Jagmeet Singh after we hear from the other party leaders. Back to you, Cynthia.
Thank you, Lisa. Now we're going to turn to Adrienne Gobriel at the Green Party headquarters. Adrienne, a disappointing night for Green Party leader coming up. Honestly, though, she picked a riding to run in that has been a Liberal stronghold. It's not a real surprise.
No, it's not, Cynthia. She was hoping for a better result. You know, as I've been mentioning tonight, this has been a Liberal stronghold since 1993, and CityNews declaring that Marcy Ian, the Liberal incumbent, has again won her seat here in Toronto Centre. Now, currently, there's only a quarter of the polls reporting, and we've already called Marcy Ian as the winner. She's currently sitting at 49% of the vote. Paul currently sitting a distant fourth with just 8% of the vote, though important to note, only a quarter of the polls have been tallied so far here in Toronto Centre. So Paul's numbers likely to improve, but not improve enough to actually win. This is her third time running here in Toronto Centre. She ran in a by-election a little less than a year ago. She got 33% of the vote. Marcy Ian got 43% of the vote. Many expecting that if she doesn't win here in Toronto Centre, that this could spell the end of her time as leadership of the Green Party of Canada. Before the election was called, there were party brass who were trying to have her ousted as leader. The only reason she may have survived this far is because a snap election was called. Now, we're still waiting to hear from her. We're told that she's waiting to speak. She's waiting for Mike Morris. He is the Green Party candidate in Kitchener. Now, it's too close to call there, though we could still tonight see the first Green Party candidate ever elected in Ontario during a federal election. Mike Morris currently sitting at a little over 30%, 32%, the Conservatives trailing Morris with 24%. Still too close to call that one at the moment. Only half of the polls have been reported. Now, Annemie Paul is said to is going to be coming out to talk once we get some clarity on Mike Morris in Kitchener. So still, you know, it could be a historic night for the Greens. And we also know that Elizabeth May has been re-elected in her riding. No surprise there. Cynthia, we'll throw it back to you for now.
Adrienne, thank you. Well, People's Party of Canada leader Maxime Bernier was the first leader tonight to officially lose the race for his own seat. Bernier lost his home riding of Beauce, Quebec. But speaking from a party gathering in Saskatchewan just a few minutes ago, he said he was proud of the inroads his far-right party has made in Canadian politics.
Canadian politics will never be the same again. When we started this campaign 5 weeks ago, everybody thought we would only be a footnote. Yes, they have to start paying attention because thousands of Canadians were coming to our rallies all across the country. Everywhere we looked, you could see purple.
Though the PPC have yet to pick up a single seat so far tonight, the party has garnered more than 5% of the popular vote. That's 3 percentage points higher than the Green Party, which has picked up 2 seats so far. This isn't Bernier's first loss in Beauce either. He held the riding for more than a decade as a Conservative cabinet minister under Stephen Harper, but lost it as PPC leader in 2019, the riding going Conservative again tonight. What remains to be seen, whether other People's Party candidates will pick up seats tonight. And we only have a moment here to wrap before this hour closes. Maxime Bernier, you know, the question is, did he pull a lot of votes away from the Conservative Party? That will be determined. But we just heard Aaron O'Toole's father make a comment about the "my brother" comment, and we all reacted to that. Mike, what was your instinct the moment you heard him suggest that a cabinet minister was making a signal to other Muslims in Afghanistan?
I thought that was completely inappropriate comment. I've been to mosques all across the province in my own riding in Guelph. It's very common to refer to each other as Muslim brothers and sisters, so to insinuate anything else in that comment, I think was inappropriate.
Well, he was certainly insinuating that she was signaling the Taliban. That seems to be what he was trying to say. Salma Makwa, what are your thoughts on how this evening, $600 million for an election, it's almost identical to what we saw before. Do you think this was money well spent? I mean, we've talked about clean drinking water at length. What could that money have done to help Indigenous communities?
Yeah, it's a really, when we talk about $600 million, you know, having an election during a pandemic, and I think about the children, the communities that First Nation communities that live under, you know, long-term boil advisories. You know, they could have been spent on that.
All right, we will continue this conversation in just a few minutes. We will be on the air for the next 2 hours, bringing you live speeches from the leaders' headquarters as they happen and continuing our panel discussion. There's still a major question to answer about whether the Liberals will be able to lock up a majority. We've actually declared it as a minority, so that is certainly the way it is looking at the moment. Stick around as our City News election night coverage continues. Good evening. You are watching City News. Here is the big headline. Justin Trudeau will remain the Prime Minister of Canada, but he will not be picking up the majority government he was looking for. We will be heading to Montreal soon to hear from Trudeau as he gives his victory speech. And there are now questions about the future of Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole. He has been re-elected in his own riding in the Durham region of Ontario. But does he still have the support of his own party after it failed to gain ground in some key parts of the country? We will be bringing you O'Toole's speech the moment it happens. Meanwhile, People's Party leader Maxime Bernier garnered plenty of attention throughout this campaign. That was mainly due to his controversial stance against COVID-19 vaccine mandates and lockdowns. But Bernier failed to win his own seat in the Quebec riding of Beauce. For the second straight election, the PPC is not expected to earn a single seat in the House of Commons. And it has also been a disappointing evening for Annamie Paul. The Green Party leader has fallen far short in her own riding in Toronto Centre. The Liberals will be holding onto that seat, which once belonged to former Finance Minister Bill Morneau. At last check, Paul was sitting in a distant fourth place, but ballots are still being counted this hour. And we welcome those of you watching us on City TV in Winnipeg. Hello. We will have plenty more analysis over the next 2 hours. But first, we are going to head straight to Chali in Montreal, where Justin Trudeau is expected to speak very soon. Chali.
That's right, Cynthia. And I'm actually standing here right now with Pablo Rodriguez, the Liberal House leader. Pablo, how are you feeling tonight?
I'm feeling good, very humble. Had the support for the 6th time from people in my riding. So for me, that's the most important thing.
You said very humble. Are you talking about the results? Because, of course, the Liberal Party returned, but with a minority. Throughout this campaign, Justin Trudeau has said again and again, we need a mandate. We need a clear mandate. We want a majority. Do you feel like that's what Canadians told you?
We're not asking for a majority. It's more and more difficult these days. You know, this is my 6th victory and my 5th minority. I only won majority mandate, and for us, that's not the important thing. The important thing is that we're getting the confidence of Canadians to move forward with the childcare, taking those guns out of the street, fighting climate change, and I think it's the right decision for Canadians.
What do you think Canadians told all the parties really tonight with the results that came in?
Well, I think they told us that they want a progressive government that wants to be aggressive on climate change, that wants to finish this fight against COVID. We have to finish it, and we're very strong on that. And I think the difference was very clear between us and the government, and Canadians chose a progressive voice.
I have to say, though, you're talking about a progressive choice, the clear difference between the parties. I mean, there's been a lot of questions about what this election was about exactly. Why we called this?
It was about getting a mandate, how to finish COVID, and how to move forward with the rest. Because in 2019, the word COVID didn't exist. Like, we weren't talking about it, right? And we went along, and as House leader was negotiating day by day, all the time. And now we had the opportunity to ask Canadians, how do you want to move forward? And they answered.
Right, but Pablo, my God, what are you going to do that you couldn't do with the previous government?
When we sit down with others, we'll say, we have this mandate from the population, which was not the case before, because we had never discussed about how to come out with this COVID, from the COVID crisis and all the rest. It didn't exist. Now we have a mandate.
Okay, all right, fair enough. We were talking with Pablo Rodriguez, who has won re-election both in the government and in his own riding. Cynthia, back to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going straight to Adrian. And Adrian, Annamie Paul is about to speak or has started to speak?
Found in Saskatchewan and British Columbia.
Yes, Cynthia, she's just about to take the stage. We're doing a land acknowledgement before Annamie Paul takes the stage. We know that Annamie Paul is coming fourth place, or rather she's sitting in fourth right now. There's still lots of polls still to count here in Toronto Centre, though. CityNews declaring Marcy Ian, the Liberal incumbent, has won Toronto Centre again. Many predicting that if Paul lost here again in Toronto Centre, that she simply would need to resign. We're going to wait and see what she has to say. We can listen to the end of this land acknowledgement as Paul gets set to take the stage.
This will start with acknowledging the actions that take place and to make a pledge to hold our governments accountable. And I will say this again. Let's make a pledge to hold our governments accountable. Thank you very much.
And now, please join me in applause for the Leader of the Green Party of Canada, Annamie Paul.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for being here this evening, and thank you, Adrian, for that very special land acknowledgement. Merci tout le monde d'être ici avec nous ce soir. Nous sommes sur les territoires traditionnels des Mississauga, Anishinaabe et Haudenosaunee. I also want to recognize we are on the traditional lands of the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, and the Haudenosaunee. First, let me start by congratulating. We're still waiting for the results, but it looks like we are going to be sending certainly 2 and it looks like probably 3 Greens back to Ottawa in the next session of Parliament. Je veux féliciter sincèrement Elizabeth May. Je vais le faire maintenant. Je sais qu'on attend encore quelques résultats, mais je veux féliciter Mike Morris in Kitchener Centre. Incredibly well-deserved, an incredible leader that's headed to Ottawa. And also, Paul is in a very close race, but I feel very confident that he's going to take that one over the finish line. So I'm going to send him the good luck of, I hope it's good luck, to wish him good luck now in that seat as well. Alors, je veux sincèrement remercier tous nos candidats et candidates autour du pays. Ils ont fait un incroyable travail dans très peu de temps. Je sais que ça prend beaucoup de passion, beaucoup de sacrifices, beaucoup de dédication pour décider de se présenter, beaucoup de courage aussi et beaucoup de force. Alors je le remercie sincèrement pour leur effort, pour avoir décidé de faire le saut dans cette élection. Sincèrement, de ma part et de la part de tout notre parti et tous nos membres. I want to sincerely thank every single candidate who ran for the Green Party in this election. It takes passion, it takes dedication, it takes sacrifice, it takes courage, and so many of them were running for the first time. We told them that it was time to run. We told them that we needed a new culture in Ottawa. We needed more diversity in Ottawa. And so many of them took up that challenge. I am so proud of them. I want to thank them sincerely on my behalf and on behalf of all of our members and all of our volunteers. Let's give them a round of applause. And I say that particularly so because this was a pandemic election. This was the fourth wave. This was a very difficult time to be running in the first place, very difficult circumstances. And so it means even more that they stepped forward. It means even more that they chose to live their values by standing up for us and running for us in this election. I'm so grateful to them. I also want to thank all of our members and all of our volunteers. We have so many here tonight. So many people, again, who put their lives on hold, who told their kids to go watch another video while they made phone calls, while they went canvassing. People who, again, were very passionate about the idea of sending more Greens to the next Parliament. It takes so much, and absolutely, we are driven by our volunteers and their work. And so thank you so much to all of our volunteers all across the country. Please know that whatever size our contingent of Greens in Ottawa, it's because of you and the work that you did, and I thank you sincerely. Nous sommes un petit parti dans un système qui est créé pour des grands partis, qui est créé pour les partis traditionnels. Alors, nous sommes toujours très reconnaissants de nos bénévoles pour leurs efforts, pour leurs sacrifices, pour leur dédication, parce que c'est grâce à eux qu'un petit parti comme le nôtre a réussi. C'est grâce à eux que je crois qu'on va envoyer encore 3 députés pour nous représenter dans la prochaine session de Parlement, et je le remercie. And I want to, I just spoke with Marcy Ian before coming down here. I wanted to sincerely congratulate her. I hope that, and I'm sure that the people of Toronto Centre will make sure that she provides them with good representation. Congratulated her on her race here in Toronto Centre. Clearly, I am, well, not clearly, but I will tell you that certainly I am disappointed. It is hard to lose. No one likes to lose. But I'm so proud of the effort, the creativity, the innovation that our team brought to this race. We promised to offer real representation. We promised to offer a real choice to the people of Toronto Centre who have so much need, so much work that needs to get done. And you did that, and I thank you for that. I have some of my family here and some of my family in the audience, and I want to thank them as well. This is something where we're all in this together, you know. They lived every second and breathed every second with me. And I've said this many times. I mean, I've been campaigning in one way or another for the Green Party for the last almost 2.5 years now. And so this has been a very long journey for our entire family. And of course, you know, I love you, Mark, Malachi, my son Jonas, who's not here, my mother-in-law, my nephew, my sister-in-law, all of my family that is here. Et en plus, la famille qu'on a créée pendant cette élection et pendant les dernières années. There are so many members of my family that, you know, they're not necessarily family by birth, but they're certainly family because of what we've been through together. They're the most special people in the world. They are everything that is good about our country, everything that is good about our party. And I love you, and I will be grateful to you forever. Alors, je crois qu'on note maintenant que la décision du peuple du Canada, c'est de renvoyer presque les mêmes députés dans les mêmes proportions pour la prochaine session du Parlement. What we seem to be seeing tonight is that the people of Canada have decided to send essentially the same MPs back in the same proportions to Parliament. They're sending back another minority government in basically the same numbers that we have seen before. And so we are now back to the status quo. I would say that we are back to the status quo, except that we are returning, unfortunately, more divided and more polarized than before this election was called. That is certainly part of the legacy of this election that I will say we shouldn't have had, whether that sounds self-interested or not. Malheureusement, il y a des divisions qui ont été créées par la convocation de cette élection. Il y aura du travail à faire de réparer ces divisions. We need to repair these divisions. We need to ensure that whatever wounds were created during this election are not permanent, because the people of Canada clearly are saying, we want you to work together. We want you to collaborate. You have got to find a way to do that, and you've got to find a way to deliver us the help we need for the rest of this pandemic. They are also clearly hoping, and certainly I am hoping, my hope to those who have been given the privilege and honor of going to Ottawa to represent their communities, that we will deliver, that they will deliver on the promise that is Canada. The promise that is Canada in terms of the climate, because certainly we have everything that it takes within us if we decide to unleash it, to truly attack that existential crisis, to reduce our greenhouse gases, to ensure that we have the strong, sustainable, world-leading green economy of the future. I believe that is what people in Canada expect of the next Parliament. Et j'en suis sûre que les peuples ici au Canada veulent être rassurés que la prochaine session de Parlement va être concentrée sur assurer que nous ne serons jamais dans cette position dans l'avenir. That we will never be in this position again. This is what people in Canada want. They will never forget the tens of thousands of deaths in long-term care, the almost 1,000 people that died out in BC during the heat wave, all of the sacrifice, all of the pain of the pandemic, and they want us to do better, and they want us to do better together. And so if that can be the legacy of the next session of Parliament, then that will be excellent work, and you can count on every single Green who was elected tonight to be part of that work, to work hand in hand with every single party towards those common goals. And so, just finally, I came into politics because I believed in the power of positive collective action to create strong public policy, to create a better world, both here in Canada and abroad. I still believe in that. I still believe that we have that greatness within us, and I believe that this is the time for us to truly unleash it, as I said. Alors, pour moi, je suis fière d'avoir été ici et participer dans ces élections sur la part de nos membres, nos bénévoles, nos candidats et candidates. I was very proud to be able to represent our candidates in this election, our members and our volunteers who also believe those things about Canada. Thank you very much. Thank you very much again to all of you for being here. My heart is full for the future of Canada. I'm so optimistic for the future of Canada. I'm optimistic that this Parliament will be the best one ever. We always have to believe that. And thank you so much for being here this evening. Thank you again for everyone for participating in these elections. Merci beaucoup, and it was an honor.
Adrian, one has to wonder what is next for Annamie Paul. She did very well, by all accounts, during the debate. This has been a very tough time for her, though, of course, as you have referenced, since becoming leader. Internal turmoil in her party. Now she's lost her seat that she never won, and it's the second time losing this particular riding. What is next for Annamie Paul? Does she even want to keep going as the Green Party leader?
Cynthia, when I sat down and spoke one-on-one with Ms. Paul just last week, she had said she's going to take some time after tonight and speak with her family. You know, we heard from her just moments ago. She talked about how upset she is, in this defeat. She thanked her family. It felt like she stopped short of saying goodbye. She thanked everyone who has supported her. She said it was a pleasure and an honor to lead the Green Party, but one has to wonder, can she remain the leader of the Green Party without a seat in Ottawa? There's many people after some of the federal debates that, was really her coming out party, because she's still a newbie on the national stage, and many people were taken aback, saying, wow, she's a breath of fresh air. She'd be an asset in Ottawa. She's not going to have that opportunity, at least now, and one also has to wonder, how her fortunes may have been different if she wasn't attacked by her own party on the eve of a snap election.
And it must have given some voters pause anyways. Can they support somebody whose own party seems to be in turmoil? I'm sure it did not help the situation. And listen, she's of a small party, and it's a tough haul. As Mike Schreiner, you know what it's like to run as a Green. So what are the possibilities? I mean, this is a party that is going to have to rebuild yet again, regardless, either way.
She's admitted that it is up to the membership. She left the door open when I spoke with her to continue on. She also talked about what she calls an unfair bar, which has been set for some of our political leaders. She noted that it took Elizabeth May 3 times to win her seat, and she was given the time and the space to do so. She noted that Jagmeet Singh took him a year before he won his seat. So she believes that whether it's her or it's someone else who steps up to the leadership of the Green Party of Canada federally, that they need to be given the time and the space. I talked with her about the attack she felt that she received from her own party, and she noted that for minorities, for a woman, for a black woman, it's very difficult to get to the position where she is right now on this stage as the leader of the Green Party of Canada. She noted that it's even tougher to hold on to that leadership.
Adrian, we have Mike Schreiner right here, of course, the leader of the Green Party here in Ontario. What are your thoughts on the campaign she ran, how she presented herself, and what her future will be or could be?
Well, certainly it's a disappointing night for Annamie. There's no doubt about that, especially after she performed so well in the debate. Almost every commentator I know said that she won that debate. And it was really her first chance for Canadians to get to know who she is, a bold, daring voice that I think we need in Ottawa. So whatever Annamie decides to do, I hope she stays active in politics, because we need more people in politics like Annamie Paul.
I asked you this question earlier in the evening. Why aren't the Greens resonating more when climate is top of mind for so many, and the Conservatives have acknowledged that this is a challenge as well, and that's taken some time for them to come to that point. So why aren't the Greens getting more votes?
Well, I think one is we need to do a better job of connecting the climate crisis to people's everyday lives. And both the challenges and the opportunities that's there. But I would also say that, you know, you look in certain ridings, like I look at Kitchener Centre, where it looks like Greens are going to elect our first MP from Ontario. And that's a good news story.
Must be lonely, Mike. Are you happy
It's a
about
good
that?
news story. And so, you know, to have a breakthrough in Ontario is an exciting opportunity for Greens, and I believe we can grow from there.
Okay. Andre Domis, are you there? Online?
I'm here.
You're there. What are
I'm
your
here.
thoughts
Can you hear
on?
me yet?
Yes. What are your thoughts on Annamie Paul?
I got to say, I was not impressed from the very beginning. During the leadership race for the Green Party, when she was running neck and neck with Dimitri Lascaris, some of the questions that she was asked, especially with regards to foreign policy, were a little bit surprising to me. As far as, for example, her views on the coup in Bolivia, or you know, economic self-determination in the global South, her views on Palestinian independence. I mean, essentially, she's the same as pretty much any other liberal, except with a coating of environmentalism slapped over it. So I have to say that I was not very impressed with her candidacy, nor with the Green Party platform. There wasn't very much that she did as a party leader to differentiate herself or the party from the Liberals or even the NDP. I think at times it was even difficult to understand what exactly the Green Party platform was going into this election, even if you study their platform very closely. She had a couple of very big gaffes along the way, one of them being that she couldn't remember the names of candidates that were being run in Quebec. And on top of that, the very contentious internal battles that were fought over her leadership after she assumed the leadership. So I don't know. I mean, as for what her political future holds, I think that's completely up to Annamie Paul herself. But I think this has been nothing if not a disastrous leadership for the Green Party, and I think the entire party is going to have to go back and reassess not only whether she should remain as leader, but exactly what it is that the Green Party stands for. They have a reputation as being all over the place where it comes to certain policies and having some very strange and outdated views. If you ask, for example, Elizabeth May about a woman's right to choose, the answer seems to change every single time she's asked the question, as well as some very weird and bizarre views on Wi-Fi radiation, etc., and a sovereignty for First Nations across Canada. So I think the Green Party is going to have to figure out what kind of party it wants to be, if they're going to be eco-socialists or bicycle Tories, and they have to figure that out before the next election.
All right, Andre, I'm going to cut you off there, I'm afraid. Thank you. Mike, I'll let you respond. I see you're seething a little bit. You want to say something. But first, we're going to check in with Melissa Duggan at Erin O'Toole's headquarters, and he will be speaking any moment now, Melissa.
Yes, be prepared to cut me off at any moment too, because we are expecting Erin O'Toole to be out on the stage behind me any moment. We had a 2-minute warning maybe 2 minutes ago, so it could really happen at any second now. And just a few moments ago too, we had probably the most action we've seen here tonight. All of a sudden, Raise a Little Hell started playing, and that's when we saw Conservative supporters start to make their way down to the rink level, because we are in a hockey rink right now, and take their seats in front of the stage, waiting for O'Toole to speak. We know that he was here earlier tonight practicing his speeches. The media ushered out for about an hour's time, so he has had some time on the stage this afternoon practicing what he was going to say to Canadians, whether he's going to win, whether he's going to lose. So he is well rehearsed about what he's going to say tonight. We're waiting to hear where that message is going to be, but obviously, a disappointing crowd. They thought maybe he would have something to celebrate. We're going to hear from Erin O'Toole right now.
All right, there we see him, Erin O'Toole. A difficult walk for any leader. And he entered the election with great promise initially, making a mark right out of the gate, impressing a lot of people who did not know initially who he was. There he is with his wife, his children. The Conservatives are projected to have 120 seats. That's up 1 from the last election. And Melissa, as we have discussed through the night, the question is, what is next for Aaron O'Toole? He tried to take the party more to the center after running a leadership campaign that was further on the right. And he has alienated some of his, within his own party, who stand on the further right. And what is he going to do next? And will they let him have a second chance?
Friends, thank you. Merci beaucoup, thank you. Well, it was after 1 in the morning when I first addressed the nation as leader of Canada's Conservatives, so it's fitting I address you late again. At the start of this pandemic, I called for a Team Canada approach to combat COVID-19. 18 months later, our nation needs that more than ever. Les Canadiens ont passé trop de nuits blanches à s'inquiéter pour la santé de leurs proches, les pertes d'emploi et l'avenir de leurs enfants. La pandémie a augmenté les petites différences entre nous. Elle a aussi aggravé la division chez les Canadiens. Malheureusement, cette élection n'a fait qu'empirer les choses. Mais je suis ici ce soir encore plus déterminé envers ce merveilleux pays. 5 weeks ago, Mr. Trudeau asked for a majority. He said the minority parliament was, quote, unworkable. But tonight, Canadians did not give Mr. Trudeau the majority mandate he wanted. In fact, Canadians sent him back with another minority at the cost of $600 million and deeper divisions in our great country. Just days ago, he said he would hold yet another election within 18 months if he didn't get his way. Quelques jours seulement, M. Trudeau disait qu'il allait déclencher une autre élection dans 18 mois s'il n'avait pas ce qu'il voulait.
Election in 18 months if he didn't get to what he wants.
Instead, he was hoping to thrust us into what he has promised will be 18 months of perpetual campaigning. Our country is facing the most serious economic challenge since the Great Depression. Even before the pandemic led to record debt and deficits, investment and jobs were leaving Canada. Les prix continuent d'augmenter de l'essence, de l'épicerie et des logements.
This is ardent creeping from clothes to gas and everything. Inflation is at its highest level in 20 years, and it is continuing to climb every day. Families have difficulty in making ends meet. But and to face up to this challenge, we have to work together.
We have been divided. For too long, we have seen politicians pit region against region, neighbor against neighbor. But when we are divided, Canadians get left behind. Mr. Trudeau thinks Canadians should endure 18 more months of divisive campaigning so he can try once again to get the election result he wants. We need to heal the divides in Canada, not risk worsening them for selfish gains. A few months ago, I told Conservatives that our party needed the courage to change because Canada has changed. Over the past 36 days, we have demonstrated to Canadians that we've set out on a path to engage more Canadians in our Conservative movement, one that addresses the challenges of today while advancing the dreams of tomorrow. Ours is a conservatism that dwells not in the past, but learns from it to secure the future. Qu'on offre un nouveau mouvement conservateur. Qu'on offre un nouveau mouvement conservateur.
Our new conservative movement, a new conservative movement to deal with today's challenges, a conservative movement to actually realize the dreams of tomorrow, a conservative movement that's not only looking backwards, but learns and moves forward.
It is a conservatism that reveres strong communities and compassion for one another, for our environment, and for those in need at home and abroad. It is a conservatism that respects hard work and character, and the fact that millions have come to this great country for liberty and opportunity. It's a conservatism that believes reconciliation is more than a box to check. It is the very keystone of Canada reaching its potential, and it starts with clean drinking water as a basic human right still denied to Indigenous children born today. And above all else, it is a conservatism that believes Canada is the greatest country on earth and that our best days are on the horizon. A conservatism that builds Canada up. Let's build it up. In the months ahead, thank you, friends. In the months ahead, as Mr. Trudeau gears up for yet another election, we must continue this journey to welcoming more Canadians to take another look at our party. More people voted for Canada's Conservatives than any other party, and that's a strength to build on. Our support has grown. It's grown across the country, but clearly there is more work for us to do to earn the trust of Canadians. On est le parti fondateur de ce pays.
We're the founding party of this country. We're the party of its future as well. The Conservative Party will beat the Liberals, but only if the party continues to grow.
And to have the courage to be bold. We must hold fast to that courage. We must show Canadians that we will not waver in our commitment to grow. On doit continuer de gagner la confiance des Canadiens. On a travaillé fort de gagner la confiance des Canadiens.
We must continue to gain the trust of Canadians. We've made progress. We've worked hard, but progress
wants in another 18 months. We will take stock of what worked and what didn't. And we will continue to put in the time showing more Canadians that they are welcome in the Conservative Party of Canada. Above all, we must continue to show Canadians that whether you're black, white, brown, or from any race or creed, whether you're LGBTQ or straight, whether you are an Indigenous Canadian or came to Canada 5 weeks ago or 5 generations ago, que le français soit votre première ou deuxième langue. Whether you're doing well or barely getting by, whether you worship on Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, every day or not at all, you are an important part of Canada, and you have a place in the Conservative Party of Canada. Friends, I'm standing here tonight because of the steadfast support of my true partner, the love of my life, Rebecca. Thank you for being my rock and my safe harbor. And I'm so glad more Canadians got to know the wonderful person you are these last 5 weeks. I also want to thank my children, Molly and Jack, for being my inspiration. It's because of you that I believe so strongly in securing Canada's future. My mother passed away when I was 9, but I know she is here tonight because I see her in my daughter Molly, who shares her name. I've been so grateful to have my second mother to guide me to this very day. I'm thankful that she and my dad, who inspired me into public service, are here tonight. Thank you. Merci à mon excellent équipe de campagne. Merci pour votre confiance et votre engagement à servir ce grand et magnifique pays. Merci à nos incroyables candidats.
This big and marvelous country, thanks to our incredible slate of candidates and to our fantastic volunteers as well.
And its people. And some of the people I served with are in this room tonight. I will never stop serving this great country. And my pride in Canada has deepened these past 5 weeks as I've gotten to meet more incredible Canadians from all walks of life. My family and I are resolutely committed to continuing this journey for Canada. Ce soir, j'ai parlé avec Monsieur Trudeau. Je l'ai félicité pour une campagne.
Tonight, I talked to Mr. Trudeau and I congratulated him on a hard-won campaign.
And I told him, if he thinks he can threaten Canadians with another election in 18 months, the Conservative Party will be ready. And whenever that day comes, I will be ready to lead Canada's Conservatives to victory. Thank you, Canada. Let's get to work.
All right, Melissa Duggan, that did not sound like a leader who has any intention of leading. That was a very positive message. Aaron O'Toole was talking about healing the divides in Canada, how there needs to be a new Conservative movement. It was not a speech or a tone from somebody who just lost.
Yeah, the message there seemed to be, this is not over yet. We heard him mention time and time again there, the election that's to come. Because Canadians, we've got another minority government, and we all know what that means. An election is going to be our way sooner than later. And Aaron O'Toole seems to be committed to leading the Conservative Party when that election comes. Will he have the support of his party? And that is what we're waiting to see.
Absolutely. He was certainly signaling to his own party that he doesn't want to go anywhere, and he's in for the long haul and potentially in another election with Justin Trudeau in 18 months.
And he's saying there that he did have something to celebrate tonight. They kept Justin Trudeau from getting what he wants, a majority government. That didn't happen tonight.
Very true, and it looks like the Conservatives, the projections are that they'll have 2 more seats than they did at dissolution. He certainly is masking his disappointment very well, because this must be an extremely challenging evening for him. And you know, it's going to be interesting. He's had a tough road because he's had to fend off the PPC, who certainly must have cost him a lot of votes. And at the same time, he's trying to move the party to the middle. That is a very difficult balancing act to try and pull off.
He made a bet, Cynthia. His bet was to go moderate, and that would bring in more people to support the Conservative Party, and it did not pay off this time around.
It did not, and you know, many commentators have suggested that he's tried to go the Brian Mulroney, set that tone, and it is an interesting debate because many wonder if a hard right Conservative leader can actually win a national election in this country. And certainly he was trying to take it down a middle path, but it didn't work, as you said. Now let's bring in Will Stewart, who is a Conservative with Hill Knowlton and known for his strategy. Will, what do you think about this and how Aaron O'Toole fared this evening and how he was trying to redirect the party?
Look, I will be very extreme that it's hard that for leaders from Canada to be a hard losing. I certainly would go.
Oh no, Will, I'm just going to stop you there for a moment. I'm so sorry. We can't hear you very well. So let's play with your audio for a moment, and we'll come back to you as soon as our technical crew get you back so that we can hear you properly. Melissa, are you still there?
I'm still here, Cynthia.
Okay, so let's talk further about how will a Conservative government be able to win against a Justin Trudeau down the line, or perhaps even if he leaves? What will it take for a Conservative win?
Well, they're going to have a lot of work ahead of themselves. You know, they brought in Aaron O'Toole. They had to introduce him to an entire country, let us get to know him. He's been on the campaign trail to try to become the Conservative Party leader, and then all of a sudden launched into this federal election. Are they going to start that all over again? You know, something I was thinking about too, when we were hearing Aaron O'Toole speak, I'm wondering how much he was speaking to not just Canadians, but directly to the Conservative Party. You know, we heard from him that he is resolutely committed to keeping up this work. But I wonder if we're just going to have to recast the whole thing and to also maybe re-energize the party again. Give us a fresh start, maybe, from this side of things. I mean, the next couple of months are going to maybe see that shift.
Well, it's certainly hard for a brand new leader, especially during COVID, to make a lot of inroads. And many could argue that he actually did exceptionally well under the circumstances. He only became leader a little more than a year ago. And I would also suggest, you know, look at Jagmeet Singh. It takes a while to get in your stride. And I suggest that perhaps it takes 1 or 2 tries before you can actually make your mark. So I wonder if the Conservative Party will give him one more chance, or if they're going to show them the door. Now, Will Stewart, are you there? How are we doing with your audio? No, not yet. Solma Makwa, he specifically referenced clean drinking water for Indigenous communities, and I saw you react to that.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? Do you think that was?
I was just surprised to hear him say that when he was talking about conservatism and you know, and addressing boil water advisories, and I think sometimes you know, that we are not just check boxes as Indigenous people when we talk about Indigenous policy within the federal, you know, the House of Commons, but also we are not talking points. You know, I mean, we're talking about real issues. You know, like I'm not sure if he's ever been in the flying community where, you know, the overcrowding, the housing crisis, the mental health crisis, and the water crisis that exists, and you know, like we need to be able to work together. You know, there's so much room for improvement in this in Canada, because the biggest room in the world is room for improvement. And I think no matter who you are, I think you know, the access to water should not be just a political issue. It's a basic human right, and we live in one of the richest countries in the world, and why cannot we have water?
And I see you in Queen's Park in the legislature bringing up that point over and over and over again. Thank you.
Yeah.
Andre Domis, are you with us?
I'm here.
There you are. Okay, you're not holding any punches or pulling any punches this evening. So tell me how you're reacting to what you heard from Aaron O'Toole and what you think he needs to do for the Conservative Party if they indeed let him stay on as leader.
I would be surprised if the Conservatives turfed Aaron O'Toole as leader. I think that his approach was much more measured than his predecessors. I was actually surprised when I went through the Conservative Party platform to see that there were so many concessions made to environmental regulation, that he was looking to strengthen anti-corruption legislation, which of course is, you know, as a result of the Wee fiasco and several other alleged corruption or several other corruption allegations against the Liberal government. I don't know exactly what the formula is here. I think for a lot of Canadians, we're, I think, a little bit too fatigued under COVID, with this impending climate catastrophe, with income inequality and our economic mobility being practically non-existent. The fact that your average income earner in Canada simply can't afford a house. And I don't know that any of the parties really have a solution for that. I don't think the Conservatives had necessarily a magic bullet either, but I think his platform was a lot more moderate than you would normally expect from that party, especially considering their right-wing roots. So I think what's going to be necessary is for, rather than getting at the Liberal Party on the matter of Trudeau's personality or whether or not he's fit to be a leader for the country, as to whether the Liberal Party is engaging in woke politics. I think they're just going to have to drill down on policy matters and start exposing a liberal hypocrisy on some of the matters where they've actually drifted much farther right than they campaigned in 2015, in some cases taking conservative positions. And second, fielding a slate of candidates that actually do connect with people. I think the party has had an identity crisis since the Harper years, and connecting with people in communities where they live is going to involve getting to know people in those communities. I think there were a few too many, I guess you could call them paper candidates, and people that weren't necessarily from the communities that they were running in. I think if they got to know people a little bit better leading into the next election, they might stand a better chance.
All right, Andre, hold that thought. Will Stewart, we have your audio now, I hear.
I hear that. Yes.
Ah, yes, now we can hear you. All right. You are a conservative strategist and commentator. How do you rate that speech, and what do you read into what Erin O'Toole had to say tonight?
Well, look, I think he gave an incredibly good speech in an incredibly difficult set of circumstances. You know, I've worked on campaigns. I know what it's like to prepare a leader to give a speech like that on a difficult night for them when things don't turn out as they've expected. But what I think you saw was a little bit of statesman, a little bit of putting the Liberals on notice, and a little bit of reminding Canadians that the ballot question here that was put to them was, do the Liberals deserve a majority? That ballot question was resoundingly dismissed. The Liberals have a less of a popular support now than they did coming into this election. So I think there's a lot to happen yet. And I think Erin O'Toole is right to say that he's the guy to take the party into the next election as well.
What does this say about our politics in this country, where you have the majority of votes in Ontario, followed by Quebec, where the Liberals get more support traditionally? And what does that mean for the rest of the country? And it just seems like we are getting a little bit more divided rather than growing together and coming together, particularly when you add COVID and passports and vaccines on top of all of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this election has divided Canadians. I think we saw some political leaders out there pointing at people on the street and calling them those people. I won't listen to these people. They won't stop me. That is incredibly dismissive for a leader of any party to start dividing Canadians in their official remarks from the stump during a campaign. I think the country has become divided, and it's incumbent upon all party leaders, Erin O'Toole and Justin Trudeau together, included rather, to bring Canadians back together. What we've seen largely is popular support that is split almost equally between the Conservatives and the Liberals, with the Conservatives again being just above the Liberals by a few percentage points. More Canadians actually marked an X beside Conservative candidates than any other party in this election. I think Erin O'Toole had a lot to do with that. Most of the people sitting in the studio tonight and talking to you on this television screen would have said that the Liberals were destined for a majority maybe a month and a half or 2 months ago. That's clearly not the case, again, with Canadians voting more votes for the Conservatives than for the Liberals. So I think Erin O'Toole and his team did run a fantastic campaign, and he deserves the right to run another one.
But will the party let him?
Well, that's the ultimate question. And I think what the party has seen is we've tried many different types of leaders, some on the right wing, like Stephen Harper, some more centrist. And I think that's where Erin O'Toole has been. He has the support of the party. They voted to make him leader. And now he does face a leadership review like most parties do when they don't win a majority government. And, you know, we'll have to see how Erin O'Toole does in that fight. But, you know, by all metrics, it seems that he's well positioned to beat the Liberals in the next election.
Was he sending quite a message to his own party tonight as well? Not just to all Canadians, but to his own party?
Yeah, absolutely. Erin O'Toole knows exactly what the job is ahead of him. Just as when he gave his speech when he was elected leader of the Conservative Party a little over a year ago, he set his sights firmly on the next election whenever Justin Trudeau decided to call it. He did that. He planned. The Conservatives were incredibly well prepared. New ideas, innovative policies, a robust policy document at the outset of the campaign. They were ready to fight, and fight they did. He's now been issued a setback. He's not the prime minister at the end of the day, which of course was always the goal. But that popular support is right up high again. Number of seats almost exactly the same. It's certainly a different outcome than what many thought would happen in this campaign. And he's immediately setting his sights on the next challenge ahead of him. And that challenge ahead of him is the next 18 months and the next general election that Justin Trudeau is already plotting in his calendar.
What do you think some of the major stumbles were? I mean, we saw that Aaron O'Toole stumbled over the gun issue and the type of guns, and he had to go back and forth a few times. We also saw some stumbles over vaccines and whether or not he would reveal whether his own MPPs or want to be MPs, excuse me, would be vaccinated or not. And I think that bothered a lot of people as well. Do you see any other flaws in his campaign?
I certainly think the gun issue was an unforced error. I also think the Liberals played into the confusion that the terms that are used create. They worked well with that, with American-style terms, which, you know, we consume a lot of American-style popular culture and media up here, so it did resonate with people, and the Conservatives were caught flat-footed on that for sure. When it comes to vaccines, I actually disagree with you. I think if people actually take the time to look at it, Aaron O'Toole and Justin Trudeau have exactly the same position on vaccines when it comes to mandating or not mandating people to receive them. I think Aaron O'Toole was staking his response there on a matter of principle, that we don't talk about our medical history, that we don't ask people what their conditions are, what pills they're taking, what needles they're taking. I think perhaps in a pandemic, that was a miscalculation. I agree, but I can understand where it comes from when I see it. Now, I think those are two of the things that Aaron O'Toole and his team are going to have to look at. As he said in the closing of his speech, that we have to look at what worked and what didn't. Clearly, guns and vaccines didn't work. And I think there needs to go back to the drawing board on that. But I think if you put both campaign documents side by side, the Liberals and the Conservatives, there wasn't anything in the Liberal platform that wasn't in the Liberal budget, which wasn't in the Liberal talking points before that. There was no reason for this election if you wanted to have just another more of the same. Aaron O'Toole brought forward a robust policy document. It was heavily debated. You can debate whether you liked it or not, but at least there was something in there to talk about that was new, that was innovative, that had actually a focus on moving Canada forward. I think what we saw from the Liberals was, look what we've done, give us a mandate to do something more. I don't think there was a plan to get out of the pandemic. I don't believe that there was an inspirational thread that needed to happen or that needed to be pulled to make this campaign happen.
All right, Will Stewart, we will check in with you again in a little while. Right now, though, we are going to check in with Lisa Yuzda at the NDP headquarters for Jagmeet Singh. Lisa.
Hi, music just started pumping just a moment ago, and you can see over my shoulder, Jagmeet Singh is coming into the room. It's been a quiet night until now. There he is with his wife. Very different here than what you saw at the Conservative Party headquarters. There are no supporters here. COVID rules in BC are a lot different than they are in Ontario, and it means that they really have to limit the number of people there. And we're waiting to see him bust a move. He said he was going to dance tonight. It's not like he usually does, because he usually has a lot of people around him. But tonight he's going to try and do it himself. And here I'll leave you to hear Jagmeet Singh.
Un grand merci. Thank you so much to our team, and to all the volunteers, to all our candidates, and grand merci. Thank you so much. I want to recognize the hard work of all the leaders and their teams. Thank you for playing your role and being a part of our democracy. I want to congratulate the Prime Minister on his re-election as Prime Minister of Canada. And I want to thank Canadians for voting. And I want to let Canadians know that you can count on New Democrats to continue fighting for you. As we've fought for you in the pandemic, when times were difficult, when people were struggling, when people were worried about their future, we were there for you. We fought to make sure people got more help. We fought to increase the CERB, we fought to increase the wage subsidy, we saved millions of jobs, and we helped millions of Canadians stay at home. We are going to continue fighting for you. Just the same way we fought for you in the pandemic, you can count on us to continue those fights. We're going to make sure that we fight hard to defend our environment, to make sure we're fighting the climate crisis like we really want to win. You can count on New Democrats to keep on fighting to make sure you can find a home that's in your budget for all those people struggling to find a home. We see you, we hear you, and we're going to fight to make sure that there is a home in your budget. To people out there that are struggling with health care, you can count on New Democrats to keep on fighting for you to make sure we get profit out of our long-term care system, to make sure our loved ones, our seniors, never again bear the brunt of any sort of pandemic or any sort of outbreak, that we care for our loved ones and our seniors and put them before profits by eliminating profits in long-term care. And we are going to continue to fight to make sure our healthcare system is there for you when you need it, there for you and your loved ones when you need it. By making sure we include medication coverage, pharmacare, that our teeth are covered through dental care, and making sure that our mental health is also covered and included into our healthcare system. Friends, I also want you to know that we are going to keep on fighting to make sure that the super wealthy pay their fair share, that billionaires pay their fair share, so the burden doesn't fall on you and your families. And I want you to know that we're going to continue to fight for justice for the first people of this land. Indigenous communities that continue to be denied basic human rights, clean drinking water, adequate housing. We are going to continue to fight for you. We've heard your stories. We see you. We are going to fight for you with everything we have. You can count on all of us, all New Democrats, to continue that fight. Pour les Québécois et Québécoises, pour les Québécois et Québécoises,
to Quebecers tonight, no matter how many Quebec members we have in our caucus, I'd like to tell you that we'll continue to fight for you as we did during the pandemic. We were there for you. We had your backs. We know that it's been a tough time for you, very, very tough for ordinary people. This is why we fought to get the CERB increased. This is something that's helped millions of people across Quebec. We'll continue to help you. We got the wage subsidy increased. That saved millions of jobs. You can count on us, on our team, to continue to fight for you. All our members want to make gains to help people in Quebec and across the country. You can count on us to make sure that we defend the environment, to deal with climate change, to resolve the housing crisis, to invest in health care. You can count on us to be there for you. And you can count on us that if we dare together, we can build a better society. And that's what we promise to do.
That our fight will continue. As we have done in the pandemic, as we showed you in this campaign, we will continue to make sure you are first, your families are taken care of, that your needs are met. That's what New Democrats are all about. I want to leave you with something that my mom always taught me as I was a kid. She always said that we are all one. And it is so true. We are connected. When people around us are hurting, we're also hurting. But when we take care of one another, when we support one another, when we lift each other up, we all rise. That's what you can be sure of. New Democrats will fight to take care of all Canadians so that together we all rise. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Je suis tellement fier d'être ici. Merci. Merci.
NDP leader Jagmeet Singh giving a message of hope on this evening. His party is projected to win 27 seats. That is up 5 seats from the last election and at dissolution. Lisa, let's bring you into this conversation and welcome to Alberta. Viewers joining us on City News, we have just witnessed Jagmeet Singh giving his speech this evening, and we are being joined now by Lisa.
Hi there, how are you? Finally have the first festivities here that we've had tonight. You can see, unlike other places, as I said earlier, you're not seeing the throngs of supporters that are allowed in Ontario, but Jagmeet Singh is receiving hugs from some candidates, from some staff members, and it looks like he might get a little bit of the dancing that he hoped to see tonight. Yeah, because it's been very quiet in here most of the night, but he is, there's finally some jubilation. Of course, it's not exactly the win that we're hoping for. There are some seats still to be counted. There's a couple here in BC that certainly will not be known tonight. But you know, they were hoping to really break through past that 24, and they certainly will go back to Ottawa with a handful more, at least a few more MPs that they had when they went into this election. but it won't necessarily be the 30 plus that they were really hoping for. But for a leader that really struggled and lost a lot of seats in the last election, he really has gained ground, and it looks like his, what I call his charm offensive has won out, and you certainly see his charm offensive on display here. He's someone who has a very easy time talking to people, putting people at ease, and has a very vivacious and joyful personality. You can see him here doing the celebratory arms with some of his senior campaign staff there that we spoke with earlier tonight. So as I said, it's not the win they were hoping for. They were really looking for more than 30 seats, but I think it's definitely a win they will take. Back to Cynthia, I'm sorry I can't hear if you're talking to me right now.
All right. It's difficult in that environment with all those voices. Thank you very much, Lisa. And a victory speech is coming soon in Montreal as Justin Trudeau will remain Prime Minister, but very little has changed in our political landscape in this country as his Liberal Party has fallen short of gaining majority status. And again, we are hoping to hear from Justin Trudeau very shortly. Generally in these situations, the winner is the last to speak, and they give a little bit of time for each of the other leaders to leave the stage. We have just seen we just hear now that we are expecting to see Justin Trudeau in just 2 minutes, but Zhao Li is standing somewhere in that crowd. Zhao Li.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Cynthia. Hi.
What are you expecting to hear?
Honestly, it's hard to say. He called this election. He didn't really have a plan. He still won. He didn't get the majority he was asking for, but he's still Prime Minister. Honestly, it's been a long night, and I wouldn't be surprised with anything he has to say when he gets up there. It's really going to set the tenor for how the rest of his term is going to go. We'll see if we'll have a repeat of that Sunny Ways speech. He gave that speech in 2015 in this same ballroom, actually. But, I mean, you can hear now there's a crowd here. There's some energy going. People know Justin Trudeau is on the way, but it's just a matter of when he's going to get here and what he's going to say.
Yes, and you referenced his 2015 Sunny Ways victory, Zhao Li, and 6 years is a long time for a politician in power, and of course they have some scandals along the way. It's inevitable, and Justin Trudeau is no exception, and he has had a few. Do you think that he will become a better leader? Have Canadians still sent him a message in terms of, we're not so sure about you and we're not giving you a majority? Do you think that will make him a better leader and listen more, or do you think he will carry on as if he won a majority?
Honestly, anything I say would be speculation on that, but if I had to guess, I would say it doesn't seem likely because, to be blunt, he's yet to be punished substantively for any of the many scandals that his government has become embroiled in. Aga Khan, SNC-Lavalin, We Charity, none of them really seem to have stuck to him, and to be blunt, in the aftermath of all that, he's won another government, so yeah.
Interesting.
I'm sorry I keep looking over my shoulder, but the energy here is quite electric, and everyone's sort of expecting him to walk in any second right now.
Absolutely, and listen, you've been in a mainly empty ballroom all evening, so this is quite a switch for the background for you. What do you think Justin Trudeau's biggest challenge will be going forward? I mean, we're still in the middle of a fourth wave, and he did not get the majority he wanted, although he was still getting everything that he needed even prior to this election. And do you expect that he will be reaching out to the NDP? And I imagine he's hoping that they'll prop him up as well in this government.
He's going to need to. He's going to need to reach out to the NDP because, to be blunt, he's going to need to deliver a substantial legislative win, something that he can point to and say, here, this is what I can give to Canada because you gave me another government. It remains to be seen what that's going to be because, of course, wheels are already in motion for that $10 a day daycare, and it's going to be hard to top that as far as promises or priorities go. We'll see where he goes with that, but he's going to have to work with another party to form a voting bloc to get things like budgets passed. It's hard to see him forming it with anyone but the NDP at this point, because certainly I don't think the Conservatives are interested in doing it, and the bloc, well, they've got their own priorities.
Definitely. And we know in this country, Canada has a history of minority governments lasting, a little under 2 years, maybe max 2 years. So we could be at this again not too long from now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I heard Aaron O'Toole's speech a little while ago where he argued that Trudeau was going to be coming right back at it and going for another trying for another majority in about 2 years. Hopefully we're not going to see that, because I think a lot of Canadians are to be blunt, a bit tired at this point after this 36-day marathon campaign. I'm a bit tired, you're a bit tired, we're all a bit tired. Can we not just get on with the business of governing and get us out of this pandemic?
Absolutely. Now, it will be interesting to see what does happen with the National Child Care Program. They are promising $10 a day on average. He's signed on with 8 provinces and territories. I was speaking to somebody in Doug Ford's government here in Ontario, and they said that they had actually been having decent negotiations with the Federals on this very issue. So it will be really interesting to see how this rolls out, how long it will take to roll out, and if we'll ever actually see it materialize.
Well, I mean, he's going to have to deliver on it, just because, to be blunt, he's talked it up so much, and it's something so tangible that it's not some sort of abstract promise about some sort of in-the-weeds legislative stuff that he's going to fix. $10 a day daycare is $10 a day daycare any way you cut it. And if you don't deliver on that, people are going to remember that kind of stuff.
Definitely.
Hopefully he's going to be able to get some more provinces on board with this, because, to be blunt, I think the other provinces are going to come on board with this, because it may not have been, it may not have been a majority, but Canadians have registered their opinion tonight pretty clearly.
All right, Zhao Li, we've just been told that this speech by Justin Trudeau has been delayed yet again. So instead of making you tap dance there, we're gonna leave you for a moment, and we'll come back to you when he enters the room. But right now, I'm going to send it to Melissa Duggan, put you off the hook there for a moment. Melissa, Aaron O'Toole just spoke a few moments ago. What stood out to you from that speech?
Well, what stood out is that his work is not over yet. He's already committed to coming back, to bringing the Conservatives back in front of Canadians and trying to appeal to them even more, trying to engage Canadians, bring them in. His big message tonight, too, was that Trudeau is trying to divide Canadians, and bringing in another election will further divide Canadians, so he's working to bring them together. Is that what we're going to see over the next little while? So that was a big message that he had there tonight, and really just pushing that his vision of the Conservative Party is one that can include everyone. Because the message of what the Conservative Party is something that he's really tried to pinpoint during this election. Apparently he didn't reach enough Canadians with that message, so he's planning to get back in it and try all over again.
If you think about it, though, Melissa, really what he did accomplish was people now know who he was. He really entered this election with very few people really knowing what Aaron O'Toole really represented or stood for. And he has come a long way. So he has made his mark in the consciousness, I think, of people at least know who he is, and they've gotten to know him a little bit better.
Yeah, and I wonder if this election is just setting the table for the next one, right? Now we have candidates who are established. They have good name recognition now. Now when we get to vote for them a second time, is it going to change anything? This is a bit of a Groundhog Day election, a second first, same of the first sort of thing. And I wonder if Canadians might be thinking differently about how they're going to vote next time. If, and we're seeing just how much each vote really matters, and thankfully everyone stood in line so long to finally get them in. And I'm interested to see what turnout is like too when we finally get those final numbers. And next time around, will those numbers change?
I'm very interested to see what the voter turnout was. I believe it was, 68% in the last election, somewhere in that range. So I'm very curious to see if it's lower because people didn't want to come out of COVID. They were angry about this election in the first place, and they didn't want to stand in line. So that will be very interesting. I'm also really interested to see.
Yeah, and you know what? Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off there, Cynthia, but I've just been thinking about Canadians too. We have been seeing politicians in our living rooms like never before, during the pandemic, and inviting them in and seeing in real time just how much the decisions they make affect our lives. So I don't know if there's something to that. But I've just been thinking so much lately about how we have been listening to so many politicians speak, and are they saying what we want to hear? I mean, people are frustrated. This has been a really tough time. And now we're going to have to go to the polls again in, 18 months, 2 years from now. I wonder how fed up people will be by then.
Well, it depends, I think, to your point, where we are in COVID, and if it's behind us, if we're still battling wave after wave, we really don't quite know yet. The other thing I'm really curious about, Melissa, is how much the PPC vote pulled away from Aaron O'Toole, and I think we'll see that in the coming days, but how much of an impact did it have on this election and the outcome that we're seeing today?
Yeah, I think that will definitely be kind of the fallout in the next couple of weeks when we really are able to examine each riding and see where those votes went. The Conservative strategist I spoke to today said, listen, if you were going to vote for Conservative, you were going to vote for them. You weren't going to switch to the People's Party of Canada and vice versa. He said, that is the activist vote that was looking for something different there, and they were never going to come into the Conservative tent. That's, of course, their line right now. But when you start to look, when you really look at how things kind of will whittle down in some of those ridings, would there have been a difference if the PPCs weren't in those ridings?
We'll have to see when we can delve deeper into those numbers. Melissa, thank you very much, and we'll check in with you again before the hour is out. And it was also a disappointing outcome for Green Party leader Annamie Paul. Adrienne Gabriel was in the downtown Toronto riding, where she ultimately lost to Liberal Marcy Ian. Adrienne.
I'm Adrienne Gabriel. A disheartening defeat for Green Party leader Annamie Paul. She was hoping to win here in Toronto Centre, though Marcy Ian, the Liberal incumbent, winning. This has been a Liberal stronghold since 1993. Paul was hoping to break that trend and also hoping to hold on to the leadership of the Green Party. That leadership is now up in the air. Speaking to her supporters, she admitted this defeat has not been easy to stomach.
I will tell you that certainly I am disappointed. It is hard to lose. No one likes to lose. But I'm so proud of the effort, the creativity, the innovation that our team brought to this race. We promised to offer real representation. We promised to offer a real choice to the people of Toronto Centre who have so much need, so much work that needs to get done. And you did that, and I thank you for that. My heart is full for the future of Canada. I'm so optimistic for the future of Canada. I'm optimistic that this Parliament will be the best one ever. We always have to believe that. And thank you so much for being here this evening. Thank you again for everyone for participating in these elections. Merci beaucoup, and it was an honor.
Before the snap election was called, members of the Green Party were trying to get rid of Paul as the leader. That infighting didn't help. Many individuals I've spoken with saying that where they had voted Green in the provincial elections here in Ontario, they decided to take their vote elsewhere this federal election, feeling that the Green Party is in a state of disarray. Though they did have one breakthrough tonight, winning in Kitchener, Mike Morris. That is the first time the Greens have won a federal seat in the province of Ontario. As for the political future of Annamie Paul, she tells me she's going to be taking some time to speak with her family and figure out her future, a future that also rests in the will of the party members. I'm Adrienne Gabriel for City News.
And it has been a very rough 18 months for everyone, but especially for frontline workers. We're going to send it over to Tara now with our pandemic panel of healthcare experts on what they want to see from the federal government. Tara.
Thanks, Cynthia. Well, Adrienne was just talking about disarray for some parties, and some might say that we have that in our healthcare system. You know, alarms have been sounding right across the country that ICUs and our healthcare workers are being overworked and burned out due to the pandemic. So it's going to be incredibly important for this next leader, Justin Trudeau, to really bring people together and also to take a look at the hard facts when it comes to our healthcare system. So let's pull in Dr. Quam McKenzie, who's joining us from Geneva. So I just want to say a shout out to him for staying with us early into his morning. What did this pandemic expose when it comes to our healthcare system, and how does it need to function post-pandemic?
Well, I think there are loads of things that we know that we've got to do with the healthcare system. I mean, we need to deal with the backlog of care that's happened because of COVID. We're going to have a staffing problem because nursing and doctors shortage because we've got so many people who've burnt out. But actually through COVID, there's been a nimbleness to the health service and some innovation that we also need to keep, like the move towards digital care, which is going to be important. But then I think after that, we need to take a deep breath and we need to rethink, because we've got a lot of things to think about and a lot of problems to fix that we had before COVID. We need to focus on decreasing health inequities. I mean, before COVID and still now, we've got populations like the racialized populations, indigenous populations, and low-income people who get worse healthcare, worse outcomes, and worse access to healthcare. We have to properly fund mental health and substance use treatment. We've not done that before, and not surprisingly, we've got problems there. And then we need to focus more on prevention because we've really got a illness service rather than a health service. And it would be great if we could ensure that our social policies dovetail with our health policies so that we try and keep people well.
Professor Hardcastle, you know, this really opens the question. We've seen the gaps in our healthcare system to privatization. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that with the election of a Liberal government, it'll be interesting to see where they take the healthcare system and the Canada Health Act, and will they expand it to the much needed pharmaceutical services, dental services, the things that are truly medically necessary. Right now, we really focus on hospital and physician services. So I'd like to see an expansion there. I wonder too whether they will stick by some of the discussion around cracking down on provinces who allow privatization to creep in and to allow a greater role for the private sector. On the other hand, I think that we had heard from Mr. O'Toole, we had heard discussion around allowing provinces that greater room to innovate and perhaps some erosion of the Canada Health Act.
All right, I'm going to have to cut it there. Thank you so much to my guest tonight. And now we have Justin Trudeau that is coming out, so we're going to head to that.
And as you can see, Justin Trudeau has entered the ballroom and about to speak with his wife Sophie at his side.
You are sending us back to work with a clear mandate to get Canada through this pandemic and to the brighter days ahead. And my friends, that's exactly what we are ready to do. There are still votes to be counted, but what we've seen tonight is that millions of Canadians have chosen a progressive plan. Some have talked about division, but that's not what I see. That's not what I've seen these past weeks across the country. I see Canadians standing together in your determination to end this pandemic, together for real climate action, for $10 a day childcare, for homes that are in reach for middle-class families, for our shared journey on the path of reconciliation. As Canadians, you've elected parliamentarians to deliver on all this, and our team, our government, is ready. Quand je suis devenu Premier ministre il y a 6 ans, je ne pouvais pas savoir.
When I became Prime Minister 6 years ago, I couldn't know what the future held. We didn't know that we'd be facing up to a once-in-a-century pandemic or a worldwide economic crisis. But what I did know is that together Canadians can overcome any obstacle, and that is exactly what we will continue to do. I have heard you. I know you don't want to hear any more talk of elections and politics, but you want us to concentrate on the work that is necessary for you.
This pandemic or about an election. That you just want to know that your members of Parliament of all stripes will have your back through this crisis and beyond. The moment we face demands real, important change. And you have given this Parliament and this government clear direction. Vous avez fait un choix. Vous avez donné aux parlementaires un mandat clair pour qu'on en finisse avec cette pandémie une bonne fois pour toutes.
Gave to parliamentarians a clear mandate so that we put an end to this pandemic once and for all and build a better future. You have elected a government in Ottawa that will fight for you and that will deliver for you every day. We hear you. We hear you when you say you want more daycare spaces and a stronger healthcare system, affordable housing and good green jobs, to continue moving forward on the path to reconciliation, investments for the middle class and for all those who are working hard to join it.
Mes amis, je suis prêt à poursuivre le travail. Mes amis,
friends, I am ready to carry on with the work. My team is ready, but above all tonight, I want to take the time to thank some
Thank you for being part of this important moment. Political life isn't easy. This is a path you choose because you believe in serving those around you. Thank you for your service. To the Elections Canada staff and volunteers who signed up to be part of this democratic process and who will be working around the clock to count votes and tally results, thank you. This election has confirmed that our democracy and our institutions remain strong. And to my fellow Canadians, there is no greater honor than serving you and serving this country. If you voted for our party, thank you. Thank you for putting your trust in our team to keep moving forward for everyone. And if you did not vote for us, I want you to know that we will stand up for you and work for you every single day. Because no matter how you voted, just like no matter where you come from, what language you speak, the color of your skin, the way you pray, I hear you. I hear you when you say that we can only move forward if no one is left behind. Our shared future is built vote by vote, door by door, and above all, person by person. That's something I learned when I first ran in Papineau 12 years ago. Durant les 12 dernières années, en tant que député de Papineau, j'ai eu la chance de rencontrer tellement de gens de différents horizons. C'est un honneur pour moi de vous représenter. C'est avec vous que j'ai commencé cette belle aventure. Alors, merci pour votre confiance. Je vais continuer d'être là pour
started this wonderful adventure, so thank you for your trust as well, and I will continue to be there for you, my friends from Papineau riding.
Very hard to get here tonight. First off, my fellow Liberals, my friends, congratulations. Whether you're a candidate, staff, or volunteer, I know there have been a lot of late nights and early mornings. There have been tough days, but together, we've done something incredible. Bravo, mes amis. We've done something incredible. Bravo, mes amis. Et par-dessus tout, je veux remercier ma famille. I want to thank, as always, my mom, who's here tonight, who started going through election nights like this when she was a little girl, when my grandfather was running for Parliament in Vancouver North. But thank you, Mom, for always being there. Thank you. Et Sophie, il y a 12 ans, quand on a pris la décision de s'impliquer ensemble en politique. Il y a 12 ans.
And Sophie, 12 years ago, when we made the decision to become involved together in politics, it's because we wanted to defend our values, because we wanted to contribute to build a stronger Canada. And since the very beginning, we did it together. So thank you.
Et à mes enfants, Xavier, et Ella Grace, à mes enfants, Adrien qui dort depuis
And to
plusieurs
my
heures
children,
déjà,
Xavier,
comme Ella Grace
here,
Adrien qui dort,
Adrien who's been sleeping for some hours now upstairs. As we also need to do, we're working hard to build a better future for you, a better future for your generations and those to follow. Every day you remind me that this work is important, this work that we're doing together. So thank you for your patience while I have to be off on the job. And thank you for the sacrifices that you are doing.
We've all worked so hard over the last few weeks and over the last few years, and we have come so far. My friends, tonight I think of something Prime Minister Wilfrid Laurier said as his generation was at the dawn of a new century. He said, "Let them look to the past, but let them still more look to the future." Let us not forget the past and the dark days we have come through together, but let us still more look to the future and all that is still to come and all that we have still to build together. Let us feel the warmth of a new dawn, and above all, let us seize the promise of a brand new day. Merci, mes amis. Thank you, my friends. Merci tout le monde.
Liberal leader Justin Trudeau giving his speech after winning what surely was a disappointing minority government. Projections show that this $600+ million election earned him one more seat and changed very little in the political landscape. He is joined by his wife, his two older children, his mother Margaret in the front row. And I would say, Jalili, that was definitely a more subdued speech than we have seen from him in the past. He did talk about ending divisiveness, bringing the country together, tackling climate action, and $10 a day childcare.
Absolutely. He knows how to give the right speech for the right occasion. And in this case, this was one that really focused on, now it's the time to get to work. Earlier tonight, we heard Aaron O'Toole give a speech that almost sounded like he was gearing up for the next campaign. But Justin Trudeau just now really put that out of mind for most Canadians, emphasizing, we're going to get down to work in Parliament. We're going to deliver on these promises. And he's underlining again and again that he considers this a clear mandate, not a majority. But he does consider it a clear mandate, so we'll see precisely what he's going to do with this, renewed parliament.
Absolutely. Were you surprised at his tone, Jali?
No, not necessarily. I think it was the right tone to strike because he did that sort of thing he does where he does the breathless, hopeful, inspirational speech, which gets all the people excited and G'd up. And that's what the people in the crowd wanted. But he mixed it with this pragmatism, this sense of, we got to roll up our sleeves and get down to the dirty work and, thanking all the people who had worked on the campaign. It was the right speech for the right occasion. He is good at doing that.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And, as he was speaking, I was thinking back to 6 years ago and the difference in tone. And 6 years of politics and being a leader weighs heavily on anyone, but this had to have been a challenging night and a challenging election to realize that he wasn't going to get a majority, which he clearly was counting on and expecting when he called this election.
I think it's undeniable that most observers would say they wanted a majority. But earlier tonight, I was talking to House Leader Pablo Rodriguez, Liberal House Leader Pablo Rodriguez, and right off the hop, he immediately said, whoa, 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 we never asked for a majority. We just wanted a mandate. So you could see they were already starting to temper expectations, trying to manage people's expectations right off the hop. And we heard a bit more of that today with, well, pardon me, just now with Justin Trudeau saying we wanted a clear mandate. We got a clear mandate. The word majority not entering the frame at all.
Right.
So clearly some expectations management happening here, Cynthia.
Well, I would call it good old political spin, Zhao Li.
All right, yeah. Let's be real, yeah, okay.
Why not? Let's just call it. But it is interesting, and it will be interesting to see if he changes his style of government or how he manages people. He's lost, 2-3 cabinet ministers? None of them necessarily his top cabinet ministers, but he still has some seats to fill now.
Absolutely. It'll give him a chance to blood some more people into the cabinet, maybe pick some up-and-comers that potentially could move into some of the more senior portfolios later on. But as he said, he's going to have to try and form a working sort of vote supply arrangement, likely with the NDP, and it is going to be certainly interesting. I wish I could be on a fly on the wall for that conversation, because, you know, here we find ourselves once again with basically the same situation. What now?
What now, indeed, and how do we get through the fourth wave? How do we deal with people who are clearly disenfranchised from the government, all the protests and anger that we saw through this election campaign? How do we handle, getting more people vaccinated and finally put an end to COVID and people coming into the country, as well as, the hospitals? We've seen what's happened in Alberta. I mean, it's a province that's in crisis. So there are many, many challenges ahead, and many could argue and have argued that should have been his focus all along instead of calling an election.
Well, certainly, and I'm glad you brought up the political alienation point, because, of course, over this broadcast, we've talked a lot about the PPC, their rise in support going up to, 6, 7, 8% or something, and it's hard to take that as anything other than just a distrust of established political parties. And to be blunt, in Canada, it doesn't get more established than the Conservatives and the Liberal parties. Clearly, there are Canadians who feel like they're not represented, and it behooves our party leaders to try and figure out what they're going to do with that disaffected 6, 7, or 8%.
Absolutely. And, through the campaign, I mean, Justin, after the gravel throwing incident, I mean, he was driving a bit of a wedge in there and really taking them on, and it actually helped his chances. But it's going to make it harder for him to mend some fences and to somehow bring unity back and bring people back into the fold so that they are part of the political system here. Or are they going to stay with Maxime Bernier, and we have to see what's going to happen there.
I mean, in regards to Justin and the gravel throwing situation, it's very, the moral thing is to turn the other cheek, of course, but turning the other cheek doesn't make for particularly good partisan politics.
Yes.
And when he's presented an opportunity to act in the way that he did in the aftermath of that, I'm not going to try and justify it, the reprehensible gravel throwing. He's going to take that opportunity. But perhaps Justin, the Prime Minister, would not necessarily respond in the same way. We'll see, really.
We will see, indeed. All right, Zhao Li, thank you so very much for standing by for us. I see the crowd is leaving pretty quickly behind you there. Thank you, and we hope to check in with you before this hour is out.
Absolutely. There's a party somewhere they're all heading to, so yeah, cheers.
I'm sure. Thank you. Well, we heard Justin Trudeau's message to Canadians, but what are people saying online? Our Faiza Amin is tracking the latest on social media and joins us now. What are you seeing, Faiza?
Well, Sin, actually, before we put up this question on social media, we heard the speech from Justin Trudeau talking about some areas of focus that his government wants to hone in on. And that's exactly the question we asked. We said, what do you want to see Canada's next government prioritizing? So climate change, transition to renewables, electoral reform, housing affordability, and Indigenous rights, childcare support, and household debt. These are some of the recurring themes we've seen in our responses. We also also have some non-scientific polls up. Did your loyalty to a party change in this federal election? 24% of people said yes, more than 75%, actually close to 76%, said no. And another question we also asked is, do you agree with the results of this election? Leading up to this point, not a lot of people had knew what was going to happen. So we asked this question here. 48% of people said yes, they agree. 36.5 say no, and 15.6 are indifferent. Let's take a look at one more poll here. This is the first federal election and during a pandemic, so voting did not look the same. In fact, we had fewer polling stations. We wanted to ask people if they were comfortable with COVID protocols at their voting station. The majority, close to 85%, said yes, they were, and about 15.3% said they weren't. So we continue to follow this conversation on our social media page, and you can also have your say on our Twitter, City News.
All right, and we're taking a closer look at some of the numbers of specific ridings, in particular cabinet ministers' ridings, beginning with Peterborough Kawartha, where incumbent Marian Monsef, Liberal Marian Monsef, who was the subject of some controversy over the summer, has lost her seat, taken by Conservative Michelle Ferreri. That's Peterborough Kawartha. Marian Monsef has lost her seat there. Moving along to University Rosedale, Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland has kept her seat there. A longtime red riding, so not really a surprise there, but incumbent Chrystia Freeland has kept her seat in University Rosedale. Moving along to Scarborough Southwest, and Bill Blair, Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, has been re-elected, and he is there. Scarborough Southwest won his seat as well. And next, in Thunder Bay, Superior North Health Minister and incumbent Patty Hajdu has also been re-elected by quite a wide margin there. I want to show you now a couple of ridings, the two ridings where the Greens have won seats. Kitchener Centre first, Mike Morris of the Green Party has been elected in Kitchener Centre. This is the same riding where incumbent Raj Saini was also the subject of some controversy and had to drop out of the race, and now the Greens have won that seat. And also Saanich, Gulf Islands, former Green Party leader Elizabeth May has also been re-elected in that riding.
Coming into tonight, one riding we were watching very closely here in Edmonton was Griesbach, where NDP candidate Blake Desjardins was looking to knock off longtime incumbent Kerry Diotta of the Conservative Party, who had held this riding since 2015. And well, the winds of change have blown through this riding here at Edmonton. The Canadian press calling this riding for Desjardins moments ago. So Alberta has its only Indigenous MP, and he comes from Edmonton.
Liberal candidate George Chahal is on track to paint a red dot on a largely blue map. In fact, he may be the only non-Conservative candidate to win an Alberta riding south of Edmonton, something his supporters here at his headquarters were very excited about. As you can hear them now, they're waiting for him to come out and address them again. He did address them earlier tonight and reminded them that votes are still pouring in. Canadian press, however, has called this Calgary Skyview riding for Chahal, which means he would beat out incumbent Jake Sahota. This riding is relatively new. It came into play in 2015 when it was won by a Liberal candidate, but it was flipped in 2019 to Conservatives. It looks by all means that it may just flip back to red.
I'm at the Bloc Québécois headquarters in downtown Montreal, where the crowd here has grown in the last few hours, and periodically they are cheering for their candidates who are either taking the lead in different ridings across Quebec or have been re-elected, like their leader Yves-François Blanchette, who will hold his seat in his riding of Belleuil-Chambly, just south of Montreal. So many here are rejoicing over that. I'm joined by Jean-Philippe Molnar, president of the Bloc Québécois Youth Forum. Thank you so much for joining us, Jean-Philippe.
Thank you for having me.
How are you feeling tonight?
Very good. We're feeling happy here. We are seeing the results coming in slowly, but they're coming in and they're good. From when we look at now, we have 29 MPs that will be elected, and more will be announced, I think, when the advance polling will get out of the box.
What do you expect for the rest of the night and into tomorrow morning?
Well, we expect to win Châteauguay-Lacolle, win Hochelaga, and many more ridings across Quebec. And we will have to wait this year because the advance polling and the postal vote will come later. So we're waiting and we're happy to see the results coming in, and we hope more ridings to us, to the Bloc Québécois.
Thank you so much for joining us, Jean-Philippe.
Thank you for having me.
In Montreal, Alicia Brubertucci, City News.
And now we're going to send it right to Melissa Duggan in Oshawa, where Conservative leader Erin O'Toole's headquarters have just about emptied out, except, of course, for you, Melissa, standing by for us.
Yeah, the party is pretty much over around here. They're going to start folding up the chairs pretty soon, I think. It's been a long night. You know, I was thinking back to really early on, hours ago, when we were first starting to get the very first results of this election, and it seemed like the Conservatives were making some gains in Atlantic Canada anyway, and we're waiting to see if that was going to carry through to the rest of the country, and unfortunately for Erin O'Toole and the Conservatives, it did not. And so we're going to wake up tomorrow morning with a political landscape that's pretty much unchanged.
Unchanged. The Conservatives have, what, 3 more seats than at dissolution. Not a big change for them, but not a complete disaster, at least, you know, for Erin O'Toole anyways. He didn't go backwards.
Right, exactly. And I mean, Justin Trudeau and the Liberals called this election. You'd have to think that they would be keen to win a little more than what they did. And the Conservatives managed to hold them off, but still keep us in this, you know, same position we were in just a few weeks ago.
All right, Melissa. Well, we'll let you go before they close out the lights and lock the doors on you. Thank you very much.
Oh, they're going to be dragging us out of here. We'll stay all night.
All right. Thank you very much for all your coverage tonight. Now we're going to send it to Lisa Yuzda at the NDP headquarters. I imagine it's just as quiet there, Lisa.
It is, and really it's been that quiet this whole night. It really has been a stark difference of the COVID rules in Ontario versus the COVID rules here in BC. You know, we didn't have the supporters that they had there, so it has been quiet the whole night. I think there's a certain amount of excitement that they did better than the 24 seats they had going into this election. A little disappointment that they're not going to have, you know, blow past 30 seats. At least it's not looking like that yet, which is what they really hope for. Of course, the total number of seats that the NDP are going to have and the number of MPs that they're bringing back to Ottawa with them won't be known until the final tallies, because there are a few nail-biter races, 3, 2, 4, a few that probably won't be known tonight, maybe won't be known until the final count is done and that they tally up the mail-in ballots as well as all the rest of the ballots. So, you know, it's a good night. It's not a great night for the NDP. Back to you.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Lisa. Well, I'm joined by my panel. They have been with me throughout the evening. My kudos to both of you. Thank you so much. Saul, I'm going to start with you. What is it going to take for the NDP to break further ground? Was Jack Layton just a one-off, or will they ever reach those kinds of numbers again?
You know, I think it's going to take some time to be able to bring the NDP up again to those numbers where Jack Layton had. And I think, you know, with the minority again, with the Liberals, like I listened to the Trudeau speech, and he needs to stop messing around and you know, just get us clean water. And he needs to stop fighting Indigenous children in the courts and, you know, fighting the orders of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. And I think those are the fundamental changes that we need to be able to. We cannot just talk about the, you know, words. We just need more action. Like there's kids here in Ontario, in Canada, that never have learned about access to clean drinking water, and that's not right. And I think that those are the harsh realities that we see. And I think, you know, for Jagmeet to show up in that type of place, and, you know, like, and I think this is an opportunity as well, you know, because of the minority, we'll be able to push some of the issues that we actually see here. And, you know, and I think that's what we need to do. And, you know, like, housing is such a fundamental human right as well. I know where I come from in Northern Ontario, there's 49 First Nations there that are part of Anishinaabe Nation. There's a backlog of homes of 5,200 houses. And when you multiply that with the number, that's $1.2 billion. And that's only 49 First Nations. There's over 600 First Nations in Canada.
Yes.
Those are that's how oppression works. That's how colonialism works, is to chronically underfund Indigenous people in education and healthcare and housing and water, the basic things, right? And I think that's where we need to be able to head.
Thank you for bringing these issues to us throughout the evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
It's been a pleasure. I'll get to you in just a moment, Mike. I'll go to Will Stewart, and then I'll come to you, Mike, and then Andro Domis. I'll give you the last word on this panel for the evening. Will Stewart, what's next for the Conservatives, and how do you see this unfolding in Ottawa?
Look, I know off the top you accused me of putting a positive spin on it, and it's fair for you to do that. I'm going to continue to do that here. But, I listened to the Prime Minister give a very good speech. He is the victor tonight. He'll be heading back to, I was going to say 24 Sussex Drive, but I guess he's not heading back there. Heading back to Rideau Cottage, the victor again. And the Liberal Party ran a good campaign again. They were victorious again. But not all is not lost for the Conservatives. They were threatened by this rumored wave of the PPC. The PPC only increased their vote share by 3.6%. So they weren't the threat that most people said they were. You've got the Conservatives at about 34% of the popular vote, pretty much where they were the last time out. You've got the Liberals that have actually lost 2% of the popular vote over the last time. And for a party that came into this searching for and requesting a mandate of a majority government from Canadians, they fell woefully short of that. In fact, they have less support now than they had just in the last campaign in 2019. This is Justin Trudeau's third election, and each and every time he's the leader of the Liberal Party and they go to an election, they come back with a lower level of popular support. So I think the Liberals are going to have some questions for the Prime Minister as well, despite the fact that he has won. Now, let me be very, very clear and quote Jean Chrétien, winning is always better than losing. There's no question about that.
Yes,
and the
indeed.
Winners tonight are the Liberal Party. But perhaps as you go to your next guest there, maybe he can comment on his plans for perhaps the leadership of the federal Green Party now that he's been so successful here in Ontario.
Okay. Well, we're losing Andre Domis in and out, and we've got him right now. So hang on tight, Mike, for a moment. Andre, I'm going to let you have a few words here.
I feel like Mike should be able to respond to my earlier broadside, but I would say that you were asking before what's going to be necessary for Jagmeet Singh to break the ceiling that the NDP has encountered since his leadership, and unfortunately, it's not going to be one on TikTok. It's not going to be through appealing to young Canadians about taxing billionaires. Canada has, I think like 47 billionaires altogether. So this idea that we're going to go after the ultra wealthy and that's going to be our path to success is just not going to resonate with enough people.
It's not going to make enough money either.
Politics. Well, no, absolutely not. If you are going to talk about class politics, let's talk about it for what it is. The fact that Canada's largest industry, as far as percentage of GDP, is real estate development. So you have to start talking about going after real estate developers. You have to talk about the importance of social housing. The idea that people who are looking to rent a home, people who are looking to buy a home, real estate investment trusts, that they're all competing in the same market for the exact same items is absolutely ridiculous. And unless you begin to develop social welfare policies that start to untangle some of the profit motives behind everything from housing to oil and gas, pharmaceuticals, natural resource extraction, et cetera, none of this is going to change. You have to start talking about actual class politics. You have to start speaking to the Canadian working class, and you have to sow those divisions. Unfortunately, it's very hard when your background is as a lawyer and not somebody who is, typically part of what we think of as the working class. But that's pretty much all we can do. The idea that he has to follow in Jack Layton's footsteps, I don't think is correct. Jack Layton was, I think, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the NDP. And if you look at his actual politics, it wasn't that much different than today's Liberal politics. The difference being that he was up against Paul Martin, who was one of the most stodgy and listening to Paul Martin speak was like chewing sawdust.
Okay.
He was very fortunate to run up against that kind of Liberal opposition. But I think Singh is going to have to really start speaking to the working class in this country to get any success.
All right, Andre, thank you so very much for hanging in with us through the night, and thank you for your thoughts. Mike, you know, he basically said it's your turn. We don't have a lot of time, I'm sorry, but I'm going to give you the last word here.
You know what? Let's think about this next parliament. Canadians want minority government to work.
Yes.
And minority government can work. Some iconic legislation, Medicaid, the Canadian flag, CBP, like so many good things have come out of minority governments. So my challenge to all the parties is make this minority government work. That's what Canadians want. Don't willy-nilly send us back to another election. Make it work and put the people of Canada before politics.
All right, well said. Thank you very much, Mike Schreiner, again, for your time this evening as well, till 2 a.m. Thank you. Well, in his concession speech tonight, Conservative leader Erin O'Toole highlighted his efforts to run a more moderate national campaign than the party has put forward in the past.
But our party needed the courage to change because Canada has changed. Over the past 36 days, we have demonstrated to Canadians that we've set out on a path to engage more Canadians in our Conservative movement. One that addresses the challenges of today while advancing the dreams of tomorrow. In the months ahead, as Mr. Trudeau gears up for yet another election, we must continue this journey to welcoming more Canadians to take another look at our party. More people voted for Canada's Conservatives than any other party, and that's a strength to build on. Our support has grown. It's grown across the country, but clearly there is more work for us to do to earn the trust of Canadians.
Results so far this evening show that O'Toole and the Conservatives actually picked up more of the popular vote than Trudeau and the Liberals, though that was not reflected in their final seat count. O'Toole ended his speech by putting Trudeau on notice tonight, saying if he calls another election in 18 months, the Conservatives will be ready to welcome more Canadians into their big blue tent. And Justin Trudeau called this snap election with the hope of upgrading his Liberal government to majority status, but in the end, he pretty much ended up exactly right where he started. But the PM tried to paint a positive picture during his victory speech.
What we've seen tonight is that millions of Canadians have chosen a progressive plan. Some have talked about division, but that's not what I see. That's not what I've seen these past weeks across the country. I see Canadians standing together in your determination to end this pandemic, together for real climate action, for $10 a day childcare, for homes that are in reach for middle-class families. For our shared journey on the path of reconciliation. As Canadians, you've elected parliamentarians to deliver on all this, and our team, our government, is ready.
This is Trudeau's third election victory, but of course it remains to be seen how long this newly formed minority government will last. And speaking from British Columbia, NDP leader Jagmeet Singh vowed to keep fighting for Canadians, the climate, and progressive politics.
My friends, I want you to know that our fight will continue. We are never going to give up fighting for you and your families. As we have done in the pandemic, as we showed you in this campaign, we will continue to make sure you are first, your families are taken care of, that your needs are met. That's what New Democrats are all about. I want to leave you with something that my mom always taught me as I was a kid. She always said that we are all one. And it is so true. We are connected. When people around us are hurting, we're also hurting. But when we take care of one another, when we support one another, when we lift each other up, we all rise. That's what you can be sure of. New Democrats will fight to take care of all Canadians so that together we all rise.
The NDP are projected to pick up 3 more seats than they had at the end of the last parliament, going from 24 to 27 representatives in Ottawa. Singh also held on to his own seat in Burnaby, South BC. And earlier this evening, the news came that Green Party leader Annamie Paul was unable to win her riding of Toronto Centre. She called for those who were elected to Parliament to work to bridge ideological divides.
I am disappointed. It is hard to lose. No one likes to lose. But I'm so proud of the effort, the creativity, the innovation that our team brought to this race. What we seem to be seeing tonight is that the people of Canada have decided to send essentially the same MPs back in the same proportions to Parliament. They're sending back another minority government in basically the same numbers that we have seen before. And so we are now back to the status quo. I would say that we are back to the status quo, except that we are returning, unfortunately, more divided and more polarized than before this election was called. That is certainly part of the legacy of this election that I will say we shouldn't have had. We need to repair these divisions. We need to ensure that whatever wounds were created during this election are not permanent, because the people of Canada clearly are saying, we want you to work together. We want you to collaborate. You have got to find a way to do that, and you've got to find a way to deliver us the help we need for the rest of this pandemic.
Though Paul failed to take Toronto Centre from the Liberals, the Green Party will have at least 2 other MPs in Ottawa. Kitchener is sending Ontario's first ever federal Green representative to Parliament with Mike Morris. And in BC, former leader Elizabeth May was re-elected. Well, there was plenty of uncertainty heading into this evening. Would the political landscape of Canada shift? Would we even have a winner by the end of the night? Well, those questions are now answered. And the government we ended up with looks very similar to the one we started with. We will be continuing this discussion tomorrow and, of course, for many days, weeks, months to come. And a very special thank you to all of our panelists, especially Mike and Saul. You have been here for 5 solid hours. I think you've gotten up once to go get some water, and that's it. Any big surprises? Just if you have one, what would you say? And we've got seconds here.
I would say no surprise.
No surprise?
I'm not surprised it's a minority government, not surprised it's a Liberal minority government.
Okay, Saul? Any surprises?
$600 million to add another seat right now, you know, like it's, why do we do this?
Okay, thank you very much again. And to all of you, our viewers, for tuning in this evening and staying with us here on Watching City News. And on behalf of the entire City News team, good night, and thank you for being with us this evening.